Section 56 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. Inaugural Address by James Buchanan, 1791 to 1868. The fact that the long sectional quarrel over slavery culminated during the administration of President Buchanan has almost completely obscured the intimate connection of his administration with an industrial and commercial revolution which is already showing itself greater in potentiality, if not in actual results, than the Civil War itself. In his inaugural address, President Buchanan defined the policy which resulted in the Pacific Railroad and the enormous development of the Trans-Mississippi West. If, reading his inaugural address in this later time, we are more impressed by the ingenuity which enables him to reconcile this policy with his views as a strict constructionist, than we are by the eloquence of his expression, or the method of his argument, we will not forget on that account how enormous were the forces he helped to set in motion, nor will we fail to be impressed with the operation of that great power of conservation of energy in society, which, at the beginning of a most destructive civil war, had already prepared in embryo the growth of a then unimaginable system, through whose constructive development the destructive effects of civil war were to be compensated. In view of the beginning of railroad development to the Pacific coast, and of the Atlantic cable to Europe, Buchanan's administration is, altogether aside from its bearing on the Civil War, one of the most revolutionary periods of our history. It would be idle to attempt to guess how much of this future President Buchanan may have had in view when, in his inaugural address, he expressed his, quote, humble confidence that the kind providence which inspired our fathers with wisdom to frame the most perfect form of government and union ever devised by man will not suffer it to perish until it shall have been peacefully instrumental, by its example, in the extension of civil and religious liberty throughout the world. End quote. But however little it may have then been possible to foresee the industrial development of the last quarter of the 19th century, it is certain enough already that the 20th century will study the Buchanan administration for something more important than the mere politics of sectionalism. The mistakes on one side and the other, resulting from that sectionalism, are apparent enough now, and perhaps they are nowhere more apparent than in Mr. Buchanan's statement of what he conceived to be the results of diplomacy and attempts at compromise. When compromise fails, it can never assert an allowable claim to respectability. Except to the historian and the antiquary, Mr. Buchanan's utterances, as one of the diplomats and compromisers of a period of storm and stress, will not hereafter seem important. But it is true, nevertheless, that to understand the present of the United States as it involves the future and the past, it is necessary to study such utterances as Buchanan's inaugural address until their connection with the forces of development inherent in the country makes them eloquent with presages of its progress. Mr. Buchanan was born near Mercersburg, Pennsylvania, April 23, 1791, from a Scotch-Irish family in moderate circumstances. Educated for the law, he entered politics as a Federalist at an early age, and from October 1814, when he was elected to the legislature of Pennsylvania, until March 4, 1861, when he retired from the presidency, he was in office almost continuously. He served 10 years in the House of Representatives, and, becoming a warm personal friend and supporter of President Jackson, lost altogether his early affiliations with federalism and became a strict constructionist. President Jackson appointed him minister to Russia. Returning in 1834, he was elected to the United States Senate, where he served until the administration of President Polk, in whose cabinet he was Secretary of State. Retired temporarily from public life by the Whig victory which followed the Mexican War, he was an unsuccessful candidate for the presidency before the Democratic National Convention of 1852. President Pierce appointed him minister to England, and, returning in 1855, he was nominated and elected to the presidency by the Democrats. After his retirement, he took no part in public affairs and preserved an almost unbroken silence concerning them. He died June 1, 1868, at his home, Wheatland, near Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Inaugural Address. Fellow citizens, I appear before you this day to take the solemn oath, quote, that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. End quote. In entering upon this great office, I must humbly invoke the God of our fathers for wisdom and firmness to execute its high and responsible duties in such a manner as to restore harmony and ancient friendship among the people of the several states, and to preserve our free institutions throughout many generations. Convinced that I owe my election to the inherent love for the Constitution and the Union which still animates the hearts of the American people, let me earnestly ask their powerful support in sustaining all just measures calculated to perpetuate these, the richest political blessings which heaven has ever bestowed upon any nation. Having determined not to become a candidate for re-election, I shall have no motive to influence my conduct in administering the government, except the desire ably and faithfully to serve my country and to live in the grateful memory of my countrymen. We have recently passed through a presidential contest in which the passions of our fellow citizens were excited to the highest degree by questions of deep and vital importance. But when the people proclaimed their will, the tempest at once subsided, and all was calm. The voice of the majority, speaking in the manner prescribed by the Constitution, was heard, and instant submission followed. Our own country could alone have exhibited so grand and striking a spectacle of the capacity of man for self-government. What a happy conception, then, was it for Congress to apply this simple rule, that the will of the majority shall govern, to the settlement of the question of domestic slavery in the territories. Congress is neither, quote, to legislate slavery into any territory or state, nor to exclude it therefrom, but to leave the people thereof perfectly free to form and regulate their domestic institutions in their own way, subject only to the Constitution of the United States. End quote. As a natural consequence, Congress has also prescribed that when the territory of Kansas shall be admitted as a state, it, quote, shall be received into the Union with or without slavery, as their Constitution may prescribe at the time of their admission. End quote. A difference of opinion has arisen in regard to the point of time when the people of a territory shall decide this question for themselves. This is, happily, a matter of but little practical importance. Besides, it is a judicial question, which legitimately belongs to the Supreme Court of the United States, before whom it is now pending, and will, it is understood, be speedily and finally settled. To their decision, in common with all good citizens, I shall cheerfully submit, whatever this may be, though it has ever been my individual opinion that under the Nebraska-Kansas Act the appropriate period will be when the number of actual residents in the territory shall justify the formation of a constitution with a view to its admission as a state into the Union. But be this as it may, it is the imperative and indispensable duty of the government of the United States to secure to every resident inhabitant the free and independent expression of his opinion by his vote. This sacred right of each individual must be preserved. That being accomplished, nothing can be fairer than to leave the people of a territory free from all foreign interference, to decide their own destiny for themselves, subject only to the Constitution of the United States. The whole territorial question being settled upon the principle of popular sovereignty, a principle as ancient as free government itself, everything of a practical nature has been decided. No other question remains for adjustment, because all agree that under the Constitution, slavery in the states is beyond any human power, except that of the respective states themselves wherein it exists. May we not, then, hope that the long agitation on this subject is approaching its end, and that the geographical parties to which it has given birth, so much dreaded by the father of his country, will speedily become extinct? Most happy will it be for the country when the public mind shall be diverted from this question to others of more pressing and practical importance. Throughout the whole progress of this agitation, which has scarcely known any intermission for more than 20 years, while it has been productive of no positive good to any human being, it has been the prolific source of great evils to the master, to the slave, and to the whole country. It has alienated and estranged the people of the sister states from each other, and has even seriously endangered the very existence of the Union. Nor has the danger yet entirely ceased. Under our system there is a remedy for all mere political evils in the sound sense and sober judgment of the people. Time is a great corrective. Political subjects which but a few years ago excited and exasperated the public mind have passed away and are now entirely forgotten. But this question of domestic slavery is of far graver importance than any mere political question, because should the agitation continue, it may eventually endanger the personal safety of a large portion of our countrymen where the institution exists. In that event, no form of government, however admirable in itself, and however productive of material benefits, can compensate for the loss of peace and domestic security around the family altar. Let every union-loving man, therefore, exert his best influence to suppress this agitation, which, since the recent legislation of Congress, is without any legitimate object. It is an evil omen of the times that men have undertaken to calculate the mere material value of the Union. Reasoned estimates have been presented of the pecuniary profits and local advantages which would result to the different states and sections from its dissolution, and of the comparative injuries which such an event would inflict on other states and sections. Even descending to this low and narrow view of the mighty question, all such calculations are at fault. The bare reference to a single consideration will be conclusive on this point. We, at present, enjoy a free trade throughout our extensive and expanding country, such as the world has never witnessed. This trade is conducted on railroads and canals, on noble rivers and arms of the sea, which bind together the North and South, the East and West of our Confederacy. Annihilate this trade, arrest its free progress by the geographical lines of jealous and hostile states, and you destroy the prosperity and onward march of the whole and every part, and involve all in a common ruin. But such considerations, important as they are in themselves, sink into insignificance when we reflect upon the terrific evils which would result from disunion to every portion of the Confederacy, to the north not more than to the south, to the east not more than to the west. These I shall not attempt to portray, because I feel a humble confidence that the kind Providence which inspired our fathers with wisdom to frame the most perfect form of government and union ever devised by man will not suffer it to perish until it shall have been peacefully instrumental by its example in the extension of civil and religious liberty throughout the world. Next in importance to the maintenance of the Constitution and the Union is the duty of preserving the government free from the taint or even the suspicion of corruption. Public virtue is the vital spirit of republics, and history proves that when this has decayed and the love of money has usurped its place, although the forms of free government may remain for a season, the substance has departed forever. Our present financial condition is without parallel in history. No nation has ever before been embarrassed from too large a surplus in its treasury. This almost necessarily gives birth to extravagant legislation. It produces wild schemes of expenditure, and begets a race of speculators and jobbers, whose ingenuity is exerted in contriving and promoting expedients to obtain public money. The purity of official agents, whether rightfully or wrongfully, is suspected, and the character of the government suffers in the estimation of the people. This is, in itself, a very great evil. The natural mode of relief from this embarrassment is to appropriate the surplus in the treasury to great national objects for which a clear warrant can be found in the Constitution. Among these I might mention the extinguishment of the public debt, a reasonable increase of the Navy, which is at present inadequate to the protection of our vast tonnage afloat, now greater than any other nation, as well as the defense of our extended seacoast. It is beyond all question the true principle that no more revenue ought to be collected from the people than the amount necessary to defray the expense of a wise, economical, and efficient administration of the government. To reach this point, it was necessary to resort to a modification of the tariff, and this has, I trust, been accomplished in such a manner as to do as little injury as may have been practicable to our domestic manufactures, especially those necessary for the defense of the country. Any discrimination against a particular branch for the purpose of benefiting favored corporations, individuals, or interests would have been unjust to the rest of the community, and inconsistent with that spirit of fairness and equality which ought to govern in the adjustment of a revenue tariff. But the squandering of the public money sinks into comparative insignificance as a temptation to corruption when compared with the squandering of the public lands. No nation in the tide of time has ever been blessed with so rich and noble an inheritance as we enjoy in the public lands. In administering this important trust, while it may be wise to grant portions of them for the improvement of the remainder, yet we should never forget that it is our cardinal policy to reserve these lands as much as may be for actual settlers, and this at moderate prices. We shall thus not only best promote the prosperity of the new states and territories, by furnishing them a hardy and independent race of honest and industrious citizens, but shall secure homes for our children and our children's children, as well as for those exiles from foreign shores who may seek in this country to improve their condition and to enjoy the blessings of civil and religious liberty. Such immigrants have done much to promote the growth and prosperity of the country. They have proved faithful both in peace and in war. After becoming citizens, they are entitled, under the Constitution and laws, to be placed on a perfect equality with native-born citizens, and in this character they should ever be kindly recognized. The federal Constitution is a grant from the states to Congress of certain specific powers, and the question whether this grant should be liberally or strictly construed has more or less divided political parties from the beginning. Without entering into the argument, I desire to state at the commencement of my administration that long experience and observation have convinced me that a strict construction of the powers of the government is the only true, as well as the only safe, theory of the Constitution. Whenever in our past history doubtful powers have been exercised by Congress, these have never failed to produce injurious and unhappy consequences. Many such instances might be adduced if this were the proper occasion. Neither is it necessary for the public service to strain the language of the Constitution, because all the great and useful powers required for a successful administration of the government, both in peace and in war, have been granted, either in express terms or by the plainest implication. While deeply convinced of these truths, I yet consider it clear that under the war-making power, Congress may appropriate money toward the construction of a military road when this is absolutely necessary for the defense of any state or territory of the Union against foreign invasion. Under the Constitution, Congress has power, quote, to declare war, and quote, to raise and support armies, and quote, to provide and maintain a navy, and to call forth the militia to, quote, repel invasions, end quote. Thus endowed, in an ample manner, with the war-making power, the corresponding duty is required that, quote, the United States shall protect each of them, the states, against invasion, end quote. Now, how is it possible to afford this protection to California and our Pacific possessions, except by means of a military road through the territories of the United States, over which men and munitions of war may be speedily transported from the Atlantic states to meet and repel the invader? In the event of a war with a naval power much stronger than our own, we should then have no other available access to the Pacific coast, because such a power would instantly close the route across the isthmus of Central America. It is impossible to conceive that while the Constitution has expressly required Congress to defend all the states, it should yet deny to them, by any fair construction, the only possible means by which one of these states can be defended. Besides, the government, ever since its origin, has been in the constant practice of constructing military roads. It might also be wise to consider whether the love for the Union, which now animates our fellow citizens on the Pacific coast, may not be impaired by our neglect or refusal to provide for them, in their remote and isolated condition, the only means by which the power of the states on this side of the Rocky Mountains can reach them in sufficient time to protect them against invasion. I forbear for the present from expressing an opinion as to the wisest and most economical mode in which the government can lend its aid in accomplishing this great and necessary work. I believe that many of the difficulties in the way, which now appear formidable, will, in a great degree, vanish as soon as the nearest and best route shall have been satisfactorily ascertained. It may be proper that on this occasion I should make some brief remarks in regard to our rights and duties as a member of the great family of nations. In our intercourse with them there are some plain principles, approved by our own experience, from which we should never depart. We ought to cultivate peace, commerce, and friendship with all nations, and this not merely as the best means of promoting our own material interests, but in a spirit of a Christian benevolence toward our fellow men, wherever their lot may be cast. Our diplomacy should be direct and frank, neither seeking to obtain more nor accepting less than is due. We ought to cherish a sacred regard for the independence of all nations, and never attempt to interfere in the domestic concerns of any, unless this shall be imperatively required by the great law of self-preservation. To avoid entangling alliances has been a maxim of our policy ever since the days of Washington, and its wisdom no one will attempt to dispute. In short, we ought to do justice in a kindly spirit to all nations, and require justice from them in return. It is our glory that while other nations have extended their dominions by the sword, we have never acquired any territory except by fair purchase, or, in the case of Texas, by the voluntary determination of a brave, kindred, and an independent people to blend their destinies with our own. Even our acquisitions from Mexico form no exception. Unwilling to take advantage of the fortune of war against a sister republic, we purchased these possessions under the treaty of peace for a sum which was considered at the time a fair equivalent. Our past history forbids that we shall in the future acquire territory unless this be sanctioned by the laws of justice and honor. Acting on this principle, no nation will have a right to interfere or to complain if, in the progress of events, we shall still further extend our possessions. Hitherto, in all our acquisitions, the people, under the protection of the American flag, have enjoyed civil and religious liberty as well as equal and just laws, and have been contented, prosperous, and happy. Their trade with the rest of the world has rapidly increased, and thus every commercial nation has shared largely in their successful progress. I shall now proceed to take the oath prescribed by the Constitution, while humbly invoking the blessing of divine providence on this great people. March 4th, 1857. End of section 56.
Section 57 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. The Heavenly Footman, Part 1. John Bunyan. John Bunyan, 1628 to 1688. Remembered, and, while the English language lasts, always to be remembered as the author of Pilgrim's Progress, John Bunyan is almost forgotten as the inspired orator whose voice so swayed the English commons away from the established order of the state religion that he was locked up for more than 12 years in Bedford jail. To understand the power wielded by such a speaker as Bunyan, it is necessary to forget dissent from his opinions and to enter with him into the spirit of his theme. Those who do this, either to understand his unconscious art, and he was a great if an untrained artist, or for the nobler purpose of understanding both the man and his message, will be richly rewarded. Most of the great English orators, whether of the forum or the pulpit, are Roman in their habit of expression. Bunyan is eminently English. He speaks the language of Alfred the Great, a language of short sentences, compact, earnest, decisive. The orator, trained in the school of Cicero, may expand a single idea from sentence to sentence, from period to period. But if he is speaking the English of Alfred with the syntax of Bunyan, he must put an idea into every clause. I will assure you, says Bunyan, the devil is nimble, he can run apace. He is light of foot, he hath overtaken many. He hath turned up their heels and given them an everlasting fall. Here, in 30 words, we are compelled to witness every stage of what in the mind of Bunyan was the infinite tragedy of the attempted escape of a soul from hell, of the pursuit by the fiend, the loss of ground by the panting fugitive, and finally the very movement of his body as his feet are tripped from under him and he falls, an everlasting fall. Dante could not have bettered that sentence. Not once, but continually, Bunyan shows this same mastery of English, compelling the unwilling language to accept and bear the burden of his cumulative ideas. I have married a wife, I have a farm, I shall offend my landlord. I shall offend my master. I shall lose my trading. I shall lose my pride. I shall be mocked and scoffed at. Therefore, I dare not come. It is thus that he crowds on the mind the excuses of those he was calling to better their lives, groaning in himself that they would not, because each one had his vile sins, his bosom sins, his beloved, pleasant, darling sins that stick as close to him as the flesh sticks to the bones. Perhaps it is fortunate that no one can have such a control of English who has not withered the earnestness which gave this tinker speaking before street crowds a greater power than Bourdaloue ever had speaking before princes. In oratory as in poetry, the first canon of art is that every idea which comes from the intellect of the speaker must rise through his heart to his lips if it is to reach the hearts of others. Always Bunyan spoke from the heart. He is the prose Dante of England. W.V.B. The Heavenly Footman. So run that ye may obtain. 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 24. Heaven and happiness is that which everyone desireth, insomuch that wicked Balaam could say, Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. Yet, for all this, there are but very few that do obtain that ever-to-be-desired glory, insomuch that many eminent professors drop short of a welcome from God into this pleasant place. The apostle, therefore, because he did desire the salvation of the souls of the Corinthians, to whom he writes this epistle, layeth them down in these words such counsel which, if taken, would be for their help and advantage. Firstly, not to be wicked, and sit still and wish for heaven, but to run for it. Secondly, not to content themselves with every kind of running, but, saith he, so run that ye may obtain. As if he should say, some, because they would not lose their souls, they begin to run betimes. They run apace. They run with patience. They run the right way. Do you so run. Some run from both father and mother, friends and companions, and thus that they may have the crown. Do you so run. Some run through temptations, afflictions, good report, evil report, that they may win the pearl. Do you so run. So run that ye may obtain. These words, they are taken from men's running for a wager, a very apt similitude to set before the eyes of the saints of the Lord. Know you not that they which run in a race run all, but one obtains the prize? So run that ye may obtain. That is, do not only run, but be sure you win as well as run. So run that ye may obtain. I shall not need to make any great ado in opening the words at this time, but shall rather lay down one doctrine that I do find in them, and in prosecuting that I shall show you, in some measure, the scope of the words. The doctrine is this: they that will have heaven must run for it. I say they that will have heaven, they must run for it. I beseech you to heed it well. Know ye not that they which run in a race run all, but one obtaineth the prize? So run ye. The prize is heaven, and if you will have it, you must run for it. You have another scripture for this in the 12th of the Hebrews, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd verses. Wherefore, seeing also, saith the apostle, that we are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight, and the sin which doth so easily beset us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us. And let us run, saith he. Again saith Paul, I so run, not as uncertainly, so fight I, etc. But before I go any further, 1. Fleeing. Observe that this running is not an ordinary or any sort of running, but it's to be understood of the swiftest sort of running, and therefore in the 6th of the Hebrews it is called a fleeing, that we might have strong consolation who have fled for refuge, to lay hold on the hope set before us. Mark, who have fled. It is taken from that 20th of Joshua, concerning the man that was to flee to the city of refuge, when the avenger of blood was hard at his heels, to take vengeance on him for the offense he had committed. Therefore it is a running or fleeing for one's life, a running with all might and main, as we used to say. So run. 2. Pressing. Secondly, this running in another place is called a pressing. I press toward the mark, which signifieth that they that will have heaven, they must not stick at any difficulties they meet with, but press, crowd, and thrust through all that may stand between heaven and their souls. So run. 3. Continuing. Thirdly, this running is called in another place a continuing in the way of life. If you continue in the faith grounded and settled, and be not moved away from the hope of the gospel of Christ. Not to run a little now and then, by fits and starts, or halfway, or almost thither, but to run for my life, to run through all difficulties, and to continue therein to the end of the race, which must be to the end of my life. So run that ye may obtain. And the reasons for this point are these. 1. Because all or every one that runneth doth not obtain the prize. There may be many that do run, yea, and run far too, who yet miss of the crown that standeth at the end of the race. You know that all that run in a race do not obtain the victory. They all run, but one wins. And so it is here. It is not every one that runneth, nor every one that seeketh, nor every one that striveth for the mastery, that hath it. Though a man do strive for the mastery, saith Paul, yet he is not crowned, unless he strive lawfully. That is, unless he so run and so strive as to have God's approbation. What, do ye think that every heavy-heeled professor will have heaven? What, every lazy one? Every wanton and foolish professor, that will be stopped by anything, kept back by anything, that scarce runneth so fast heavenward as a snail creepeth on the ground? Nay, there are some professors that do not go on so fast in the way of God as a snail doth go on the wall, and yet these think that heaven and happiness are for them. But stay, there are many more that run than there be that obtain. Therefore he that will have heaven must run for it. 2. Because you know that though a man do run, yet if he do not overcome or win as well as run, what will they be the better for their running? They will get nothing. You know the man that runneth, he doth do it that he may win the prize. But if he doth not obtain it, he doth lose his labour, spend his pains and time, and that to no purpose. I say, he getteth nothing. And how many such runners will there be found in the day of judgment? Even multitudes that have run, yea, run so far as to come to heaven gates, and not able to get any further, but there stand knocking, when it's too late, crying, Lord, Lord, when they have nothing but rebukes for their pains. Depart from me, you come not here, you come too late, you run too lazily, the door is shut. When once the master of the house is risen up, saith Christ, and hath shut to the door, and ye begin to stand without, and to knock, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us, I will say, I know you not, depart. Oh, sad will the state of those be that run and miss. Therefore, if you will have heaven, you must run for it, and so run that ye may obtain. 3. Because the way is long, I speak metaphorically, and there is many a dirty step, many a high hill, much work to do, a wicked heart, world and devil to overcome, I say there are many steps to be taken by those that intend to be saved, by running or walking in the steps of that faith of our father Abraham. Out of Egypt thou must go through the Red Sea. Thou must run a long and tedious journey through the vast howling wilderness before thou come to the land of promise. 4. They that will go to heaven, they must run for it, because as the way is long, so the time in which they are to get to the end of it is very uncertain. The time present is the only time. Thou hast no more time allotted thee than that thou now enjoyest. Boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth. Do not say, I have time enough to get to heaven 7 years hence. For I tell thee, the bell may toll for thee before 7 days more be ended. And when death comes, away thou must go, whether thou art provided or not. And therefore look to it, make no delays. It is not good dallying with things of so great concernment as the salvation or damnation of thy soul. You know he that hath a great way to go in a little time, and less by half than he thinks of, he had need to run for it. 5. They that will have heaven, they must run for it, because the devil, the law, sin, death, and hell follow them. There is never a poor soul that is going to heaven, but the devil, the law, sin, death, and hell make after that soul. The devil, your adversary, as a roaring lion, goeth about, seeking whom he may devour. And I will assure you, the devil is nimble. He can run apace. He is light of foot. He hath overtaken many. He hath turned up their heels, and hath given them an everlasting fall. Also the law, that can shoot a great way, have a care thou keep out of the reach of those great guns, the 10 Commandments. Hell also hath a wide mouth. It can stretch itself further than you are aware of. And as the angel said to Lot, Take heed, look not behind thee, neither tarry thou in all the plain, that is, anywhere between this and heaven, lest thou be consumed. So say I to thee, Take heed, tarry not, lest either the devil, hell, death, or the fearful curses of the law of God do overtake thee, and throw thee down in the midst of thy sins, so as never to rise and recover again. If this were well considered, then thou as well as I would say, They that will have heaven must run for it. 6. They that will go to heaven must run for it, because perchance the gates of heaven may be shut shortly. Sometimes sinners have not heaven gates open to them so long as they suppose, and if they be once shut against a man, they are so heavy that all the men in the world, nor all the angels in heaven, are not able to open them. I shut, and no man can open, saith Christ. And how, if thou shouldst come but 1/4 of an hour too late? I tell thee, it will cost thee an eternity to bewail thy misery in. Francis Spira can tell thee what it is to stay till the gate of mercy be quite shut, or to run so lazily that they be shut before thou get within them. What, to be shut out? What, out of heaven? Sinner, rather than lose it, run for it. Yea, and so run that thou mayst obtain. 7. Lastly, because if thou lose, thou losest all. Thou losest soul, God, Christ, heaven, ease, peace. Besides, thou layest thyself open to all the shame, contempt, and reproach that either God, Christ, saints, the world, sin, the devil, and all can lay upon thee. As Christ saith of the foolish builder, so will I say of thee. If thou be such a one who runs and misses, I say, even all that go by will begin to mock at thee, saying, This man began to run well, but was not able to finish. End of section 57. Section 58 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. The Heavenly Footman, Part 2, by John Bunyan. In the next place, be not daunted though thou meetest with never so many discouragements in thy journey thither. That man that is resolved for heaven, if Satan cannot win him by flatteries, he will endeavour to weaken him by discouragements, saying, Thou art a sinner. Thou hast broken God's law. Thou art not elected. Thou comest too late. The day of grace is past. God doth not care for thee. Thy heart is naught. Thou art lazy," with 100 other discouraging suggestions. And thus it was with David, where he saith, "I had fainted unless I had believed to see the loving kindness of the Lord in the land of the living." As if he should say, "The devil did so rage, and my heart was so base, that had I judged according to my own sense and feeling, I had been absolutely distracted. But I trusted to Christ in the promise, and looked that God would be as good as his promise, in having mercy upon me, an unworthy sinner. And this is that which encouraged me and kept me from fainting. And thus must thou do, when Satan or the law or thine own conscience do go about to dishearten thee, either by the greatness of thy sins, the wickedness of thy heart, the tediousness of the way, the loss of outward enjoyments, the hatred that thou wilt procure from the world, or the like. Then thou must encourage thyself with the freeness of the promises, the tender-heartedness of Christ, the merits of his blood, the freeness of his invitations to come in, the greatness of the sin of others that have been pardoned, and that the same God, through the same Christ, holdeth forth the same grace as free as ever. If these be not thy meditations, thou wilt draw very heavily in the way to heaven, if thou do not give up all for lost, and so knock off from following any further. Therefore, I say, take heart in thy journey, and say to them that seek thy destruction, Rejoice not against me, O my enemy, for when I fall I shall arise. When I sit in darkness, the Lord shall be a light unto me. So run. Take heed of being offended at the cross that thou must go by before thou come to heaven. You must understand, as I have already touched, that there is no man that goeth to heaven, but he must go by the cross. The cross is the standing way mark, by which all they that go to glory must pass. We must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of heaven. Yea, and all that will live godly in Christ Jesus shall suffer persecution. If thou art in thy way to the kingdom, my life for thine, thou wilt come at the cross shortly. The Lord grant thou dost not shrink at it, so as to turn thee back again. If any man will come after me, saith Christ, let him deny himself, and take up his cross daily, and follow me. The cross it stands, and hath stood from the beginning as a waymark to the kingdom of heaven. You know, if one asks you the way to such and such a place, you, for the better direction, do not only say, This is the way, but then also say, You must go by such a gate, by such a stile, such a bush, tree, bridge, or such like. Why, so it is here. Art thou inquiring the way to heaven? Why, I tell thee, Christ is the way. Into him thou must get, into his righteousness, to be justified. And if thou art in him, thou wilt presently see the cross. Thou must go close by it, thou must touch it. Nay, thou must take it up, or else thou wilt quickly go out of the way that leads to heaven, and turn up some of those crooked lanes that lead down to the chambers of death. Now thou mayst know the cross by these 6 things. 1. It is known in the doctrine of justification. 2. In the doctrine of mortification. 3. In the doctrine of perseverance. 4. In self-denial. 5. Patience. 6. Communion with poor saints. 1. In the doctrine of justification, there is a great deal of the cross in that a man is forced to suffer the destruction of his own righteousness for the righteousness of another. This is no easy matter for a man to do. I assure to you it stretcheth every vein in his heart before he will be brought to yield to it. What, for a man to deny, reject, abhor, and throw away all his prayers, tears, alms, keeping of Sabbaths, hearing, reading, with the rest, in the point of justification, and to count them accursed, and to be willing in the very midst of the sense of his sins to throw himself wholly upon the righteousness and obedience of another man, abhorring his own, counting it as deadly sin, as the open breach of the law. I say, to do this in deed and in truth is the biggest piece of the cross. And therefore Paul calleth this very thing a suffering, where he saith, And I have suffered the loss of all things, which principally was his righteousness, that I might win Christ, and be found in him, not having, but rejecting, my own righteousness. That is the first. 2. In the doctrine of mortification is also much of the cross. Is it nothing for a man to lay hands on his vile opinions, on his vile sins, on his bosom sins, on his beloved, pleasant, darling sins, that stick as close to him as the flesh sticks to the bones? What, to lose all these brave things that my eyes behold, for that which I never saw with my eyes? What, to lose my pride, my covetousness, my vain company, sports and pleasures, and the rest? I tell you, this is no easy matter. If it were, what need all those prayers, sighs, watchings? What need we be so backward to it? Nay, do you not see that some men, before they will set about this work, they will even venture the loss of their souls, heaven, God, Christ, and all? What means else all those delays and put-offs, saying, Stay a little longer, I am loth to leave my sins while I am so young and in health? Again, what is the reason else that others do it so by the halves, coldly and seldom, notwithstanding they are convinced over and over, nay, and also promise to amend, and yet all's in vain? I will assure you, to cut off right hands and to pluck out right eyes is no pleasure to the flesh. 3. The doctrine of perseverance is also cross to the flesh, which is not only to begin but to hold out, not only to bid fair and to say, Would I had heaven, but so to know Christ, put on Christ, and walk with Christ, so as to come to heaven. Indeed, it is no great matter to begin to look for heaven, to begin to seek the Lord, to begin to shun sin. Oh, but it is a very great matter to continue with God's approbation. My servant Caleb, saith God, is a man of another spirit. He hath followed me always. He hath continually followed me, fully. He shall possess the land. Almost all the many thousands of the children of Israel in their generation fell short of perseverance when they walked from Egypt towards the land of Canaan. Indeed, they went to work at first pretty willingly, but they were very short-winded, they were quickly out of breath, and in their hearts they turned back again into Egypt. It is an easy matter for a man to run hard for a spurt, for a furlong, for a mile or two. Oh, but to hold out for 100, for 1,000, for 10,000 miles, that man that doth this, he must look to meet with cross, pain, and wearisomeness to the flesh, especially if, as he goeth, he meeteth with briars and quagmires, and other encumbrances, that make his journey so much the more painful. Nay, do you not see with your eyes daily that perseverance is a very great part of the cross? Why else do men so soon grow weary? I could point out a many, that after they have followed the ways of God about a 12-month, others it may be 2, 3, or 4, some more and some less, years, they have been beat out of wind, have taken up their lodging and rest before they have gotten halfway to heaven, some in this, some in that sin, and have secretly, nay, sometimes openly, said that the way's too straight, the race too long, the religion too holy. I cannot hold out, I can go no further. And so likewise of the other 3, to wit, patience, self-denial, communion, and communication with and to the poor saints. How hard are these things! It is an easy matter to deny another man, but it is not so easy a matter to deny oneself, to deny myself out of love to God, to his gospel, to his saints, of this advantage and of that gain, nay, of that which otherwise I might lawfully do, were it not for offending them. That scripture is but seldom read, and seldomer put in practice, which saith, I will eat no flesh while the world standeth, if it make my brother to offend. Again, we that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of the weak, and not to please ourselves. But how froward, how hasty, how peevish and self-resolved are the generality of professors at this day. Also, how little considering the poor, unless it be to say, Be thou warmed and filled. But to give is a seldom work, also especially to give to any poor. I tell you, all things are crossed to flesh and blood, and that man that hath but a watchful eye over the flesh, and also some considerable measure of strength against it, he shall find his heart in these things like unto a starting horse, that is rode without a curbing bridle, ready to start at everything that is offensive to him, yea, and ready to run away, too, do what the rider can. It is the cross which keepeth those that are kept from heaven. I am persuaded, were it not for the cross, where we have one professor, we should have 20. But this cross, that is it which spoileth all. Some men, as I said before, when they come at the cross, they can go no further, but back again to their sins they must go. Others, they stumble at it and break their necks. Others again, when they see the cross is approaching, they turn aside to the left hand or to the right hand, and so think to get to heaven another way. But they will be deceived. For all that will live godly in Christ Jesus shall be sure to suffer persecution. There are but few, when they come at the cross, cry, Welcome, cross, as some of the martyrs did to the stake they were burned at. Therefore, if you meet with a cross in thy journey, in what manner soever it be not daunted, and say, Alas, what shall I do now? But rather take courage, knowing that by the cross is the way to the kingdom. Can a man believe in Christ and not be hated by the devil? Can he make a profession of this Christ, and that sweetly and convincingly, and the children of Satan hold their tongues? Can darkness agree with light, or the devil endure that Christ Jesus should be honored both by faith and a heavenly conversation, and let that soul alone at quiet? Did you never read that the dragon persecuted the woman, and that Christ saith, In the world you shall have tribulations? Beg of God that he would do these two things for thee. First, enlighten thine understanding, and second, inflame thy will. If these two be but effectually done, there is no fear but thou wilt go safe to heaven. One of the great reasons why men and women do so little regard the other world is because they see so little of it. And the reason why they see so little of it is because they have their understanding darkened. And therefore, saith Paul, Do not you believers walk as do other Gentiles, even in the vanity of their minds, having their understanding darkened, being alienated from the life of God through the ignorance or foolishness that is in them, because of the blindness of their heart. Walk not as those, run not with them. Alas, poor souls, they have their understandings darkened, their hearts blinded, and that is the reason they have such undervaluing thoughts of the Lord Jesus Christ and the salvation of their souls. For when men do come to see the things of another world, what a God, what a Christ, what a heaven, and what an eternal glory there is to be enjoyed. Also, when they see that it is possible for them to have a share in it, I tell you, it will make them run through thick and thin to enjoy it. Moses, having a sight of this, because his understanding was enlightened, he feared not the wrath of the king, but chose rather to suffer afflictions with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season. He refused to be called the son of the king's daughter, accounting it wonderful riches to be accounted worthy of so much as to suffer for Christ, with the poor despised saints, and that was because he saw him who was invisible, and had respect unto the recompense of reward. And this is that which the apostle usually prayeth for in his epistles for the saints, namely, that they might know what is the hope of God's calling, and the riches of the glory of his inheritance in the saints, and that they might be able to comprehend with all saints what is the breadth and length and depth and height, and know the love of Christ, which passeth knowledge. Pray therefore that God would enlighten thy understanding. That will be a very great help unto thee. It will make thee endure many a hard brunt for Christ. As Paul saith, after you were illuminated, ye endured a great sight of afflictions. You took joyfully the spoiling of your goods, knowing in yourselves that ye have in heaven a better and an enduring substance. If there be never such a rare jewel lie just in a man's way, yet if he sees it not, he will rather trample upon it than stoop for it, and it is because he sees it not. Why, so it is here, though heaven be worth never so much, and thou hast never so much need of it, yet if thou see it not, that is, have not thy understanding opened or enlightened to see, thou wilt not regard at all. Therefore cry to the Lord for enlightening grace, and say, Lord, open my blind eyes. Lord, take the veil off my dark heart. Show me the things of the other world, and let me see the sweetness, the glory, and excellency of them, for Christ's sake. This is the first. Cry to God that he would inflame thy will also with the things of the other world. For when a man's will is fully set to do such or such a thing, then it must be a very hard matter that shall hinder that man from bringing about his end. When Paul's will was set resolvedly to go up to Jerusalem, though it was signified to him before what he should there suffer, he was not daunted at all. Nay, saith he, I am ready, or willing, not only to be bound, but also to die at Jerusalem for the name of the Lord Jesus. His will was inflamed with love to Christ, and therefore all the persuasions that could be used wrought nothing at all. Your self-willed people, nobody knows what to do with them. We used to say, he will have his own will, do all what you can. Indeed, to have such a will for heaven is an admirable advantage to a man that undertaketh a race thither, a man that is resolved and hath his will fixed. Saith he, I will do my best to advantage myself. I will do my worst to hinder my enemies. I will not give out as long as I can stand. I will have it, or I will lose my life. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. I will not let thee go except thou bless me. I will. Oh, this blessed inflamed will for heaven. What is it like? If a man be willing, then any argument shall be matter of encouragement. But if unwilling, then any argument shall give discouragement. This is seen both in saints and sinners, in them that are the children of God, and also those that are the children of the devil. As, 1, the saints of old, they being willing and resolved for heaven, what could stop them? Could fire and faggot, sword or halter, stinking dungeons, whips, bears, bulls, lions, cruel rackings, stoning, starving, nakedness? And in all these things they were more than conquerors through him that loved them, who had also made them willing in the day of his power. 2. See again on the other side the children of the devil, because they are not willing, how many shifts and starting holes they will have. I've married a wife. I have a farm. I shall offend my landlord. I shall offend my master. I shall lose my trading. I shall lose my pride, my pleasures. I shall be mocked and scoffed. Therefore I dare not come. I, saith another, will stay till I'm older, till my children are out, till I am got a little aforehand in the world, till I have done this and that and the other business. But, alas, the thing is, they are not willing. For were they but soundly willing, these, and 1,000 such as these, would hold them no faster than the cords held Samson when he broke them like burnt flax. I tell you, the will is all. That is one of the chief things which turns the wheel either backwards or forwards, and God knoweth that full well, and so likewise doth the devil. and therefore they both endeavor very much to strengthen the will of their servants. God, he is for making of his a willing people to serve him, and the devil, he doth what he can to possess the will and affection of those that are his with love to sin. And therefore, when Christ comes close to the matter, indeed saith he, You will not come to me. How often would I have gathered you as a hen doth her chickens, but you would not. The devil had possessed their wills, and so long he was sure enough of them. Oh, therefore, cry hard to God to inflame thy will for heaven and Christ. Thy will, I say, if that be rightly set for heaven, thou wilt not be beat off with discouragements. And this was the reason that when Jacob wrestled with the angel, though he lost a limb, as it were, and the hollow of his thigh was put out of joint as he wrestled with him, yet saith he, I will not, mark, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. Get thy will tipped with the heavenly grace and resolution against all discouragements, and then thou goest full speed for heaven. But if thou falter in thy will, and be not found there, thou wilt run hobbling and halting all the way thou runnest, and also to be sure thou wilt fall short at last. The Lord give thee a will and courage. End of section 58. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 15th of November, 2023.
Section 59 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. The Supreme Court by Tristam, Burges, 1770 to 1853. The speech on the judiciary delivered by Tristam Burges soon after he entered Congress in 1825 attracted the immediate attention of the country. The greater genius of Webster had not then fully asserted itself, and there was a sort of interregnum between the New England orators of the Revolutionary epoch and those who were developed later on by the struggle over slavery. As a representative of the Federalists and Whigs, Burges was welcomed to the first rank of the orators and statesmen of his country, while his speech on the Judiciary Bill was classed as one of the greatest displays of eloquence ever made in the House of Representatives. He had already established a reputation for eloquence at the bar, and it is said that the power of his oratory was supreme over judges, juries, and spectators. His career in Congress was brief. After a single term, he retired to private life, but while representing Rhode Island in Washington, he made several addresses which greatly added to the fame he had won by his first. Among them was his reply to John Randolph, who loved to make New England the butt of his saturnine humor. He illustrated in his desire to go a mile out of his way to kick a sheep every time he thought of the demand for a high tariff on wool and woolens. Exasperated by Randolph's taunts, Burges closed his defense of New England with the celebrated period. Quote, Sir, divine providence takes care of his own universe. Moral monsters cannot propagate. Impotent of everything but malevolence of purpose, they can no otherwise multiply miseries than by blaspheming all that is pure and prosperous and happy. Could demon propagate demon, the earth might become a pandemonium. But I rejoice that the father of lies cannot become also a father of liars. One adversary of God and man is enough for one universe. Too much, oh, how too much for one nation. End quote. Born at Rochester, Massachusetts, February 26, 1770, Burgess was bred to his father's trade, that of a cooper. But having his mind stirred to activity by reading The Pilgrim's Progress and several other books which fell into his hands when he was young, he made a brave struggle for higher education, winning it by graduating from Rhode Island College, now Brown University, in 1793. After teaching school in Providence, Rhode Island, while educating himself for the bar, he began the practice of law in 1799, and through his eloquence won prominence so soon that in 1811 he was appointed Chief Justice of Rhode Island. He served also for a short time as professor of oratory and belles lettres in Brown University. After his retirement from Congress and until his death, October 13, 1853, he devoted his time chiefly to rural and literary occupations free from any participation in public affairs. The Supreme Court. From the speech delivered in the House of Representatives, December 1825. This bill proposes to increase the Supreme Court, originally 6, but now 7, by adding 3 new judges and making the whole number 10. Can this, sir, be constitutionally done? All supreme judicial power is now lodged in the Supreme Court. What judicial power have you, then, sir, to confer on your 3 new judges? Circuit court power you certainly have, for all inferior courts are within your control, but all the supreme judicial power is already vested, and no part of it can be taken away. The Supreme Court is a whole, in all its parts, its properties, extensions, its relations. Have you the power to alter it? How, then, can you add to it? Or is it that wonderful entity which addition to it does not increase, or which, multiplied any number of times by itself, would continue to be the same? We shall all acknowledge, sir, that Congress cannot require, by law, the President to select a judge of the Supreme Court from any particular district or part of the United States, but Congress can create a court inferior to the Supreme Court, and among the legal qualifications of the judge insert an inhabitancy or residence within his territorial jurisdiction. This may be the circuit court. If, sir, you then annex the office of such a circuit judge to that of a judge of the Supreme Court, you require by law the President to select a judge of the Supreme Court from a limited and designated district of the United States, that is to say, from the territorial jurisdiction of such circuit judge. The constitutional power of the Supreme Court is vested in the majority of that court. Whatever shall change this relative proportion to the whole number of the number creating that majority must change the vested power of that court, and must, for that reason, be unconstitutional. But 4, the majority of 6, is 2/3 of that court, whereas 6, the majority of 10, is less than 2/3 of that court. Making the number of judges 10 is therefore altering the power of the court, vested in 2/3 thereof, and giving it to a lesser proportionate number. It may, sir, be set down as a political axiom that when you shall have added so many judges to the original number of the Supreme Court as will make a majority or constitutional quorum of that court, the judicial article of the Constitution will have been expunged. Add your 3 new judges, it makes 10. This is 4 more than the original number. 6 is a constitutional quorum of 10, but 4 is a majority of that quorum, and may reverse all the decisions of the original court. All decisions of the Supreme Court on the Constitution, on treaties, and on laws not enacted by Congress are beyond the control of the national legislature. But if we can send into the Supreme Court an overruling majority whenever the united ambition of Congress and the executive may choose to do it, we place the Constitution and all treaties and all constitutions and laws of all the states in the power of 2 branches of the government, and thus erect ourselves into a complete tyranny, and that, too, as the advocates of the bill must contend, upon perfectly constitutional principles. Does the Constitution, sir, thus place the judiciary at the good will and pleasure of the other 2 branches of government? No, sir. The patriots who built and the people who consecrated that glorious fabric did not intend to devote their temple to the polluted oblations of legislative ambition or the unhallowed rites of executive subserviency. The wisdom of legislation, sir, should look to the durability of her works. How long, sir, will the judiciary, as amended by the provisions of the bill, continue to subserve and satisfy the wants of the country? Some of its advocates say 20, some 50, and some 100 years. Yes, sir, those gentlemen who have, with all the force of facts and all the resistless conclusions of reason, pressed on this House the unparalleled growth of Western wealth and Western population, do say that new states will not, in less than 100 years, have been added to this Union in such a number as to require even 1 additional judicial circuit. Have they duly considered the various expansive principles of production and population in this country? A prescient policy should look to the future under the lights of the past. In twice that period, a few scattered families have augmented to more than 10 millions of people, covering 847,118 square miles of territory, arranged into 24 United States and requiring 10 judicial circuits. Through this whole course, the people and the country seem to have multiplied and extended in nearly a geometrical ratio. 10 millions of peoples not quite 5 years ago, 5 millions of couples for heads of families, and at this moment not less than 2,500,000 of the whole number placed in that relation. Ordinary calculation may, under ordinary prosperity, expect to find in each family 8 children. This will, in less than 20 years, give to our population 20 additional millions of people. Will not new states arise? Already, sir, you have 3 new territories. Florida is spreading her population down to the very margins of her waters and enriching her cultivation from the cane-bearing isles of the West. Arkansas is looking up the channel of her long rivers towards the mountains of Mexico, and will soon become rich, populous, and highly cultivated. The tide of migration is setting up the Grand Canal towards Michigan, and that peninsula will, in a short period, be located and peopled from lake to lake. These 3, sir, in less than 5 years, with due courtesy and fair cause for admission, will knock at your door and propose to sit down in the family circle of political union. This is not all, sir. Population is traveling up the latitude, across your Northwest Territory, towards the great Caspian of our continent, and when they shall have heard of your ships on the waters of the Oregon, and of your colonies along the rich valley of that river, as from the able reports of the gentleman from Massachusetts, whose mind is capacious of such things, we may predict they will very soon hear. These people will then, sir, with the rapidity of a deep sea lead, thrown from the chains of a 74, plunge down the longitude to meet and to mingle with their countrymen on the waters of the Pacific. 20 years, sir. Are we told the system of the bill will accommodate and satisfy the judicial wants of this country for 20 years? In 20 years you will have 10 new states and 30 millions of people. Why, sir, in such a country, such a sun-bright region of hill and vale, mountain and moor, river, plain, lake, and all of boundless fertility, where population is busy on land and on ocean, where from the plow, the loom, and the soil are continually drawn the materials of food, clothing, habitation, where the human arteries swell and pulsate with teeming existence, where the human bosom heaves and palpitates with the fostering current of incipient life, what calculation will you make? What calculation can you make approximating in any reasonable degree toward reality? What, then, sir, the advocates of the system of the bill may ask, what shall be done? The opposers of it are prepared for the interrogatory. Adopt the system recommended by the resolution. Restore the Constitution. Trace out and fill up the great judiciary map of 1789. Revise and correct and establish the constitutional lines of the law of 1801. We are told, sir, by the gentleman from Illinois, that the experience of a single year overthrew that system. Was, then, the system of 1801 overthrown by experience? As well might the honorable gentleman tell us that bricks and granite and marble are improper materials for houses and palaces and temples, because experience has taught us that, at some times and in some places, earthquakes have overthrown and demolished such buildings. It was, says the honorable gentleman from Massachusetts, chairman of the Judiciary Committee, repealed in 1 year in toto. Was it because that, or the law on which it was founded, was enacted in the hurried session of the summer of 1789? Because it was built on false analogies or contained awkward provisions? That session, sir, was begun on the 4th of March, and ended on the 24th of September. In this session, of somewhat more than 6 months, those illustrious men enacted 27 laws and passed 3 resolutions. Was this hurried legislation? Why, sir, many a Congress since that period, putting no extraordinary vigor or hasty effort to the work, has in less time sent into the world a legislative progeny of from 200 to 300 laws, great and little. What have we now, sir, valuable or of probable durability, and which was not produced by that Congress at that session? The fiscal, the foreign, the war, the naval, and the judicial departments were then and by those men founded, erected, and finished. These great national edifices have stood, and I trust will continue to stand, for when the vandalism of faction shall demolish them, we shall cease to be a nation. Later times, it is true, have added now and then a piece of tiling or a patch of paint, and the nation has put itself to costs upon the interior garniture of them, the drapery, and other various ornament and accommodation. But otherwise these valuable edifices are as old, as unaltered, and quite as venerable as the Constitution itself. Awkward provisions and false analogies, do we call any part of the Judiciary Act of that session? It was, sir, indicted by the Ellsworth and Hamiltons of those times, men whose political little finger was larger than the loins of politicians in these degenerate days. Why, sir, do not men who know tell us boldly for what cause the judiciary law of 1801 was repealed? Men of candor, and I trust, sir, such men are in great numbers here, will all agree that party overthrew that system. Why disguise it? Those unhappy days are past, and we are indeed now all brothers of the same principle. What was not demolished in those inconsiderate times? The National Bank, the Army, the Navy, fortifications, almost all that told the understanding or the eye that we are one, tumbled into ruins in the shock of that tremendous political earthquake. Coming years brought better feelings and sounder reasonings, and men have profited by their experience and re-edified all that was most valuable: the bank, the army, the navy, the system of fortifications, and we are again a nation. Our fortresses on the ocean and on the land look out from many 100 iron eyes, ready with indignation to blaze annoyance and destruction against hostile approach. Why, sir, do you not follow this enlightened experience in your judiciary? The very Turk or Tartar, though he demolish the palace and temple of classical antiquity, yet will he draw from the ruins materials for his stable and his seraglio. He who does not profit by that of others stands in the next rank of fatuity to him who is a fool in spite of his own experience. End of section 59.
Section 60 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2, Opening the Charge of Bribery against Hastings, Part 1, by Edmund Burke. Edmund Burke, 1729 to 1797. Edmund Burke has been called the Shakespeare of English orators, and certainly no one else so well deserves the title. His mind never acknowledges limitation. His thoughts are multitudinous, succeeding each other, flowing into each other, impelling each other with that ever-changing unity which, when seen in the waves of the sea, with the sun shining upon it, at once delights and dazzles. Possessed, says Brougham, of most extensive knowledge and of learning of the most various description, acquainted alike with what different classes of men knew, each in his own province, and with much that hardly any one else ever thought of learning. He could either bring his masses of information to bear directly upon the subjects to which they severally belonged, or he could avail himself of them generally to strengthen his faculties and enlarge his views, or he could turn any portion of them to account for the purpose of enlarging his theme and enriching his diction. Hence, when he is handling any one matter, we perceive that we are conversing with a reasoner or a teacher to whom almost every other branch of knowledge is familiar. His views range over all cognate subjects. His reasonings are derived from principles applicable to other matters, as well as to the one in hand. Arguments pour in from all sides, as well as those which start up under our feet, the natural growth of the path he is leading us, while to throw light round our steps and either explore its darker places or serve for our recreation, illustrations are fetched from 1,000 quarters, and an imagination marvellously quick to descry unthought-of resemblances pours forth the stores which a lore yet more marvellous has gathered from all ages and nations and arts and tongues. That this tribute of one great orator to the powers of a greater is not exaggerated, we know from the effects often produced by Burke upon his audiences. In the Hastings trial, writes Dr. Matthews, it is said that when Burke, with an imagination almost as oriental as the scenes he depicted, described, in words that will live as long as the English language, the cruelties inflicted upon the natives of India by Debbie Singh, one of Hastings's agents, a convulsive shudder ran through the whole assembly. Indignation and rage filled the breasts of his hearers. Some of the ladies swooned away, and Hastings himself, though he had protested his innocence, was utterly overwhelmed. For half an hour, he said afterwards in describing the scene, I looked on the orator in a reverie of wonder, and actually thought myself the most culpable man on earth. That the ability to produce this profound impression on others was not merely intellectual but constitutional with Burke, we know from his defense of himself when his reflections on the French Revolution alienated many who had been his friends. among them Philip Francis, who, seeing the proof sheets of the work, tried to dissuade Burke from publishing it. Speaking of Marie Antoinette, Burke had written the memorable comparison, and surely never lighted on this orb, which she hardly seemed to touch, a more delightful vision. I saw her just above the horizon, decorating and cheering the elevated sphere she had just begun to move in, glittering like the morning star, full of life and splendor and joy. When Francis called this a piece of foppery, asking Burke if Marie Antoinette were not a jade, a mere Messalina, Burke replied indignantly, "I know nothing of your Messalinas. Am I obliged to prove judicially the virtues of those I see suffering every kind of wrong? I tell you again that the recollection of the manner in which I saw the Queen of France in 1774, and the contrast between that brilliancy, splendor, and beauty with the prostrate homage of a nation to her, and the abominable scene of 1789, which I was describing, did draw tears from me and wetted the paper. Those tears came again into my eyes almost as often as I looked at the description. They may again. You do not believe this fact, nor that these are my real feelings, but that the whole is affected, or, as you express it, downright foppery. My friend, I tell you it is truth, and that it is true and will be true when you and I are no more, and will exist as long as men with their natural feelings shall exist. Undoubtedly it was this deep emotional earnestness which gave Burke's magnificent intellect its effectiveness. We can see what this effectiveness means and how completely it depends on his sympathies when we undertake to read those speeches where, without being keyed up to his highest nervous possibilities, he is using his intellect merely. Such passages are frequent in his speeches. Often when he is reasoning well and consecutively, they are prosy, and sometimes when he is relaxed after the strain of intellectual and emotional exaltation, they are dull. Reading them and searching for the secret of the power which has gone out from them and left them thus lifeless, we see that it is the same which controlled Burke when he wetted his paper with tears for Marie Antoinette. No man who attains the sublime as often as he did can keep his position of costly eminence, and in his reactions he must pay the price for it Burke paid in acquiring habits through which he won the ability to make the most wonderful speeches ever made in England, and joined with it a more extraordinary faculty for emptying benches under the sound of his voice than any other great orator had ever demonstrated. This seems largely due to his very greatness. His own intellectual strength made him forget the intellectual weaknesses of others. Standing unwearied before people of ordinary minds, pouring out not one oration, a perfect whole, but one after another, each dealing with some thought which, for the time, mastered him, each with its own perfection of art, its own rapid development of thought, he could not carry his audience with him because he alone had the intellectual strength to keep the thread of the argument so as to be able to join the splendid parts into an intelligible and concordant whole. His speeches at the trial of Hastings are as Homeric in quantity as in quality. Few will even attempt to keep the connection from their beginning to the end. But no one could be so obtuse as to miss the point of the fiery periods in which his immortal indignation blazed out against Hastings and conquest as a commercial method, when he came to describe the atrocities of Debbie Singh. Burke was born in Dublin, January 12, 1729 New Style, the second of the 15 children of an Irish attorney, most of whom were delicate and died young. Burke himself was never strong, and the great results he achieved were in spite of physical weakness. His education, which received its greatest impetus at Trinity College, Dublin, never ceased during his lifetime. He seems to have had one of those peculiar minds which retain in mature life the childish ability to learn easily, the puerile habit, so soon lost and with most never regained, of welcoming information regardless of the quarter it comes from. Burke's biography is the history of the most important period in modern politics. It would be presumption to attempt it here. It is enough to add that when he died, July 9, 1797, he left a world which his genius and his sympathy for the suffering he saw everywhere around him had made more fit for his successor. When he comes to pay with his own emotion the price of sympathy every great mind feels as the secret of its ability to champion the weak and to win the battles of helplessness against power. But his successor has not yet come, nor do those who would welcome him most expect him soon. William Vincent Byers. As the most nearly adequate introduction possible for Burke's unapproachable oration of February 18th and 19th, 1788, opening the charge of bribery against Hastings, Macaulay's description of the trial is subjoined. The Trial of Warren Hastings. From Macaulay's Essay on Warren Hastings, Edinburgh Review, October 1841. There have been spectacles more dazzling to the eye, more gorgeous with jewelry and cloth of gold, more attractive to grown-up children than that which was exhibited at Westminster. But perhaps there never was a spectacle so well calculated to strike a highly cultivated, a reflecting, an imaginative mind. All the various kinds of interest which belong to the near and to the distant, to the present and to the past, were collected on one spot and in 1 hour. All the talents and all the accomplishments which are developed by liberty and civilization were now displayed, with every advantage that could be derived both from cooperation and from contrast. Every step in the proceedings carried the mind either backward through many troubled centuries to the days when the foundations of the Constitution were laid, or far away over boundless seas and deserts to dusky nations living under strange stars, worshipping strange gods, and writing strange characters from right to left. The High Court of Parliament was to sit, according to forms handed down from the days of the Plantagenets, on an Englishman accused of exercising tyranny over the lord of the holy city of Benares and the ladies of the princely house of Oude. The place was worthy of such a trial. It was the great hall of William Rufus, the hall which had resounded with acclamations at the inauguration of 30 kings, the hall which had witnessed the just sentence of Bacon and the just absolution of Somers, the hall where the eloquence of Strafford had for a moment awed and melted a victorious party inflamed with just resentment, the hall where Charles had confronted the High Court of Justice with the placid courage which has half redeemed his fame. Neither military nor civil pomp was wanting. The avenues were lined with grenadiers. The streets were kept clear by cavalry. The peers, robed in gold and ermine, were marshalled by the heralds under Garter King at arms. The judges, in their vestments of state, attended to give advice on points of law. Nearly 170 lords, 3/4 of the upper house as the upper house then was, walked in solemn order from their usual place of assembling to the tribunal. The junior baron present led the way, Lord Heathfield, recently ennobled for his memorable defence of Gibraltar against the fleets and armies of France and Spain. The long procession was closed by the Duke of Norfolk, Earl Marshal of the realm, by the great dignitaries, and by the brothers and sons of the king. Last of all came the Prince of Wales, conspicuous by his fine person and noble bearing. The grey old walls were hung with scarlet. The long galleries were crowded by such an audience as had rarely excited the fears or the emulation of an orator. There were gathered together, from all parts of a great, free, enlightened, and prosperous realm, grace and female loveliness, wit and learning, the representatives of every science and of every art. There were seated around the Queen the fair-haired young daughters of the House of Brunswick. There the ambassadors of great kings and commonwealths gazed with admiration on a spectacle which no other country in the world could present. There Siddons, in the prime of her majestic beauty, looked with emotion on a scene surpassing all the imitations of the stage. There the historian of the Roman Empire thought of the days when Cicero pleaded the cause of Sicily against Verus, and when, before a senate which had still some show of freedom, Tacitus thundered against the oppressor of Africa. There were seen, side by side, the greatest painter and the greatest scholar of the age. The spectacle had allured Reynolds from that easel which has preserved to us the thoughtful foreheads of so many writers and statesmen and the sweet smiles of so many noble matrons. It had induced Parr to suspend his labors in that dark and profound mine from which he had extracted a vast treasure of erudition, a treasure too often buried in the earth, too often paraded with injudicious and inelegant ostentation, but still precious, massive, and splendid. There appeared the voluptuous charms of her to whom the heir of the throne had in secret plighted his faith. There, too, was she, the beautiful mother of a beautiful race, the Saint Cecilia, whose delicate features, lighted up by love and music, art has rescued from the common decay. There were the members of that brilliant society which quoted, criticized, and exchanged repartees under the rich peacock hangings of Mrs. Montague. And here the ladies, whose lips, more persuasive than those of Fox himself, had carried the Westminster election against palace and treasury, shone round Georgiana, Duchess of Devonshire. The sergeants made proclamation. Hastings advanced to the bar and bent his knee. The culprit was indeed not unworthy of that great presence. He had ruled an extensive and populous country, had made laws and treaties, had sent forth armies, had set up and pulled down princes. And in his high place he had so borne himself that all had feared him, that most had loved him, and that hatred itself could deny him no title to glory except virtue. He looked like a great man and not like a bad man. A person small and emaciated, yet deriving dignity from a carriage which, while it indicated deference to the court, indicated also habitual self-possession and self-respect. A high and intellectual forehead, a brow pensive but not gloomy, a mouth of inflexible decision, a face pale and worn but serene, on which was written, as legibly as under the great picture in the council chamber at Calcutta, Mens aequa in arduis. Such was the aspect with which the great proconsul presented himself to the judges. His council accompanied him, men all of whom were afterwards raised by their talents and learning to the highest posts in their profession. The bold and strong-minded Law, afterwards Chief Justice of the King's Bench, the more humane and eloquent Dallas, afterwards Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, and Plumer, who nearly 20 years later successfully conducted in the same High Court the defence of Lord Melville, and subsequently became Vice-Chancellor and Master of the Rolls. But neither the culprit nor his advocates attracted so much notice as the accusers. In the midst of the blaze of red drapery, a space had been fitted up with green benches and tables for the Commons. The managers, with Burke at their head, appeared in full dress. The collectors of gossip did not fail to remark that even Fox, generally so regardless of his appearance, had paid to the illustrious tribunal the compliment of wearing a bag and sword. Pitt had refused to be one of the conductors of the impeachment, and his commanding, copious, and sonorous eloquence was wanting to that great muster of various talents. Age and blindness had unfitted Lord North for the duties of a public prosecutor, and his friends were left without the help of his excellent sense, his tact, and his urbanity. But in spite of the absence of these two distinguished members of the lower house, the box in which the managers stood contained an array of speakers such as perhaps had not appeared together since the great age of Athenian eloquence. There stood Fox and Sheridan, the English Demosthenes and the English Hyperides. There was Burke, ignorant indeed or negligent of the art of adapting his reasonings and his style to the capacity and taste of his hearers, but in aptitude of comprehension and richness of imagination superior to every orator, ancient or modern. There, with eyes reverentially fixed on Burke, appeared the finest gentleman of the age, his form developed by every manly exercise, his face beaming with intelligence and spirit, the ingenious, the chivalrous, the high-souled Wyndham. Nor, though surrounded by such men, did the youngest manager pass unnoticed. At an age when most of those who distinguish themselves in life are still contending for prizes and fellowships at college, he had won for himself a conspicuous place in Parliament. No advantage of fortune or connection was wanting that could set off to the height his splendid talents and his unblemished honor. At 23 he had been thought worthy to be ranked with the veteran statesmen who appeared as the delegates of the British Commons at the bar of the British nobility. All who stood at that bar, save him alone, are gone, culprit, advocates, accusers. To the generation which is now in the vigor of life, he is the sole representative of a great age which has passed away. But those who, within the last 10 years, have listened with delight till the morning sun shone on the tapestries of the House of Lords, to the lofty and animated eloquence of Charles Earl Grey, are able to form some estimate of the powers of a race of men among whom he was not the foremost. The charges and the answers of Hastings were first read. This ceremony occupied 2 whole days, and was rendered less tedious than it would otherwise have been by the silver voice and just emphasis of Cowper, the clerk of the court, a near relation of the amiable poet. On the 3rd day Burke rose. 4 sittings of the court were occupied by his opening speech, which was intended to be a general introduction to all the charges. With an exuberance of thought and a splendor of diction which more than satisfied the highly raised expectation of the audience, he described the character and institutions of the natives of India, recounted the circumstances in which the Asiatic Empire of Britain had originated, and set forth the constitution of the company and of the English presidencies. Having thus attempted to communicate to his hearers an idea of Eastern society as vivid as that which existed in his own mind, he proceeded to arraign the administration of Hastings as systematically conducted in defiance of morality and public law. The energy and pathos of the great orator extorted expressions of unwonted admiration even from the stern and hostile chancellor, and for a moment seemed to pierce even the resolute heart of the defendant. The ladies in the galleries, unaccustomed to such displays of eloquence, excited by the solemnity of the occasion, and perhaps not unwilling to display their taste and sensibility, were in a state of uncontrollable emotion. Handkerchiefs were pulled out, smelling bottles were handed round. Hysterical sobs and screams were heard, and Mrs. Sheridan was carried out in a fit. At length the orator concluded. Raising his voice till the old arches of Irish oak resounded, "Therefore," said he, "hath it with all confidence been ordered by the Commons of Great Britain that I impeach Warren Hastings of high crimes and misdemeanors. I impeach him in the name of the Commons House of Parliament, whose trust he has betrayed. I impeach him in the name of the English nation, whose ancient honor he has sullied. I impeach him in the name of the people of India, whose rights he has trodden under foot, and whose country he has turned into a desert. Lastly, in the name of human nature itself, in the name of both sexes, in the name of every age, in the name of every rank, I impeach the common enemy and oppressor of all." When the deep murmur of various emotions had subsided, Mr. Fox rose to address the Lords respecting the course of proceedings to be followed. The wish of the accuser was that the court would bring to a close the investigation of the first charge before the second was opened. The wish of Hastings and his council was that the managers should open all the charges and produce all the evidence for the prosecution before the defense began. The lords retired to their own house to consider the question. The Chancellor took the side of Hastings. Lord Loughborough, who was now in opposition, supported the demand of the managers. The division showed which way the inclination of the tribunal leaned. A majority of nearly 3-1 decided in favor of the course for which Hastings contended. When the court sat again, Mr. Fox, assisted by Mr. Grey, opened the charge respecting Chait Singh, and several days were spent in reading papers and hearing witnesses. The next article was that relating to the princesses of Oude. The conduct of this part of the case was entrusted to Sheridan. The curiosity of the public to hear him was unbounded. The sparkling and highly finished declamation lasted 2 days, but the hall was crowded to suffocation during the whole time. It was said that 50 guineas had been paid for a single ticket. Sheridan, when he concluded, contrived, with a knowledge of stage effect which his father might have envied, to sink back, as if exhausted, into the arms of Burke, who hugged him with the energy of generous admiration. June was now far advanced. The session could not last much longer, and the progress which had been made in the impeachment was not very satisfactory. There were 20 charges. On 2 only of these had even the case for the prosecution been heard, and it was now a year since Hastings had been admitted to bail. The interest taken by the public in the trial was great when the court began to sit, and rose to the height when Sheridan spoke on the charges relating to the Begums. From that time the excitement went down fast. The spectacle had lost the attraction of novelty. The great displays of rhetoric were over. What was behind was not of a nature to entice men of letters from their books in the morning, or to tempt ladies who had left the masquerade at 2 to be out of bed before 8. There remained examinations and cross-examinations. There remained statements of accounts. There remained the reading of papers filled with words unintelligible to English ears, with lakhs and crores, zamindars and amils, sunnads and perwanas, jagnires and nuzzars. There remained bickerings, not always carried on with the best taste or with the best temper, between the managers of the impeachment and the counsel for the defense, particularly between Mr. Burke and Mr. Law. There remained the endless marches and countermarches of the peers between their house and the hall, for as often as a point of law was to be discussed, their lordships retired to discuss it apart, and the consequence was, as the late Lord Stanhope wittily said, that the judges walked and the trial stood still. It is to be added that in the spring of 1788, when the trial commenced, no important question, either of domestic or foreign policy, excited the public mind. The proceeding in Westminster Hall, therefore, naturally excited most of the attention of Parliament and of the public. It was the one great event of that season. But in the following year, the King's illness, the debates on the Regency, the expectation of a change of ministry, completely diverted public attention from Indian affairs, and within a fortnight after George III had returned thanks in St. Paul's for his recovery, the States General of France met at Versailles. In the midst of the agitation produced by those events, the impeachment was for a time almost forgotten. End of section 60. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in December of 2023. Section 61 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. Opening the Charge of Bribery against Hastings, Part 2, by Edmund Burke. Speech of Burke on the impeachment of Warren Hastings, opening the charge of bribery, February 18th and 19th, 1788. My Lords, the gentlemen who are appointed by the Commons to manage this prosecution have directed me to inform your lordships that they have very carefully and attentively weighed the magnitude of the subject which they bring before you, with the time which the nature and circumstances of affairs allows for their conducting it. My lords, on that comparison they are very apprehensive that, if I should go very largely into a preliminary explanation of the several matters in charge, it might be to the prejudice of an early trial of the substantial merits of each article. We have weighed and considered this maturely. We have compared exactly the time with the matter, and we have found that we are obliged to do, as all men must do who would manage their affairs practicably, to make our opinion of what might be most advantageous to the business conform to the time that is left to perform it in. We must, as all men must, submit affairs to time, and not think of making time conform to our wishes. And therefore, my lords, I very willingly fall in with the inclinations of the gentlemen with whom I have the honor to act, to come as soon as possible to close fighting, and to grapple immediately and directly with the corruptions of India, to bring before your lordships the direct articles, to apply the evidence to the articles, and to bring the matter forward for your lordships' decision in that matter which the confidence we have in the justice of our cause demands from the Commons of Great Britain. My lords, these are the opinions of those with whom I have the honor to act, and in their opinions I readily acquiesce, for I am far from wishing to waste any of your lordships' time upon any matter merely through any opinion I have of the nature of the business, when at the same time I find that in the opinion of others it might militate against the production of its full, proper, and, if I may so say, its immediate effect. It was my design to class the crimes of the late governor of Bengal, to show their mutual bearings, how they were mutually aided, and grew and were formed out of each other. I proposed first of all to show your lordships that they have their root in that which is the origin of all evil, avarice and rapacity, to show how that led to prodigality of the public money, and how prodigality of the public money, by wasting the treasures of the East India Company, furnished an excuse to the Governor-General to break its faith, to violate all its most solemn engagements, and to fall with a hand of stern, ferocious, and unrelenting rapacity upon all the allies and dependencies of the company. But I shall be obliged in some measure to abridge this plan, and as your lordships already possess, from what I had the honor to state on Saturday, a general view of this matter, you will be in a condition to pursue it when the several articles are presented. My lords, I have to state today the root of all these misdemeanors, namely, the pecuniary corruption and avarice which gave rise and primary motion to all the rest of the delinquencies charged to be committed by the Governor-General. My lords, pecuniary corruption forms not only, as your lordships will observe in the charges before you, an article of charge by itself, but likewise so intermixes with the whole, that it is necessary to give, in the best manner I am able, a history of that corrupt system which brought on all the subsequent acts of corruption. I will venture to say there is no one act in which tyranny, malice, cruelty, and oppression can be charged that does not at the same time carry evident marks of pecuniary corruption. I stated to your lordships, on Saturday last, the principles upon which Mr. Hastings governed his conduct in India, and upon which he grounds his defense. These may all be reduced to one short word arbitrary power. My lords, if Mr. Hastings had contended, as other men have often done, that the system of government which he patronizes, and on which he acted, was a system tending on the whole to the blessing and benefit of mankind, possibly something might be said for him for setting up so wild, absurd, irrational, and wicked a system. Something might be said to qualify the act from the intention, but it is singular in this man that, at the time he tells you he acted on the principles of arbitrary power, he takes care to inform you that he was not blind to the consequences. Mr. Hastings foresaw that the consequence of this system was corruption. An arbitrary system, indeed, must always be a corrupt one. My lords, there never was a man who thought he had no law but his own will, who did not soon find that he had no end but his own profit. Corruption and arbitrary power are of natural unequivocal generation, necessarily producing one another. Mr. Hastings foresees the abusive and corrupt consequences, and then he justifies his conduct upon the necessities of that system. These are things which are new in the world, for there never was a man, I believe, who contended for arbitrary power, and there have been persons wicked and foolish enough to contend for it, who did not pretend either that the system was good in itself, or that by his conduct he had mitigated or had purified it, and that the poison by passing through his constitution had acquired salutary properties. But if you look at his defense before the House of Commons, you will see that that very system upon which he governed, and under which he now justifies his actions, did appear to himself a system pregnant with 1,000 evils and 1,000 mischiefs. The next thing that is remarkable and singular in the principles upon which the Governor-General acted is that when he is engaged in a vicious system which clearly leads to evil consequences, he thinks himself bound to realize all the evil consequences involved in that system. All other men have taken a directly contrary course. They have said, I have been engaged in an evil system that led indeed to mischievous consequences, but I have taken care by my own virtues to prevent the evils of the system under which I acted. We say then, not only that he governed arbitrarily, but corruptly, that is to say, that he was a giver and receiver of bribes, and formed a system for the purpose of giving and receiving them. We wish your lordships distinctly to consider that he did not only give and receive bribes accidentally as it happened, without any system and design, merely as the opportunity or momentary temptation of profit urged him to it, but that he has formed plans and systems of government for the very purpose of accumulating bribes and presents to himself. This system of Mr. Hastings's government is such a one, I believe, as the British nation in particular will disown, for I will venture to say that if there is any one thing which distinguishes this nation eminently above another, it is that in its offices at home, both judicial and in the state, there is less suspicion of pecuniary corruption attaching to them than to any similar offices in any part of the globe, or that have existed at any time, so that he who would set up a system of corruption and attempt to justify it upon the principle of utility, that man is staining not only the nature and character of office, but that which is the peculiar glory of the official and judicial character of this country. And therefore in this house, which is eminently the guardian of the purity of all the offices of this kingdom, he ought to be called eminently and peculiarly to account. There are many things undoubtedly in crimes which make them frightful and odious, but bribery, filthy hands, a chief governor of a great empire receiving bribes from poor, miserable, indigent people, this is what makes government itself base, contemptible, and odious in the eyes of mankind. My lords, it is certain that even tyranny itself may find some specious color, and appear as a more severe and rigid execution of justice. Religious persecution may shield itself under the guise of a mistaken and overzealous piety. Conquest may cover its baldness with its own laurels, and the ambition of the conqueror may be hid in the secrets of his own heart under a veil of benevolence, and make him imagine he is bringing temporary desolation upon a country only to promote its ultimate advantage and his own glory. But in the principles of that governor who makes nothing but money his object, there can be nothing of this. There are here none of those specious delusions that look like virtues, to veil either the governed or the governor. If you look at Mr. Hastings's merits, as he calls them, what are they? Did he improve the internal state of the government by great reforms? No such thing. Or by a wise and incorrupt administration of justice? No. Has he enlarged the boundary of our government? No, there are but two strong proofs of his lessening it. But his pretensions to merit are that he squeezed more money out of the inhabitants of the country than other persons could have done. Money got by oppression, violence, extortion from the poor, or the heavy hand of power upon the rich and great. These are his merits. What we charge as his demerits are all of the same nature, for though there is undoubtedly oppression, breach of faith, cruelty, perfidy charged upon him, yet the great ruling principle of the whole, and that from which you can never have an act free, is money. It is the vice of base avarice, which never is, nor ever appears even to the prejudices of mankind to be anything like a virtue. Our desire of acquiring sovereignty in India undoubtedly originated first in ideas of safety and necessity. Its next step was a step of ambition. That ambition, as generally happens in conquest, was followed by gains of money, but afterwards there was no mixture at all. It was, during Mr. Hastings's time, altogether a business of money. If he has extirpated a nation, I will not say whether properly or improperly, it is because, says he, you have all the benefit of conquest without expense. You have got a large sum of money from the people, and you may leave them to be governed by whom and as they will. This is directly contrary to the principles of conquerors. If he has at any time taken any money from the dependencies of the company, he does not pretend that it was obtained from their zeal and affection to our cause, or that he made their submission more complete. Very far from it. He says they ought to be independent, and all that you have to do is to squeeze money from them. In short, money is the beginning, the middle, and the end of every kind of act done by Mr. Hastings, pretendedly for the company, but really for himself. Having said so much about the origin, the first principle both of that which he makes his merit, and which we charge as his demerit, the next step is that I should lay open to your lordships, as clearly as I can, what the sense of his employers, the East India Company, and what the sense of the legislature itself has been upon those merits and demerits of money. My lords, the company, knowing that these money transactions were likely to subvert that empire which was first established upon them, did, in the year 1765, send out a body of the strongest and most solemn covenants to their servants, that they should take no presents from the country powers under any name or description, except those things which were publicly and openly taken for the use of the company. namely, territories or sums of money which might be obtained by treaty. They distinguished such presents as were taken from any persons privately and unknown to them, and without their authority, from subsidies, and that this is the true nature and construction of their order, I shall contend and explain afterwards to your lordships. They have said nothing shall be taken for their private use, for though in that and in every state there may be subsidiary treaties by which sums of money may be received, yet they forbid their servants, their governors, whatever application they might pretend to make of them, to receive, under any other name or pretense, more than a certain marked simple sum of money, and this not without the consent and permission of the presidency to which they belong. This is the substance, the principle, and the spirit of the covenants, and will show your lordships how radicated an evil this of bribery and presents was judged to be. When these covenants arrived in India, the servants refused at first to execute them, and suspended the execution of them till they had enriched themselves with presents. 11 months elapsed, and it was not till Lord Clive reached the place of his destination that the covenants were executed, and they were not executed then without some degree of force. Soon afterwards the treaty was made with the country powers, by which Suja ul Dawla was re-established in the province of Oudh, and paid a sum of 500,000 pounds to the company for it. It was a public payment, and there was not a suspicion that a single shilling of private emolument attended it. But whether Mr. Hastings had the example of others or not, their example could not justify his briberies. He was sent there to put an end to all those examples. The company did expressly vest him with that power. They declared at that time that the whole of their service was totally corrupted by bribes and presents, and by extravagance and luxury which partly gave rise to them. And these in their turn enabled them to pursue those excesses. They not only reposed trust in the integrity of Mr. Hastings, but reposed trust in his remarkable frugality and order in his affairs, which they considered as things that distinguished his character. But in his defense we have him in quite another character, no longer the frugal, attentive servant bred to business, bred to bookkeeping, as all the company's servants are. He now knows nothing of his own affairs, knows not whether he is rich or poor, knows not what he has in the world. Nay, people are brought forward to say that they know better than he does what his affairs are. He is not like a careful man bred in a counting house, and by the directors put into an office of the highest trust on account of the regularity of his affairs. He is like one buried in the contemplation of the stars, and knows nothing of the things in this world. It was then on account of an idea of his great integrity that the company put him into this situation. Since that he has thought proper to justify himself, not by clearing himself of receiving bribes, but by saying that no bad consequences resulted from it, and that, if any such evil consequences did arise from it, they arose rather from his inattention to money than from his desire of acquiring it. I have stated to your lordships the nature of the covenants which the East India Company sent out. Afterwards, when they found their servants had refused to execute these covenants, they not only very severely reprehended even a moment's delay in their execution, and threatened the exacting and the most strict and rigorous performance of them, but they sent a commission to enforce the observance of them more strongly. And that commission had it specially in charge never to receive presents. They never sent out a person to India without recognizing the grievance, and without ordering that presents should not be received, as the main fundamental part of their duty, and upon which all the rest depended, as it certainly must. For persons at the head of government should not encourage that by example which they ought by precept, authority, and force to restrain in all below them. That commission failing, another commission was preparing to be sent out with the same instructions, when an act of Parliament took it up, and that act, which gave Mr. Hastings power, did mould in the very first stamina of his power this principle, in words the most clear and forcible that an act of Parliament could possibly devise upon the subject. And that act was made not only upon a general knowledge of the grievance, but your lordships will see in the reports of that time that Parliament had directly in view before them the whole of that monstrous head of corruption under the name of presents, and all the monstrous consequences that followed it. Now, my lords, every office of trust in its very nature forbids the receipt of bribes. But Mr. Hastings was forbidden it, first by his official situation, next by covenant, and lastly by act of Parliament, that is to say, by all the things that bind mankind, or that can bind them. First, moral obligation inherent in the duty of their office, next, the positive injunctions of the legislature of the country, and lastly, a man's own private, particular, voluntary act and covenant. These three, the great and only obligations that bind mankind, all united in the focus of this single point, that they should take no presents. I am to mark to your lordships that this law and this covenant did consider indirect ways of taking presents, taking them by others and such like, directly in the very same light as they considered taking them by themselves. It is perhaps a much more dangerous way, because it adds to the crime a false, prevaricating mode of concealing it, and makes it much more mischievous by admitting others into the participation of it. Mr. Hastings has said, and it is one of the general complaints of Mr. Hastings, that he is made answerable for the acts of other men. It is a thing inherent in the nature of his situation. All those who enjoy a great superintending trust, which is to regulate the whole affairs of an empire, are responsible for the acts and conduct of other men, so far as they had anything to do with appointing them, or holding them in their places, or having any sort of inspection into their conduct. But when a governor presumes to remove from their situations those persons whom the public authority and sanction of the company have appointed, and obtrudes upon them by violence other persons superseding the orders of his masters, he becomes doubly responsible for their conduct. If the persons he names should be of notorious evil character and evil principles, and if this should be perfectly known to himself, and of public notoriety to the rest of the world, then another strong responsibility attaches on him for the acts of those persons. Governors, we know very well, cannot with their own hands be continually receiving bribes, for then they must have as many hands as one of the idols in an Indian temple in order to receive all the bribes which a governor-general may receive. But they have them vicariously. As there are many offices, so he has had various officers for receiving and distributing his bribes. He has had a great many, some white and some black agents. The white men are loose and licentious. They are apt to have resentments, and to be bold in revenging them. The black men are very secret and mysterious. They are not apt to have very quick resentments. They have not the same liberty and boldness of language which characterize Europeans, and they have fears too for themselves, which makes it more likely that they will conceal anything committed to them by Europeans. Therefore, Mr. Hastings had his black agents, not 1, 2, 3, but many, disseminated through the country. No two of them hardly appear to be in the secret of any one bribe. He has had likewise his white agents. They were necessary, a Mr. Larkins and a Mr. Crofts. Mr. Crofts was sub-treasurer, and Mr. Larkins accountant general. These were the last persons of all others that should have had anything to do with bribes, yet these were some of his agents in bribery. There are few instances in comparison of the whole number of bribes, but there are some where two men are in the secret of the same bribe. Nay, it appears that there was one bribe divided into different payments at different times, that one part was committed to one black secretary, another part to another black secretary, so that it is almost impossible to make up a complete body of all his bribery. You may find the scattered limbs, some here and others there, and while you are employed in picking them up, he may escape entirely in a prosecution for the whole. The first act of his government in Bengal was the most bold and extraordinary that I believe ever entered into the head of any man, I will say of any tyrant. It was no more or less than a general, almost exceptionless confiscation in time of profound peace of all the landed property in Bengal, upon most extraordinary pretenses. Strange as this may appear, he did so confiscate it. He put it up to a pretended public, in reality to a private corrupt auction, and such favored landowners as came to it were obliged to consider themselves as not any longer proprietors of the estates, but to recognize themselves as farmers under government, and even those few that were permitted to remain on their estates had their payments raised at his arbitrary discretion, and the rest of the lands were given to farmers general, appointed by him and his committee, at a price fixed by the same arbitrary discretion. It is necessary to inform your lordships that the revenues of Bengal are, for the most part, territorial revenues, great quit rents issuing out of lands. I shall say nothing either of the nature of this property, of the rights of the people to it, or of the mode of exacting the rents, till that great question of revenues, one of the greatest which we shall have to lay before you, shall be brought before your lordships particularly and specially as an article of charge. I only mention it now as an exemplification of the great principle of corruption which guided Mr. Hastings's conduct. When the ancient nobility, the great princes, for such I may call them, a nobility perhaps as ancient as that of your lordships, and a more truly noble body never existed in that character, my lords, when all the nobility, some of whom have borne the rank and port of princes, all the gentry, all the freeholders of the country, had their estates in that manner confiscated, that is, either given to themselves to hold on the footing of farmers, or totally confiscated. When such an act of tyranny was done, no doubt some good was pretended. This confiscation was made by Mr. Hastings, and the lands let to these farmers for 5 years, upon an idea which always accompanies his acts of oppression, the idea of moneyed merit. He adopted this mode of confiscating the estates and letting them to farmers, for the avowed purpose of seeing how much it was possible to take out of them. Accordingly, he set them up to this wild and wicked auction, as it would have been if it had been a real one, corrupt and treacherous as it was. He set these lands up for the purpose of making that discovery, and pretended that the discovery would yield a most amazing increase of rent. And for some time it appeared so to do, till it came to the touchstone of experience, and then it was found that there was a defalcation from these monstrous raised revenues, which were to cancel in the minds of the directors the wickedness of so atrocious, flagitious, and horrid an act of treachery. At the end of 5 years, what do you think was the failure? No less than £2,050,000. Then a new source of corruption was opened, that is, how to deal with the balances, for every man who had engaged in these transactions was a debtor to government, and the remission of that debt depended upon the discretion of the Governor-General. Then the persons who were to settle the composition of that immense debt, who were to see how much was recoverable and how much not, were able to favour or to exact to the last shilling. And there never existed a doubt but that, not only upon the original cruel exaction, but upon the remission afterwards, immense gains were derived. This will account for the manner in which those stupendous fortunes which astonish the world have been made. They have been made first by a tyrannous exaction from the people who were suffered to remain in possession of their own land as farmers, then by selling the rest to farmers at rents and under hopes which could never be realized, and then getting money for the relaxation of their debts. But whatever excuse, and however wicked there might have been for this wicked act, namely, that it carried upon the face of it some sort of appearance of public good, that is to say, that sort of public good which Mr. Hastings so often professed, of ruining the country for the benefit of the company, yet, in fact, this business of balances is that nidus in which have been nestled and bred and born all the corruption of India, first by making extravagant demands, and afterwards by making corrupt relaxations of them. End of section 61. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in October of 2023. Section 62 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. Opening the Charge of Bribery against Hastings, Part 3, by Edmund Burke. Besides this monstrous failure in consequence of a miserable exaction, by which more was attempted to be forced from the country than it was capable of yielding, and this by way of experiment, when your lordships come to inquire who the farmers general of the revenue were, you would naturally expect to find them to be the men in the several countries who had the most interest, the greatest wealth, the best knowledge of the revenue and resources of the country in which they lived. These would be thought the natural proper farmers general of each district. No such thing, my lords. They are found in the body of people whom I have mentioned to your lordships. They were almost all let to Calcutta Banyans. Calcutta Banyans were the farmers of almost the whole. They subdelegated to others, who sometimes had subdelegates under them ad infinitum. The whole formed a system together through the succession of black tyrants scattered through the country, in which you at last find the European at the end, sometimes indeed not hid very deep, not above one between him and the farmer, namely his banyan directly, or some other black person to represent him. But some have so managed the affair that when you inquire who the farmer is, was such a one farmer? No. Cantu Babu? No. Another? No. At last you find 3 deep of fictitious farmers, and you find the European gentlemen, high in place and authority, the real farmers of the settlement. So that the zamindars were dispossessed, the country racked and ruined for the benefit of a European under the name of a farmer. For you will easily judge whether these gentlemen had fallen so deeply in love with the Banyans, and thought so highly of their merits and services as to reward them with all the possessions of the great landed interest of the country. Your lordships are too grave, wise, and discerning to make it necessary for me to say more upon that subject. Tell me that the Banyans of English gentlemen, dependents on them at Calcutta, were the farmers throughout, and I believe I need not tell your lordships for whose benefit they were farmers. But there is one of these who comes so nearly, indeed so precisely within this observation, that it is impossible for me to pass him by. Whoever has heard of Mr. Hastings's name with any knowledge of Indian connections has heard of his banyan Cantu Babu. This man is well known in the records of the company as his agent for receiving secret gifts, confiscations, and presents. You would have imagined that he would at least have kept him out of these farms, in order to give the measure a color at least of disinterestedness, and to show that this whole system of corruption and pecuniary oppression was carried on for the benefit of the company. The Governor-General and Council made an ostensible order by which no collector or person concerned in the revenue should have any connection with these farms. This order did not include the Governor-General in the words of it, but more than included him in the spirit of it, because his power to protect a farmer-general in the person of his own servant was infinitely greater than that of any subordinate person. Mr. Hastings, in breach of this order, gave farms to his own banyan. You find him the farmer of great, of vast, and extensive farms. Another regulation that was made on that occasion was that no farmer should have, except in particular cases, which were marked, described, and accurately distinguished, a greater farm than what paid £10,000 a year to government. Mr. Hastings, who had broken the first regulation by giving any farm at all to his banyan, finding himself bolder, broke the second too, and instead of £10,000 gave him farms paying a revenue of £130,000 a year to the government. Men undoubtedly have been known to be under the dominion of their domestics. Such things have happened to great men. They never have happened justifiably, in my opinion. They have never happened excusably, but we are acquainted sufficiently with the weakness of human nature to know that a domestic, who has served you in a near office long, and in your opinion faithfully, does become a kind of relation. It brings on a great affection and regard for his interest. Now, was this the case with Mr. Hastings and Cantu Babu? Mr. Hastings was just arrived at his government, and Cantu Babu had been but a year in his service, so that he could not in that time have contracted any great degree of friendship for him. These people do not live in your house. The Hindu servants never sleep in it. They cannot eat with your servants. They have no second table in which they can be continually about you, to be domesticated with yourself, a part of your being as people's servants are to a certain degree. These persons live all abroad. They come at stated hours upon matters of business, and nothing more. But if it had been otherwise, Mr. Hastings's connection with Cantu Babu had been but of a year's standing. He had before served in that capacity Mr. Sykes, who recommended him to Mr. Hastings. Your lordships, then, are to judge whether such outrageous violations of all the principles by which Mr. Hastings pretended to be guided in the settlement of these farms were for the benefit of this old, decayed, affectionate servant of 1 year's standing. Your lordships will judge of that. I have here spoken only of the beginning of a great notorious system of corruption, which branched out so many ways, and into such a variety of abuses, and has afflicted that kingdom with such horrible evils from that day to this, that I will venture to say it will make one of the greatest, weightiest, and most material parts of the charge that is now before you, as I believe I need not tell your lordships that an attempt to set up the whole landed interest of a kingdom to auction must be attended, not only in that act, but every consequential act, with most grievous and terrible consequences. My lords, I will now come to a scene of peculation of another kind, namely, a peculation by the direct sale of offices of justice, by the direct sale of the successions of families, by the sale of guardianships and trusts held most sacred among the people of India, by the sale of them, not as before to farmers, not as you might imagine to near relations of the families, but a sale of them to the unfaithful servants of those families, their own perfidious servants who had ruined their estates, who, if any balances had accrued to the government, had been the cause of those debts. Those very servants were put in power over their estates, their persons, and their families by Mr. Hastings for a shameful price. It will be proved to your lordships in the course of this business that Mr. Hastings has done this in another sacred trust, the most sacred trust a man can have, that is, in the case of those vakils, as they call them, agents or attorneys who had been sent to assert and support the rights of their miserable masters before the Council General. It will be proved that these vakils were by Mr. Hastings, for a price to be paid for it, put in possession of the very power, situation, and estates of those masters who sent them to Calcutta to defend them from wrong and violence. The selling offices of justice, the sale of succession in families, of guardianships and other sacred trusts, the selling masters to their servants and principals to the attorneys they employed to defend themselves, were all parts of the same system, and these were the horrid ways in which he received bribes beyond any common rate. When Mr. Hastings was appointed in the year 1773 to be Governor-General of Bengal, together with Mr. Barwell, General Clavering, Colonel Munson, and Mr. Francis, the company, knowing the former corrupt state of their service, but the whole corrupt system of Mr. Hastings at that time not being known or even suspected at home, did order them, in discharge of the spirit of the Act of Parliament, to make an inquiry into all manner of corruptions and malversations in office, without the exception of any persons whatever. Your lordships are to know that the Act did expressly authorize the Court of Directors to frame a body of instructions and to give orders to their new servants, appointed under the Act of Parliament, lest it should be supposed that they, by their appointment under the Act, could supersede the authority of the directors. The directors, sensible of the power left in them over their servants by the Act of Parliament, though their nomination was taken from them, did, agreeably to the spirit and power of that Act, give this order. The council consisted of two parties, Mr. Hastings and Mr. Barwell, who were chosen and kept there upon the idea of their local knowledge, and the other three who were appointed on account of their great parts and known integrity. And I will venture to say that those three gentlemen did so execute their duty in India in all the substantial parts of it, that they will serve as a shield to cover the honor of England whenever this country is upbraided in India. They found a rumor running through the country of great peculations and oppressions. Soon after, when it was known what their instructions were, and that the council was ready, as is the first duty of all governors, even when there is no express order, to receive complaints against the oppressions and corruptions of government in any part of it, they found such a body, and that body shall be produced to your lordships, of corruption and peculation in every walk, in every department, in every situation of life, in the sale of the most sacred trusts, and in the destruction of the most ancient families of the country, as I believe in so short a time never was unveiled since the world began. Your lordships would imagine that Mr. Hastings would at least ostensibly have taken some part in endeavoring to bring these corruptions before the public, or that he would at least have acted with some little management in his opposition. But alas, it was not in his power. There was not one, I think, but I am sure very few, of these general articles of corruption in which the most eminent figure in the crowd, the principal figure, as it were, in the piece, was not Mr. Hastings himself. There were a great many others involved, for all departments were corrupted and vitiated. But you could not open a page in which you did not see Mr. Hastings, or in which you did not see Cantu Babu. Either the black or white side of Mr. Hastings constantly was visible to the world in every part of these transactions. With the other gentlemen who were visible too, I have at present no dealing. Mr. Hastings, instead of using any management on that occasion, instantly set up his power and authority directly against the majority of the council, directly against his colleagues, directly against the authority of the East India Company and the authority of the Act of Parliament, to put a dead stop to all these inquiries. He broke up the council the moment they attempted to perform this part of their duty. As the evidence multiplied upon him, the daring exertions of his power in stopping all inquiries increased continually, but he gave a credit and authority to the evidence by these attempts to suppress it. Your lordships have heard that among the body of the accusers of this corruption there was a principal man in the country, a man of the first rank and authority in it, called Nunkumar, who had the management of revenues amounting to £150,000 a year, and who had, if really inclined to play the small game with which he has been charged by his accusers, abundant means to gratify himself in playing great ones. But Mr. Hastings has himself given him, upon the records of the company, a character which would at least justify the council in making some inquiry into charges made by him. First, he was perfectly competent to make them, because he was in the management of those affairs from which Mr. Hastings is supposed to have received corrupt emolument. He and his son were the chief managers in those transactions. He was, therefore, perfectly competent to it. Mr. Hastings has cleared his character, for though it is true in the contradictions in which Mr. Hastings has entangled himself, he has abused and insulted him, and particularly after his appearance as an accuser, yet before this he has given this testimony of him, that the hatred that had been drawn upon him and the general obloquy of the English nation was on account of his attachment to his own prince and the liberties of his country. Be he what he might, I am not disposed, nor have I the least occasion, to defend either his conduct or his memory. It is to no purpose for Mr. Hastings to spend time in idle objections to the character of Nunkumar. Let him be as bad as Mr. Hastings represents him. I suppose he was a caballing, bribing, intriguing politician like others in that country, both black and white. We know that associates in dark and evil actions are not generally the best of men, but be that as it will, it generally happens that they are the best of all discoverers. If Mr. Hastings were the accuser of Nunkumar, I should think the presumptions equally strong against Nunkumar if he had acted as Mr. Hastings has acted. He was not only competent, but the most competent of all men to be Mr. Hastings's accuser. But Mr. Hastings has himself established both his character and his competency by employing him against Mohammed Reza Khan. He shall not blow hot and cold. In what respect was Mr. Hastings better than Mohammed Reza Khan, that the whole rule, principle, and system of accusation and inquiry should be totally reversed in general, nay, reversed in the particular instance, the moment he became accuser against Mr. Hastings? Such was the accuser. He was the man that gave the bribes, and in addition to his own evidence, offers proof by other witnesses. What was the accusation? Was the accusation improbable, either on account of the subject matter or the actor in it? Does such an appointment as that of Money Begum in the most barefaced evasion of his orders appear to your lordships a matter that contains no just presumptions of guilt, so that when a charge of bribery comes upon it, you are prepared to reject it, as if the action were so clear and proper that no man could attribute it to an improper motive? And as to the man, is Mr. Hastings a man against whom a charge of bribery is improbable? Why, he owns it. He is a professor of it. He reduces it into scheme and system. He glories in it. He turns it to merit, and declares it is the best way of supplying the exigencies of the company. Why, therefore, should it be held improbable? But I cannot mention this proceeding without shame and horror. My lords, when this man appeared as an accuser of Mr. Hastings, if he was a man of bad character, it was a great advantage to Mr. Hastings to be accused by a man of that description. There was no likelihood of any great credit being given to him. This person, who in one of those sales of which I have already given you some account in the history of the last period of the revolutions of Bengal, had been, or thought he had been, cheated of his money, had made some discoveries, and been guilty of that great irremissible sin in India, the disclosure of peculation. He afterwards came with a second disclosure, and was likely to have odium enough upon the occasion. He directly charged Mr. Hastings with the receipt of bribes amounting together to about 40,000 pounds sterling, given by himself on his own account and that of Money Begum. The charge was accompanied with every particular which could facilitate proof or detection, time, place, persons, species, to whom paid, by whom received. Here was a fair opportunity for Mr. Hastings at once to defeat the malice of his enemies, and to clear his character to the world. His course was different. He railed much at the accuser, but did not attempt to refute the accusation. He refuses to permit the inquiry to go on, attempts to dissolve the council, commands his banyan not to attend. The council, however, goes on, examines to the bottom, and resolves that the charge was proved, and that the money ought to go to the company. Mr. Hastings then broke up the council, I will not say whether legally or illegally. The company's law council thought he might legally do it, but he corruptly did it, and left mankind no room to judge but that it was done for the screening of his own guilt. For a man may use a legal power corruptly, and for the most shameful and detestable purposes. And thus matters continued till he commenced a criminal prosecution against this man whom he dared not meet as a defendant. Mr. Hastings, instead of answering the charge, attacks the accuser. Instead of meeting the man in front, he endeavored to go round, to come upon his flanks and rear, but never to meet him in the face upon the ground of his accusation, as he was bound by the express authority of law and the express injunctions of the directors to do. If the bribery is not admitted on the evidence of Nandkumar, yet his suppressing it is a crime, a violation of the orders of the court of directors. He disobeyed those instructions, and if it be only for disobedience, for rebellion against his masters, putting the corrupt motive out of the question, I charge him for this disobedience, and especially on account of the principles upon which he proceeded in it. End of section 62. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in November of 2023. Section 63 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2, Opening the Charge of Bribery against Hastings, Part 4, by Edmund Burke. Then he took another step. He accused Nundcumar of a conspiracy, which was a way he then and ever since has used whenever means were taken to detect any of his own iniquities. And here it becomes necessary to mention another circumstance of history, that the legislature, not trusting entirely to the Governor-General and Council, had sent out a court of justice to be a counter-security against these corruptions, and to detect and punish any such misdemeanors as might appear. And this court, I take for granted, has done great services. Mr. Hastings flew to this court, which was meant to protect in their situations informers against bribery and corruption, rather than to protect the accused from any of the preliminary methods which must indispensably be used for the purpose of detecting their guilt. He flew to this court, charging this Nundcumar and others with being conspirators. A man might be convicted as a conspirator and yet afterwards live. He might put the matter into other hands and go on with his information. Nothing less than stone dead would do the business. And here happened an odd concurrence of circumstances. Long before Nundcumar preferred his charge, he knew that Mr. Hastings was plotting his ruin, and that for this purpose he had used a man whom he, Nundcumar, had turned out of doors, called Mahan Prasad. Mr. Hastings had seen papers put upon the board charging him with this previous plot for the destruction of Nundcumar, and this identical person, Mahan Prasad, whom Nundcumar had charged as Mr. Hastings's associate in plotting his ruin, was now again brought forward as the principal evidence against him. I will not enter, God forbid I should, into the particulars of the subsequent trial of Nundcumar, but you will find the marks and characters of it to be these. You will find a close connection between Mr. Hastings and the Chief Justice, which we shall prove. We shall prove that one of the witnesses who appeared there was a person who had been before, or has since been, concerned with Mr. Hastings in his most iniquitous transactions. You will find what is very odd, that in this trial for forgery, with which this man stood charged, forgery in a private transaction, all the persons who were witnesses or parties to it had been, before or since, the particular friends of Mr. Hastings. In short, persons from that rabble with whom Mr. Hastings was concerned both before and since, in various transactions and negotiations of the most criminal kind. But the law took its course. I have nothing more to say than that the man is gone, hanged justly, if you please, and that it did so happen luckily for Mr. Hastings. It so happened that the relief of Mr. Hastings and the justice of the court, and the resolution never to relax its rigor, did all concur just at a happy nick of time and moment, and Mr. Hastings accordingly had the full benefit of them all. His accuser was supposed to be what men may be, and yet very competent for accusers, namely one of his accomplices in guilty actions, one of those persons who may have a great deal to say of bribes. All that I contend for is that he was in the closest intimacy with Mr. Hastings, was in a situation for giving bribes, and that Mr. Hastings was proved afterwards to have received a sum of money from him, which may be well referred to bribes. This example had its use in the way in which it was intended to operate, and in which alone it could operate. It did not discourage forgeries. They went on at their usual rate, neither more nor less. But it put an end to all accusations against all persons in power for any corrupt practice. Mr. Hastings observes that no man in India complains of him. It is generally true. The voice of all India is stopped. All complaint was strangled with the same cord that strangled Nundcumar. This murdered not only that accuser, but all future accusation, and not only defeated, but totally vitiated and reversed, all the ends for which this country, to its eternal and indelible dishonor, had sent out a pompous embassy of justice to the remotest parts of the globe. But though Nundkamar was put out of the way by the means by which he was removed, a part of the charge was not strangled with him. Whilst the process against Nundkamar was carrying on before Sir Elijah Impey, the process was continuing against Mr. Hastings in other modes. The receipt of a part of those bribes from Money Begum to the amount of £15,000 was proved against him, and that a sum to the same amount was to be paid to his associate Mr. Middleton, as it was proved at Calcutta, so it will be proved at your lordship's bar, to your entire satisfaction, by records and living testimony now in England. It was, indeed, obliquely admitted by Mr. Hastings himself. The excuse for this bribe, fabricated by Mr. Hastings and taught to Money Begum, when he found that she was obliged to prove it against him, was that it was given to him for his entertainment, according to some pretended custom, at the rate of £200 a day whilst he remained at Murshidabad. My lords, this leads me to a few reflections on the apology or defence of this bribe. We shall certainly, I hope, render it clear to your lordships that it was not paid in this manner as a daily allowance, but given in a gross sum. But take it in his own way, it was no less illegal, and no less contrary to his covenant, but if true under the circumstances, it was a horrible aggravation of his crime. The first thing that strikes is that visits from Mr. Hastings are pretty severe things, and hospitality at Murshidabad is an expensive virtue, though for provision it is one of the cheapest countries in the universe. No wonder that Mr. Hastings lengthened his visit and made it extend nearly 3 months. Such hosts and such guests cannot be soon parted. £200 a day for a visit. It is at the rate of £73,000 a year for himself, and as I find his companion was put on the same allowance, it will be £146,000 a year for hospitality to 2 English gentlemen. I believe that there is not a prince in Europe who goes to such expensive hospitality of splendor. But that you may judge of the true nature of this hospitality of corruption, I must bring before you the business of the visitor, and the condition of the host, as stated by Mr. Hastings himself, who best knows what he was doing. He was then at the old capital of Bengal, at the time of this expensive entertainment, on a business of retrenchment, and for the establishment of a most harsh, rigorous, and oppressive economy. He wishes the task were assigned to spirits of a less gentle kind. By Mr. Hastings's account, he was giving daily and hourly wounds to his humanity, in depriving of their sustenance hundreds of persons of the most ancient nobility of a great fallen kingdom. Yet it was in the midst of this galling duty, it was at that very moment of his tender sensibility, that from the collected morsels plucked from the famished mouths of hundreds of decayed, indigent, and starving nobility, he gorged his ravenous maw with £200 a day for his entertainment. In the course of all this proceeding, your lordships will not fail to observe, he is never corrupt, but he is cruel. He never dines with comfort, but where he is sure to create a famine. He never robs from the loose superfluity of standing greatness. He devours the fallen, the indigent, the necessitous. His extortion is not like the generous rapacity of the princely eagle who snatches away the living, struggling prey. He is a vulture who feeds upon the prostrate, the dying, and the dead. As his cruelty is more shocking than his corruption, so his hypocrisy has something more frightful than his cruelty. For whilst his bloody and rapacious hand signs proscriptions, and now sweeps away the food of the widow and the orphan, His eyes overflow with tears, and he converts the healing balm that bleeds from wounded humanity into a rancorous and deadly poison to the race of man. Well, there was an end to this tragic entertainment, this feast of Tantalus. The few left on the pension list, the poor remnants that had escaped, were they paid by his administratrix and deputy, Money Begum? Not a shilling. No fewer than 49 petitions, mostly from the widows of the greatest and most splendid houses of Bengal, came before the council, praying in the most deplorable manner for some sort of relief out of the pittance assigned them. His colleagues, General Clavering, Colonel Munson, and Mr. Francis, men who, when England is reproached for the government of India, will, I repeat it, as a shield be held up between this nation and infamy, did, in conformity to the strict orders of the directors, appoint Mohammed Reza Khan to his old offices, that is, to the general superintendency of the household and the administration of justice, a person who by his authority might keep some order in the ruling family and in the state. The court of directors authorized them to assure those offices to him, with a salary reduced, indeed, to £30,000 a year during his good behavior. But Mr. Hastings, as soon as he obtained a majority by the death of the two best men ever sent to India, notwithstanding the orders of the court of directors, in spite of the public faith solemnly pledged to Mohammed Reza Khan, without a shadow of complaint had the audacity to dispossess him of all his offices, and appoint his bribing patroness, the old dancing girl Money Begum, once more to the viceroyalty and all its attendant honors and functions. The pretense was more insolent and shameless than the act. Modesty does not long survive innocence. He brings forward the miserable pageant of the nabob, as he called him, to be the instrument of his own disgrace and the scandal of his family and government. He makes him to pass by his mother, and to petition us to appoint Money Begum once more to the administration of the viceroyalty. He distributed Mohammed Reza Khan's salary as a spoil. When the orders of the court to restore Mohammed Reza Khan, with their opinion on the corrupt cause of his removal, and a second time to pledge to him the public faith for his continuance, were received, Mr. Hastings, who had been just before a pattern of obedience when the despoiling, oppressing, imprisoning, and persecuting this man was the object, yet when the order was of a beneficial nature and pleasant to a well-formed mind, he at once loses all his old principles. He grows stubborn and refractory and refuses obedience. And in this sullen, uncomplying mood he continues, until, to gratify Mr. Francis in an agreement on some of their differences, he consented to his proposition of obedience to the appointment of the court of directors. He grants to his arrangement of convenience what he had refused to his duty, and replaces that magistrate. But mark the double character of the man, never true to anything but fraud and duplicity. At the same time that he publicly replaces this magistrate, pretending compliance with his colleague and obedience to his masters, he did, in defiance of his own and the public faith, privately send an assurance to the nabob, that is, to Money Begum, informing her that he was compelled by necessity to the present arrangement in favor of Mohammed Reza Khan, but that on the first opportunity he would certainly displace him again. And he kept faith with his corruption, and to show how vainly anyone sought protection in the lawful authority of this kingdom, he displaced Mohammed Reza Khan from the lieutenancy and controllership, leaving him only the judicial department miserably curtailed. But does he adhere to his old pretense of freedom to the nabob? No such thing. He appoints an absolute master to him under the name of resident, a creature of his personal favor, Sir J. Doyley, from whom there is not one syllable of correspondence, and not one item of account. How grievous this yoke was to that miserable captive appears by a paper of Mr. Hastings in which he acknowledges that the nabob had offered, out of the £160,000 payable to him yearly, to give up to the company no less than £40,000 a year in order to have the free disposal of the rest. On this all comment is superfluous. Your lordships are furnished with a standard by which you may estimate his real receipt from the revenue assigned to him, the nature of the pretended residency, and its predatory effects. It will give full credit to what was generally rumored and believed, that substantially and beneficially the nabob never received £50 out of the £160,000, which will account for his known poverty and wretchedness and that of all about him. Thus, by his corrupt traffic of bribes with one scandalous woman, he disgraced and enfeebled the native Mohammedan government, captived the person of the sovereign, and ruined and subverted the justice of the country. What is worse, the steps taken for the murder of Nund Kamar, his accuser, have confirmed and given sanction not only to the corruptions then practiced by the Governor-General, but to all of which he has since been guilty. This will furnish your lordships with some general idea which will enable you to judge of the bribe for which he sold the country government. Under this head you will have produced to you full proof of his sale of a judicial office to a person called Khan Jahan Khan, and the modes he took to frustrate all inquiry on that subject upon a wicked and false pretense, that according to his religious scruples he could not be sworn. The great end and object I have in view is to show the criminal tendency, the mischievous nature of these crimes, and the means taken to elude their discovery. I am now giving your lordships that general view which may serve to characterize Mr. Hastings's administration in all the other parts of it. It was not true, in fact, as Mr. Hastings gives out, that there was nothing now against him, and that when he had got rid of Nund Kamar and his charge, he got rid of the whole. No such thing. An immense load of charges of bribery remained. They were coming afterwards from every part of the province, and there was no office in the execution of justice which he was not accused of having sold in the most flagitious manner. After all this thundering, the sky grew calm and clear, and Mr. Hastings sat with recorded peculation, with peculation proved upon oath on the minutes of that very council. He sat at the head of that council and that board where his peculations were proved against him. These were afterwards transmitted and recorded in the registers of his masters as an eternal monument of his corruption and of his high disobedience and flagitious attempts to prevent a discovery of the various peculations of which he had been guilty, to the disgrace and ruin of the country committed to his care. Mr. Hastings, after the execution of Nund Kamar, if he had intended to make even a decent and commonly sensible use of it, would naturally have said, "This man is justly taken away, who has accused me of these crimes. But as there are other witnesses, as there are other means of a further inquiry, as the man is gone, of whose perjuries I might have reason to be afraid, let us now go into the inquiry. I think he did very ill not to go into the inquiry when the man was alive, but be it so that he was afraid of him, and waited till he was removed, why not afterwards go into such an inquiry? Why not go into an inquiry of all the other peculations and charges upon him, which were innumerable, one of which I have just mentioned in particular, the charge of money begum, of having received from her or her adopted son a bribe of £40,000. Is it fit for a governor to say, will Mr. Hastings say before this august assembly, I may be accused in a court of justice, I am upon my defence. Let all charges remain against me, I will not give you an account. Is it fit that a governor should sit with recorded bribery upon him at the head of a public board, and the government of a great kingdom, when it is in his power by inquiry to do it away? No, the chastity of character of a man in that situation ought to be as dear to him as his innocence. Nay, more depended upon it. His innocence regarded himself, his character regarded the public justice, regarded his authority, and the respect due to the English in that country. I charge it upon him that not only did he suppress the inquiry to the best of his power, and it shall be proved, but he did not in any one instance endeavor to clear off that imputation and reproach from the English government. He went further. He never denied hardly any of those charges at the time. They are so numerous that I cannot be positive. Some of them he might meet with some sort of denial, but the most part he did not. The first thing a man under such an accusation owes to the world is to deny the charge, next to put it to the proof, and lastly to let inquiry freely go on. He did not permit this, but stopped it all in his power. I am to mention some exceptions perhaps hereafter, which will tend to fortify the principle tenfold. He promised indeed the court of directors, to whom he never denied the facts, a full and liberal explanation of these transactions, which full and liberal explanation he never gave. Many years passed, even Parliament took notice of it, and he never gave a liberal explanation or any explanation at all of them. A man may say, I am threatened with a suit in a court, and it may be very disadvantageous to me if I disclose my defense. That is a proper answer for a man in common life who has no particular character to sustain. But is that a proper answer for a governor accused of bribery? That accusation transmitted to his masters, and his masters giving credit to it? Good God! Is that a state in which a man is to say, I am upon the defensive, I am on my guard, I will give you no satisfaction. I have promised it, but I have already deferred it for 7 or 8 years. Is not this tantamount to a denial? Mr. Hastings, with this great body of bribery against him, was providentially freed from Nundkamar, one of his accusers, and as good events do not come alone, I think there is some such proverb, it did so happen that all the rest, or a great many of them, ran away. But, however, the recorded evidence of the former charges continued. No new evidence came in, and Mr. Hastings enjoyed that happy repose which branded peculation, fixed and eternized upon the records of the company, must leave upon a mind conscious of its own integrity. My lords, I will venture to say there is no man but owes something to his character. It is the grace, undoubtedly, of a virtuous, firm mind often to despise common vulgar calumny. But if there is an occasion in which it does become such a mind to disprove it, it is the case of being charged in high office with pecuniary malversation, pecuniary corruption. There is no case in which it becomes an honest man, much less a great man, to leave upon record specific charges against him of corruption in his government, without taking any one step whatever to refute them. Though Mr. Hastings took no step to refute the charges, he took many steps to punish the authors of them, and those miserable people who had the folly to make complaints against Mr. Hastings, to make them under the authority of an act of Parliament, under every sanction of public faith, yet in consequence of those charges every person concerned in them has been, as your lordships will see, since his restoration to power, absolutely undone, brought from the highest situation to the lowest misery, so that they may have good reason to repent they ever trusted an English council, that they ever trusted a court of directors, that they ever trusted an English Act of Parliament, that they ever dared to make their complaints. And here I charge upon Mr. Hastings that by never taking a single step to defeat or detect the falsehood of any of those charges against him, and by punishing the authors of them, he has been guilty of such a subversion of all the principles of British government as will deserve, and will, I dare say, meet your lordship's most severe animadversion. In the course of this inquiry we find a sort of pause in his peculations, a sort of gap in the history, as if pages were torn out. No longer we meet with the same activity in taking money that was before found. Not even a trace of complimentary presents is to be found in the records during the time whilst General Clavering, Colonel Munson, and Mr. Francis formed the majority of the council. There seems to have been a kind of truce with that sort of conduct for a while, and Mr. Hastings rested upon his arms. However, the very moment Mr. Hastings returned to power, peculation began again just at the same instant. The moment we find him free from the compulsion and terror of a majority of persons otherwise disposed than himself, we find him at his peculation again. My lords, at this time very serious inquiries had begun in the House of Commons concerning peculation. They did not go directly to Bengal, but they began upon the coast of Coromandel, and with the principal governors there. There was, however, a universal opinion, and justly founded, that these inquiries would go to far greater lengths. Mr. Hastings was resolved then to change the whole course and order of his proceeding. Nothing could persuade him upon any account to lay aside his system of bribery. That he was resolved to persevere in. The point was now to reconcile it with his safety. The first thing he did was to attempt to conceal it, and accordingly we find him depositing very great sums of money in the public treasury through the means of the two persons I have already mentioned, namely the deputy treasurer and the accountant, paying them in and taking bonds for them as money of his own, and bearing legal interest. This was his method of endeavoring to conceal some at least of his bribes. For I would not suggest, nor have your lordships to think, that I believe that these were his only bribes, for there is reason to think there was an infinite number besides. But it did so happen that they were those bribes which he thought might be discovered, some of which he knew were discovered, and all of which he knew might become the subject of a parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Hastings said he might have concealed them forever. Every one knows the facility of concealing corrupt transactions everywhere, in India particularly. But this is by himself proved not to be universally true, at least not to be true in his own opinion. For he tells you in his letter from Cheltenham that he would have concealed the nabob's £100,000, but that the magnitude rendered it easy of discovery. He therefore avows an intention of concealment. But it happens here very singularly that this sum, which his fears of discovery by others obliged him to discover himself, happens to be one of those of which no trace whatsoever appears except merely from the operation of his own apprehensions. There is no collateral testimony. Middleton knew nothing of it, Anderson knew nothing of it. It was not directly communicated to the faithful Larkins or the trusty Crofts, which proves indeed the facility of concealment. The fact is, you find the application always upon the discovery, but concealment or discovery is a thing of accident. End of section 63. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in November of 2023. Section 64 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2, Opening the Charge of Bribery against Hastings, Part 5, by Edmund Burke. The bribes which I have hitherto brought before your lordships belong to the first period of his bribery, before he thought of the doctrine on which he has since defended it. There are many other bribes which we charge him with having received during this first period, before in improving conversation and close virtuous connection with great lawyers had taught him how to practice bribes in such a manner as to defy detection, and instead of punishment to plead merit. I am not bound to find order and consistency in guilt. It is the reign of disorder. The order of the proceeding, as far as I am able to trace such a scene of prevarication, direct fraud, falsehood, and falsification of the public accounts, was this. From bribes he knew he could never abstain, and his then precarious situation made him the more rapacious. He knew that a few of his former bribes had been discovered, declared, recorded, that for the moment indeed he was secure, because all informers had been punished and all concealers rewarded. He expected hourly a total change in the council, and that men like Clavering and Munson might be again joined to Francis, that some great avenger should arise from their ashes, exoriare aliquis nostris exossibus ultor, and that a more severe investigation, and an infinitely more full display, would be made of his robbery than hitherto had been done. He therefore began, in the agony of his guilt, to cast about for some device by which he might continue his offence, if possible with impunity, and possibly make a merit of it. He therefore first carefully perused the Act of Parliament forbidding bribery, and his old covenant engaging him not to receive presents. And here he was more successful than upon former occasions. If ever an act was studiously and carefully framed to prevent bribery, it is that law of the 13th of the king, which he well observes admits no latitudes of construction, no subterfuge, no escape, no evasion. Yet has he found a defense of his crimes even in the very provisions which were made for their prevention and their punishment. Besides the penalty which belongs to every informer, the East India Company was invested with a fiction of property in all such bribes, in order to drag them with more facility out of the corrupt hands which held them. The Covenant, with an exception of £100, and the Act of Parliament without any exception, declared that the Governor-General and Council should receive no presents for their own use. He therefore concluded that the system of bribery and extortion might be clandestinely and safely carried on, provided the party taking the bribes had an inward intention and mental reservation that they should be privately applied to the company's service in any way the briber should think fit, and that on many occasions this would prove the best method of supply for the exigencies of their service. He accordingly formed, or pretended to form, a private bribe exchequer, collateral with, and independent of, the company's public exchequer, though in some cases administered by those whom for his purposes he had placed in the regular official department. It is no wonder that he has taken to himself an extraordinary degree of merit. For surely such an invention of finance I believe never was heard of. An exchequer wherein extortion was the assessor, fraud the cashier, confusion the accountant, concealment the reporter, and oblivion the remembrancer. In short, such as I believe no man but one driven by guilt into frenzy could ever have dreamed of. He treats the official and regular directors with just contempt, as a parcel of mean mechanical bookkeepers. He is an eccentric bookkeeper, a Pindaric accountant. I have heard of the poet's eye in a fine frenzy rolling. Here was a revenue, exacted from whom he pleased, at what times he pleased, in what proportions he pleased, through what persons he pleased, by what means he pleased, to be accounted for or not at his discretion, and to be applied to what service he thought proper. I do believe your lordships stand astonished at this scheme, and indeed I should be very loath to venture to state such a scheme at all, however I might have credited it myself, to any sober ears, if, in his defence before the House of Commons and before the Lords, he had not directly admitted the fact of taking the bribes or forbidden presents, and had not in those defences, and much more fully in his correspondence with the directors, admitted the fact and justified it upon these very principles. As this is a thing so unheard of and unexampled in the world, I shall first endeavour to account, as well as I can, for his motives to it, which your lordships will receive or reject, just as you shall find them tally with the evidence before you. I say his motives to it, because I contend that public valid reasons for it he could have none, and the idea of making the corruption of the Governor-General a resource to the company never did nor could for a moment enter into his thoughts. I shall then take notice of the judicial constructions upon which he justifies his acting in this extraordinary manner, and lastly show you the concealments, prevarications, and falsehoods with which he endeavours to cover it, because wherever you find a concealment you make a discovery. Accounts of money received and paid ought to be regular and official. He wrote over to the Court of Directors that there were certain sums of money he had received, and which were not his own, but that he had received them for their use. By this time his intercourse with gentlemen of the law became more considerable than it had been before. When first attacked for presents, he never denied the receipt of them, or pretended to say they were for public purposes. But on looking more into the covenants, and probably with better legal advice, he found that no money could be legally received for his own use. But as these bribes were directly given and received, as for his own use, yet, says he, there was an inward destination of them in my own mind to your benefit, and to your benefit have I applied them. Now here is a new system of bribery, contrary to law, very ingenious in the contrivance, but, I believe, as unlikely to produce its intended effect upon the mind of man as any pretense that was ever used. Here Mr. Hastings changes his ground. Before, he was accused as a peculator. He did not deny the fact. He did not refund the money. He fought it off. He stood upon the defensive and used all the means in his power to prevent the inquiry. That was the first era of his corruption, a bold, ferocious, plain, downright use of power. In the second, he has grown a little more careful and guarded, the effect of subtlety. He appears no longer as a defendant. He holds himself up with a firm, dignified, and erect countenance, and says, I am not here any longer as a delinquent, a receiver of bribes, to be punished for what I have done wrong, or at least to suffer in my character for it. No, I am a great inventive genius, who have gone out of all the ordinary roads of finance, have made great discoveries in the unknown regions of that science, and have for the first time established the corruption of the supreme magistrate as a principle of resource for government. There are crimes undoubtedly of great magnitude, naturally fitted to create horror, and that loudly call for punishment, that have yet no idea of turpitude annexed to them. But unclean hands, bribery, venality, and peculation are offences of turpitude, such as in a governor at once debase the person and degrade the government itself, making it not only horrible but vile and contemptible in the eyes of all mankind. In this humiliation and abjectness of guilt, he comes here not as a criminal on his defence, but as a vast fertile genius, who has made astonishing discoveries in the art of government. Dicam insigne recens alio indictum ore, who by his flaming zeal and the prolific ardour and energy of his mind has boldly dashed out of the common path and served his country by new and untrodden ways. and now he generously communicates, for the benefit of all future governors and all future governments, the grand arcanum of his long and toilsome researches. He is the first, but if we do not take good care he will not be the last, that has established the corruption of the supreme magistrate among the settled resources of the state, and he leaves this principle as a bountiful donation, as the richest deposit that ever was made in the treasury of Bengal. He claims glory and renown from that by which every other person since the beginning of time has been dishonored and disgraced. It has been said of an ambassador that he is a person employed to tell lies for the advantage of the court that sends him. His is patriotic bribery and public-spirited corruption. He is a peculator for the good of his country. It has been said that private vices are public benefits. He goes the full length of that position and turns his private peculation into a public good. This is what you are to thank him for. You are to consider him as a great inventor upon this occasion. Mr. Hastings improves on this principle. He is a robber in gross and a thief in detail. He steals, he filches, he plunders, he oppresses, he extorts, all for the good of the dear East India Company, all for the advantage of his honored masters the proprietors, all in gratitude to the dear perfidious court of directors, who have been in a practice to heap insults on his person, slanders on his character, and indignities on his station, who never had the confidence in him that they had in the meanest of his predecessors. If you sanction this practice, if, after all you have exacted from the people by your taxes and public imposts, you are to let loose your servants upon them to extort by bribery and peculation what they can from them, for the purpose of applying it to the public service only whenever they please, this shocking consequence will follow from it. If your governor is discovered in taking a bribe, he will say, "What is that to you? Mind your business. I intend it for the public service." The man who dares to accuse him loses the favor of the Governor-General and the India Company. They will say the governor has been doing a meritorious action, extorting bribes for our benefit, and you have the impudence to think of prosecuting him. So that the moment the bribe is detected, it is instantly turned into a merit, and we shall prove that this is the case with Mr. Hastings whenever a bribe has been discovered. I am now to inform your lordships that when he made these great discoveries to the court of directors, he never tells them who gave him the money, upon what occasion he received it, by what hands, or to what purposes he applied it. When he can himself give no account of his motives, and even declares that he cannot assign any cause, I am authorized and required to find motives for him, corrupt motives for a corrupt act. There is no one capital act of his administration that did not strongly imply corruption. When a man is known to be free from all imputation of taking money, and it becomes an established part of his character, the errors or even crimes of his administration ought to be, and are in general, traced to other sources. You know it is a maxim. But once convict a man of bribery in any instance, and once by direct evidence, and you are furnished with a rule of irresistible presumption that every other irregular act, by which unlawful gain may arise, is done upon the same corrupt motive. Semel malus praesumitur semper malus. As for good acts, candor, charity, justice oblige me not to assign evil motives, unless they serve some scandalous purpose, or terminate in some manifest evil end. So justice, reason, and common sense compel me to suppose that wicked acts have been done upon motives correspondent to their nature. Otherwise, I reverse all the principles of judgment which can guide the human mind, and accept even the symptoms, the marks and criteria of guilt as presumptions of innocence. One that confounds good and evil is an enemy to the good. His conduct upon these occasions may be thought irrational, but, thank God, guilt was never a rational thing. It distorts all the faculties of the mind. It perverts them. It leaves a man no longer in the free use of his reason. It puts him into confusion. He has recourse to such miserable and absurd expedients for covering his guilt as all those who are used to sit in the seat of judgment know have been the cause of detection of half the villainies in the world. To argue that these could not be his reasons because they were not wise, sound, and substantial, would be to suppose what is not true, that bad men were always discreet and able. But I can very well from the circumstances discover motives which may affect a giddy, superficial, shattered, guilty, anxious, restless mind, full of the weak resources of fraud, craft, and intrigue, that might induce him to make these discoveries, and to make them in the manner he has done. Not rational and well fitted for their purposes, I am very ready to admit. For God forbid that guilt should ever leave a man the free undisturbed use of his faculties. For as guilt never rose from a true use of our rational faculties, so it is very frequently subversive of them. God forbid that prudence, the first of all the virtues, as well as the supreme director of them all, should ever be employed in the service of any of the vices. No, it takes the lead, and is never found where justice does not accompany it. And if ever it is attempted to bring it into the service of the vices, it immediately subverts their cause. It tends to their discovery, and, I hope and trust, finally to their utter ruin and destruction. In the first place, I am to remark to your lordships that the accounts he has given of one of these sums of money are totally false and contradictory. Now there is not a stronger presumption, nor can one want more reason, to judge a transaction fraudulent than that the accounts given of it are contradictory, and he has given 3 accounts utterly irreconcilable with each other. He is asked, "How came you to take bonds for this money if it was not your own? How came you to vitiate and corrupt the state of the company's records, and to state yourself a lender to the company, when in reality you were its debtor?" His answer was, "I really cannot tell. I have forgot my reasons. The distance of time is so great, namely a time of about 2 years or not so long, I cannot give an account of the matter. Perhaps I had this motive, perhaps I had another. But what is the most curious, perhaps I had none at all, which I can now recollect." You shall hear the account which Mr. Hastings himself gives, his own fraudulent representation of these corrupt transactions. For my motives for withholding the several receipts from the knowledge of the council, or of the court of directors, and for taking bonds for part of these sums, and paying others into the treasury as deposits on my own account, I have generally accounted in my letter to the Honourable the Court of Directors of the 22nd of May 1782, namely, that I either chose to conceal the first receipts from public curiosity by receiving bonds for the amount, or possibly acted without any studied design, which my memory, at that distance of time, could verify, and that I did not think it worth my care to observe the same means with the rest. It will not be expected that I should be able to give a more correct explanation of my intentions after a lapse of 3 years, having declared at the time that many particulars had escaped my remembrance. Neither shall I attempt to add more than the clearer affirmation of the facts implied in that report of them, and such inferences as necessarily, or with a strong probability, follow them. My lords, you see, as to any direct explanation, that he fairly gives it up. He has used artifice and stratagem, which he knows will not do, and at last attempts to cover the treachery of his conduct by the treachery of his memory. Frequent applications were made to Mr. Hastings upon this article from the company. Gentle hints, gemitus columbae, rather little amorous complaints that he was not more open and communicative. But all these gentle insinuations were never able to draw from him any further account till he came to England. When he came here, he left not only his memory, but all his notes and references behind in India. when in India the company could get no account of him because he himself was not in England, and when he was in England they could get no account because his papers were in India. He then sends over to Mr. Larkins to give that account of his affairs which he was not able to give himself. Observe, here is a man taking money privately, corruptly, and which was to be sanctified by the future application of it, taking false securities to cover it, and who, when called upon to tell whom he got the money from, for what ends, and on what occasion, neither will tell in India, nor can tell in England, but sends for such an account as he has thought proper to furnish. I am now to bring before you an account of what I think much the most serious part of the effects of his system of bribery, corruption, and peculation. My lords, I am to state to you the astonishing and almost incredible means he made use of to lay all the country under contribution, to bring the whole into such dejection as should put his bribes out of the way of discovery. Such another example of boldness and contrivance I believe the world cannot furnish. I have already shown, amongst the mass of his corruptions, that he let the whole of the lands to farm to the Banyans. Next, that he sold the whole Mohammedan government of that country to a woman. This was bold enough, one should think, but without entering into the circumstances of the revenue change in 1772, I am to tell your lordships that he had appointed 6 provincial councils, each consisting of many members who had the ordinary administration of civil justice in that country, and the whole business of the collection of the revenues. These provincial councils accounted to the Governor-General and Council, who, in the revenue department, had the whole management, control, and regulation of the revenue. Mr. Hastings did, in several papers to the Court of Directors, declare that the establishment of these provincial councils, which at first he stated only as experimental, had proved useful in the experiment. And on that use, and upon that experiment, he had sent even the plan of an Act of Parliament to have it confirmed with the last and most sacred authority of this country. The Court of Directors desired that if he thought any other method more proper, he would send it to them for their approbation. Thus the whole face of the British government, the whole of its order and constitution, remained from 1772 to 1781. He had got rid some time before this period, by death of General Clavering, by death of Colonel Monson, and by vexation and persecution, and his consequent dereliction of authority, he had shaken off Mr. Francis. The whole council consisting only of himself and Mr. Wheeler, he having the casting vote, was in effect the whole council. And if ever there was a time when principle, decency, and decorum rendered it improper for him to do any extraordinary acts without the sanction of the Court of Directors, that was the time. Mr. Wheeler was taken off, despair perhaps rendering the man, who had been in opposition futilely before, compliable. The man is dead. He certainly did not oppose him. If he had, it would have been in vain. But those very circumstances which rendered it atrocious in Mr. Hastings to make any change induced him to make this. He thought that a moment's time was not to be lost, that the other colleagues might come, when he might be overpowered by a majority again, and not able to pursue his corrupt plans. Therefore he was resolved, your lordships will remark the whole of this most daring and systematic plan of bribery and peculation. He resolved to put it out of the power of his council in the future to check or control him in any of his evil practices. End of section 64. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in November of 2023. Section 65 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2, Opening the Charge of Bribery against Hastings, Part 6, by Edmund Burke. The first thing he did was to form an ostensible council at Calcutta for the management of the revenues, which was not effectively bound except it thought fit to make any reference to the Supreme Council. He delegated to them, that is, to 4 covenanted servants, those functions which, by Act of Parliament and the Company's orders, were to be exercised by the Council General. He delegated to 4 gentlemen, creatures of his own powers, but he laid them out to good interest. It appears odd that one of the first acts of a Governor-General, so jealous of his power as he is known to be, as soon as he had all the power in his own hands, should be to put all the revenues out of his own control. This, upon the first view, is an extraordinary proceeding. His next step was, without apprising the court of directors of his intention, or without having given an idea of any such intention to his colleagues while alive, either those who died in India or those who afterwards returned to Europe, in one day, in a moment, to annihilate the whole authority of the provincial councils and to delegate the whole power to these 4 gentlemen. These 4 gentlemen had for their secretary an agent given them by Mr. Hastings, a name that you will often hear of, a name at the sound of which all India turns pale, the most wicked, the most atrocious, the boldest, the most dexterous villain that ever the rank of servitude of that country has produced. My lords, I am speaking with the most assured freedom, because there never was a friend of Mr. Hastings, there never was a foe of Mr. Hastings, there never was any human person that ever differed on this occasion, or expressed any other idea of Gunga Govind Singh, the friend of Mr. Hastings, whom he entrusted with this important post. But you shall hear, from the account given by themselves, what the council thought of their functions, of their efficiency for the charge, and in whose hands that efficiency really was. I beg, hope, and trust that your lordships will learn from the persons themselves who were appointed to execute the office their opinion of the real execution of it, in order that you may judge of the plan for which he destroyed the whole English administration in India. The committee must have a Dewan, or executive officer, call him by what name you please. This man, in fact, has all the revenue, paid at the presidency, at his disposal, and can, if he has any abilities, bring all the renters under contribution. It is little advantage to restrain the committee themselves from bribery or corruption, when their executive officer has the power of practicing both undetected. To display the arts employed by a native on such occasions would fill a volume. He discovers the secret resources of the zamindars and renters, their enemies and competitors, and by the engines of hope and fear raised upon these foundations, he can work them to his purpose. The committee, with the best intentions, best abilities, and steadiest application, must, after all, be a tool in the hands of their Dewan. Your lordships see what the opinion of the council was of their own constitution. You see for what it was made. You see for what purpose the great revenue trust was taken from the Council General, from the supreme government. You see for what purposes the executive power was destroyed. You have it from one of the gentlemen of this commission, at first 4 in number and afterwards 5, who was the most active, efficient member of it. You see it was made for the purpose of being a tool in the hands of Gunga Govind Singh, that integrity, ability, and vigilance could avail nothing, that the whole country might be laid under contribution by this man, and that he could thus practice bribery with impunity. Thus your lordships see the delegation of all the authority of the country, above and below, is given by Mr. Hastings to this Gunga Govind Singh. The screen, the veil spread before this transaction is torn open by the very people themselves who are the tools in it. They confess they can do nothing. They know they are instruments in the hands of Gunga Govind Singh, and Mr. Hastings uses his name and authority to make them such in the hands of the basest, the wickedest, the corruptest, the most audacious and atrocious villain ever heard of. It is to him all the English authority is sacrificed, and 4 gentlemen are appointed to be his tools and instruments. Tools and instruments for what? They themselves state that if he has the inclination, he has the power and ability to lay the whole country under contribution, that he enters into the most minute secrets of every individual in it, gets into the bottom of their family affairs, and has a power totally to subvert and destroy them, and we shall show upon that head that he well fulfilled the purposes for which he was appointed. Did Mr. Hastings pretend to say that he destroyed the provincial councils for their corruptness or insufficiency when he dissolved them? No, he says he has no objection to their competency, no charge to make against their conduct, but that he has destroyed them for his new arrangement. And what is his new arrangement? Gunga Govind Singh. 40 English gentlemen were removed from their offices by that change. Mr. Hastings did it, however, very economically, for all these gentlemen were instantly put upon pensions, and consequently burdened the establishment with a new charge. Well, but the new council was formed and constituted upon a very economical principle also. These 5 gentlemen, you will have it in proof, with the necessary expenses of their office, were a charge of £62,000 a year upon the establishment. But for great, eminent capital services, £62,000, though a much larger sum than what was thought fit to be allowed for the members of the Supreme Council itself, may be admitted. I will pass it. It shall be granted to Mr. Hastings that these pensions, though they created a new burden on the establishment, were all well disposed, provided the council did their duty. But you have heard what they say themselves. They are not there put to do any duty, they can do no duty. Their abilities, their integrity availed them nothing, they are tools in the hands of Gunga Govind Singh. Mr. Hastings, then, has loaded the revenue with £62,000 a year to make Gunga Govind Singh master of the kingdom of Bengal, Bahar, and Orissa. What must the thing to be moved be when the machinery, when the necessary tools for Gunga Govind Singh have cost £62,000 a year to the company? There it is. It is not my representation, not the representation of observant strangers, of good and decent people that understand the nature of that service, but the opinion of the tools themselves. Now, did Mr. Hastings employ Gunga Govind Singh without a knowledge of his character? His character was known to Mr. Hastings. It was recorded long before, when he was turned out of another office. "During my long residence," says he, "in this country, this is the first time I heard of the character of Gunga Govind Singh being infamous. No information I have received, though I have heard many people speak ill of him, ever pointed to any particular act of infamy committed by Gunga Govind Singh. I have no intimate knowledge of Gunga Govind Singh. What I understand of his character has been from Europeans as well as natives." After. He had many enemies at the time he was proposed to be employed in the company's service, and not one advocate among the natives who had immediate access to myself. I think, therefore, if his character had been such as has been described, the knowledge of it could hardly have failed to have been ascertained to me by the specific facts. I have heard him loaded, as I have many others, with general reproaches, but have never heard any one express a doubt of his abilities. Now, If anything in the world should induce you to put the whole trust of the revenues of Bengal, both above and below, into the hands of a single man, and to delegate to him the whole jurisdiction of the country, it must be that he either was, or at least was reputed to be, a man of integrity. Mr. Hastings does not pretend that he is reputed to be a man of integrity. He knew that he was not able to contradict the charge brought against him, and that he had been turned out of office by his colleagues for reasons assigned upon record and approved by the directors for malversation in office. He had indeed crept again into the Calcutta Committee, and they were upon the point of turning him out for malversation when Mr. Hastings saved them the trouble by turning out the whole committee, consisting of a president and 5 members, so that in all times, in all characters, in all places, he stood as a man of a bad character and evil repute, though supposed to be a man of great abilities. My lords, permit me for one moment to drop my representative character here, and to speak to your lordships only as a man of some experience in the world, and conversant with the affairs of men and with the characters of men. I do then declare my conviction, and wish it may stand recorded to posterity, that there never was a bad man that had ability for good service. It is not in the nature of such men. Their minds are so distorted to selfish purposes, to knavish, artificial, and crafty means of accomplishing those selfish ends, that if put to any good service, they are poor, dull, helpless. Their natural faculties never have that direction. They are paralytic on that side. The muscles, if I may use the expression, that ought to move it are all dead. They know nothing but how to pursue selfish ends by wicked and indirect means. No man ever knowingly employed a bad man on account of his abilities, but for evil ends. Mr. Hastings knew this man to be bad, all the world knew him to be bad, and how did he employ him? In such a manner as that he might be controlled by others? A great deal might be said for him if this had been the case. There might be circumstances in which such a man might be used in a subordinate capacity. But who ever thought of putting such a man virtually in possession of the whole authority, both of the committee and the council general, and of the revenues of the whole country? I will do Mr. Hastings the justice to say that if he had known there was another man more accomplished in all iniquity than Gunga Govind Singh, he would not have given him the first place in his confidence. But there is another next to him in the country, whom you are to hear of by and by, called Debi Singh. This person in the universal opinion of all Bengal is ranked next to Gunga Govind Singh, and what is very curious, they have been recorded by Mr. Hastings as rivals in the same virtues. Arcades ambo, et cantare pares, et respondere parati. But Mr. Hastings has the happiest modes in the world. These rivals were reconciled on this occasion, and Gunga Govind Singh appoints Debi Singh, superseding all the other officers for no reason whatever upon record. And because, like champions, they ought to go in pairs, there is an English gentleman, one Mr. Goodlad, whom you will hear of presently, appointed along with him. Absolute strangers to the Rajah's family, the first act they do is to cut off 1,000 out of 1,600 a month from his allowance. They state, though there was a great number of dependents to maintain, that 600 would be enough to maintain him. There appears in the account of these proceedings to be such a flutter about the care of the Rajah and the management of his household, in short, that there never was such a tender guardianship as, always with the knowledge of Mr. Hastings, is exercised over this poor Rajah, who had just given, if he did give, 40,000 for his own inheritance, if it was his due, for the inheritance of others if it was not his due. One would think he was entitled to some mercy, but probably, because the money could not otherwise be supplied, his establishment was cut down by Debi Singh and Mr. Goodlad 1,000 a month, which is just 12,000 a year. When Mr. Hastings had appointed those persons to the guardianship who had an interest in the management of the Raja's education and fortune, one should have thought, before they were turned out, he would at least have examined whether such a step was proper or not. No, they were turned out without any such examination, and when I come to inquire into the proceedings of Ganga Govind Singh's committee, I do not find that the new guardians have brought to account 1 single shilling they received, appointed as they were by that council newly made to superintend all the affairs of the Raja. There is not 1 word to be found of an account. Debi Singh's honour, fidelity, and disinterestedness, and that of Mr. Goodlad, is sufficient. And that is the way in which the management and superintendence of one of the greatest houses in that country is given to the guardianship of strangers. And how is it managed? We find Debi Singh in possession of the Raja's family, in possession of his affairs, in the management of his whole zamindari, and in the course of the next year he is to give him in farm the whole of the revenues of these 3 provinces. Now, whether the Peshkush was received for the nomination of the Raja, as a bribe in judgment, or whether Mr. Hastings got it from Debi Singh as a bribe in office for appointing him to the guardianship of a family that did not belong to him, and for the dominion of 3 great and once wealthy provinces, which is best or worst I shall not pretend to determine. You find the Raja in his possession, you find his education, his household in his possession. The public revenues are in his possession, they are given over to him. If we look at the records, the letting of these provinces appears to have been carried on by the new Committee of Revenue as the course and order of business required it should. But by the investigation into Mr. Hastings's money transactions, the insufficiency and fallacy of these records is manifest beyond a doubt. From this investigation it is discovered that it was in reality a bargain secretly struck between the Governor-General and Debi Singh, and that the committee were only employed in the mere official forms. From the time that Mr. Hastings newly modelled the revenue system, nothing is seen in its true shape. We now know, in spite of the fallacy of these records, who the true grantor was. It will not be amiss to go a little further in supplying their defects, and to inquire a little concerning the grantee. This makes it necessary for me to inform your lordships who Debi Singh is. Mr. Burke here read the committee's recommendation of Debi Singh to the Governor-General and Council. Here is a choice. Here is Debi Singh presented for his knowledge in business, his trust and fidelity, and that he is a person against whom no objection can be made. This is presented to Mr. Hastings, by him recorded in the council books, and by him transmitted to the Court of Directors. Mr. Hastings has since recorded that he knew this Debi Singh, though he here publicly authorizes the nomination of him to all that great body of trusts, that he knew him to be a man completely capable of the most atrocious iniquities that were ever charged upon man. Debi Singh is appointed to all those great trusts through the means of Ganga Govind Singh, from whom he, Mr. Hastings, had received £30,000 as a part of a bribe. Now, though it is a large field, though it is a thing that, I must confess, I feel a reluctance almost in venturing to undertake, exhausted as I am, yet such is the magnitude of the affair, such the evil consequences that followed from a system of bribery, such the horrible consequences of superseding all the persons in office in the country to give it into the hands of Debi Singh, that though it is the public opinion, and though no man that has ever heard the name of Debi Singh does not know that he was only second to Ganga Govind Singh, yet it is not to my purpose unless I prove that Mr. Hastings knew his character at the very time he accepts him as a person against whom no exception could be made. It is necessary to inform your lordship who this Debi Singh was, to whom these great trusts were committed, and those great provinces given. It may be thought, and not unnaturally, that in this sort of corrupt and venal appointment to high trust and office, Mr. Hastings has no other consideration than the money he received. But whoever thinks so will be deceived. Mr. Hastings was very far from indifferent to the character of the persons he dealt with. On the contrary, he made a most careful selection. He had a very scrupulous regard to the aptitude of the men for the purposes for which he employed them, and was much guided by his experience of their conduct in those offices which had been sold to them upon former occasions. Except Gunga Govind Singh, whom, as justice required, Mr. Hastings distinguished by the highest marks of his confidence, there was not a man in Bengal, perhaps not upon earth, a match for this Debi Singh. He was not an unknown subject, not one rashly taken up as an experiment. He was a tried man, and if there had been one more desperately and abandonedly corrupt, more wildly and flagitiously oppressive, to be found unemployed in India, large as his offers were, Mr. Hastings would not have taken this money from Debi Singh. Debi Singh was one of those who, in the early stages of the English power in Bengal, attached himself to those natives who then stood high in office. He courted Muhammad Reza Khan, a Mussulman of the highest rank, of the tribe of Quraysh, whom I have already mentioned, then at the head of the revenue, and now at the head of the criminal justice of Bengal, with all the supple assiduity of which those who possess no valuable art or useful talent are commonly complete masters. Possessing large funds acquired by his apprenticeship and novitiate in the lowest frauds, he was enabled to lend to this then powerful man, in the several emergencies of his variable fortune, very large sums of money. This great man had been brought down by Mr. Hastings under the orders of the Court of Directors, upon a cruel charge to Calcutta. He was accused of many crimes, and acquitted £220,000 in debt. That is to say, as soon as he was a great debtor, he ceased to be a great criminal. Debi Singh obtained by his services no slight influence over Muhammad Reza Khan, a person of a character very different from his. From that connection he was appointed to the farm of the revenue, and inclusively of the government of Purnia, a province of very great extent, and then in a state of no inconsiderable opulence. In this office he exerted his talents with so much vigor and industry that in a very short time the province was half depopulated and totally ruined. The farm, on the expiration of his lease, was taken by a set of adventurers in this kind of traffic from Calcutta. But when the new undertakers came to survey the object of their future operations and future profits, they were so shocked at the hideous and squalid scenes of misery and desolation that glared upon them in every quarter, that they instantly fled out of the country, and thought themselves but too happy to be permitted, on the payment of a penalty of £12,000, to be released from their engagements. To give in a few words as clear an idea as I am able to give of the immense volume which might be composed of the vexations, violence, and rapine of that tyrannical administration, the territorial revenue of Purnia, which had been let to Debi Singh at the rate of £160,000 sterling a year, was with difficulty leased for a yearly sum under £90,000, and with all rigour of exaction produced in effect little more than £60,000, falling greatly below 1/2 of its original estimate. So entirely did the administration of Debi Singh exhaust all the resources of the province. So totally did his baleful influence blast the very hope and spring of all future revenue. The administration of Debi Singh was too notoriously destructive not to cause a general clamour. It was impossible that it should be passed over without animadversion. Accordingly, in the month of September 1772, Mr. Hastings, then at the head of the Committee of Circuit, removed him for maladministration, and he has since publicly declared on record that he knew him to be capable of all the most horrid and atrocious crimes that can be imputed to man. This brand, however, was only a mark for Mr. Hastings to find him out hereafter in the crowd, to identify him for his own, and to call him forth into action when his virtues should be sufficiently matured for the services in which he afterwards employed him through his instruments, Mr. Anderson and Gunga Govind Singh. In the meantime he left Debi Singh to the direction of his own good genius. Debi Singh was stigmatized in the company's records. His reputation was gone, but his funds were safe. In the arrangement made by Mr. Hastings in the year 1773, by which provincial councils were formed, Debi Singh became deputy steward or secretary, soon in effect and influence principal steward, to the provincial council of Morshedabad, the seat of the old government and the first province of the kingdom. And to his charge were committed various extensive and populous provinces, yielding an annual revenue of 120 lakhs of rupees, or 1,500,000 pounds. This division of provincial council included Rangpur, Edrakpur, and others, where he obtained such a knowledge of their resources as subsequently to get possession of them. Debi Singh found this administration composed mostly of young men, dissipated and fond of pleasure, as is usual at that time of life, but desirous of reconciling those pleasures, which usually consume wealth, with the means of making a great and speedy fortune, at once eager candidates for opulence and perfect novices in all the roads that lead to it. Debi Singh commiserated their youth and inexperience, and took upon him to be their guide. End of section 65. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in December of 2023. Section 66 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2, Opening the Charge of Bribery Against Hastings, Part 7, by Edmund Burke. There is a revenue in that country raised by a tax more productive than laudable. It is an imposition on public prostitutes, a duty upon the societies of dancing girls, those seminaries from which Mr. Hastings has selected an administrator of justice and governor of kingdoms. Debi Singh thought it expedient to farm this tax, not only because he neglected no sort of gain, but because he regarded it as no contemptible means of power and influence. Accordingly, in plain terms, he opened a legal brothel, out of which he carefully reserved, you may be sure, the very flower of his collection for the entertainment of his young superiors, ladies recommended not only by personal merit, but, according to the Eastern custom, by sweet and enticing names which he had given them. For if they were to be translated, they would sound, riches of my life, wealth of my soul, treasure of perfection, diamond of splendor, pearl of price, ruby of pure blood, and other metaphorical descriptions that, calling up dissonant passions to enhance the value of the general harmony, heightened the attractions of love with the allurements of avarice. A moving seraglio of these ladies always attended his progress, and were always brought to the splendid and multiplied entertainments with which he regaled his council. In these festivities, whilst his guests were engaged with the seductions of beauty, the intoxications of the most delicious wines of France, and the voluptuous vapour of perfumed India smoke, uniting the vivid satisfactions of Europe with the torpid blandishments of Asia, the great magician himself, chaste in the midst of dissoluteness, sober in the centre of debauch, vigilant in the lap of negligence and oblivion, attended with an eagle's eye the moment for thrusting in business, and at such times was able to carry without difficulty points of shameful enormity which at other hours he would not so much as have dared to mention to his employers, young men rather careless and inexperienced than intentionally corrupt. Not satisfied with being pander to their pleasures, he anticipated, and was purveyor to, their wants, and supplied them with a constant command of money, and by these means he reigned with an uncontrolled dominion over the province and over its governors. For you are to understand that in many things we are very much misinformed with regard to the true seat of power in India. Whilst we were proudly calling India a British government, it was in substance a government of the lowest, basest, and most flagitious of the native rabble, to whom the far greater part of the English who figured in employment and station had from their earliest youth been slaves and instruments. Banyans had anticipated the period of their power in premature advances of money, and have ever after obtained the entire dominion over their nominal masters. By these various ways and means, Debi Singh contrived to add job to job, employment to employment, and to hold, besides the farms of 2 very considerable districts, various trusts in the revenue, sometimes openly appearing, sometimes hid 2 or 3 deep in false names, emerging into light or shrouding himself in darkness as successful or defeated crimes rendered him bold or cautious. Every one of these trusts was marked with its own fraud, and for one of those frauds committed by him in another name, by which he became deeply in balance to the revenue, he was publicly whipped by proxy. All this while Mr. Hastings kept his eye upon him, and attended to his progress. But as he rose in Mr. Hastings's opinion, he fell in that of his immediate employers. By degrees, as reason prevailed and the fumes of pleasure evaporated, the provincial council emerged from their first dependence, and finding nothing but infamy attending the counsels and services of such a man, resolved to dismiss him. In this strait and crisis of his power, the artist turned himself into all shapes. He offered great sums individually, he offered them collectively, and at last put a carte blanche on the table, all to no purpose. "What? Are you stones? Have I not men to deal with? Will flesh and blood refuse me?" When Debi Singh found that the council had entirely escaped and were proof against his offers, he left them with a sullen and menacing silence. He applied where he had good intelligence that these offers would be well received, and that he should at once be revenged of the council, and obtain all the ends which through them he had sought in vain. Without hesitation or scruple, Mr. Hastings sold a set of innocent officers, sold his fellow servants of the company, entitled by every duty to his protection, sold English subjects recommended by every tie of national sympathy, sold the honor of the British government itself, without charge, without complaint, without allegation of crime in conduct or of insufficiency in talents. He sold them to the most known and abandoned character which the rank servitude of that clime produces. For him, he entirely broke and quashed the council of Moorshedabad, which had been the settled government for 12 years, a long period in the changeful history of India, at a time, too, when it had acquired a great deal of consistency, an official experience, a knowledge and habit of business, and was making full amends for early errors. For now Mr. Hastings, having buried Colonel Munson and General Clavering, and having shaken off Mr. Francis, who retired half dead from office, began at length to respire. He found elbow room once more to display his genuine nature and disposition, and to make amends in a riot and debauch of peculation for the forced abstinence to which he was reduced during the usurped domination of honor and integrity. It was not enough that the English were thus sacrificed to the revenge of Debi Singh. It was necessary to deliver over the natives to his avarice. By the intervention of bribe brokerage, he united the two great rivals in iniquity, who before, from an emulation of crimes, were enemies to each other, Ganga Govind Singh and Debi Singh. He negotiated the bribe and the farm of the latter through the former, and Debi Singh was invested in farm for 2 years with the 3 provinces of Dinajpur, Edrakpur, and Rungpur, territories making together a tract of land superior in dimensions to the northern counties of England, Yorkshire included. To prevent anything which might prove an obstacle on the full swing of his genius, he removed all the restraints which had been framed to give an ostensible credit, to give some show of official order to the plans of revenue administration framed from time to time in Bengal. An officer called a Dewan had been established in the provinces, expressly as a check on the person who should act as farmer general. This office he conferred, along with that of farmer general, on Debi Singh, in order that Debi might become an effectual check upon Singh, and thus these provinces, without inspection, without control, without law, and without magistrates, were delivered over by Mr. Hastings, bound hand and foot, to the discretion of the man whom he had before recorded as the destroyer of Pornia, and capable of every most atrocious wickedness that could be imputed to man. Fatally for the natives of India, every wild project and every corrupt sale of Mr. Hastings, and those whose example he followed, is covered with a pretended increase of revenue to the company. Mr. Hastings would not pocket his bribe of £40,000 for himself without letting the company in as a sharer and accomplice. For the province of Rungpur, the object to which I mean in this instance to confine your attention, £7,000 a year were added. But lest this avowed increase of rent should seem to lead to oppression, great and religious care was taken in the covenant, so stipulated with Debi Singh that this increase should not arise from any additional assessment whatsoever on the country, but solely from improvements in the cultivation and the encouragement to be given to the landholder and husbandman. But as Mr. Hastings's bribe of a far greater sum was not guarded by any such provision, it was left to the discretion of the donor in what manner he was to indemnify himself for it. Debi Singh fixed the seat of his authority at Dinajpur, where as soon as he arrived he did not lose a moment in doing his duty. If Mr. Hastings can forget his covenant, you may easily believe that Debi Singh had not a more correct memory, and accordingly, as soon as he came into the province, he instantly broke every covenant which he had entered into as a restraint on his avarice, rapacity, and tyranny, which, from the highest of the nobility and gentry to the lowest husbandmen, were afterwards exercised with a stern and unrelenting impartiality upon the whole people. For notwithstanding the province before Debi Singh's lease was, from various causes, in a state of declension and in balance for the revenue of the preceding year, at his very first entrance into office he forced from the zamindars or landed gentry an enormous increase of their tribute. They refused compliance. On this refusal he threw the whole body of zamindars into prison, and thus in bonds and fetters compelled them to sign their own ruin by an increase of rent which they knew they could never realize. Having thus gotten them under, he added exaction to exaction, so that every day announced some new and varied demand, until, exhausted by these oppressions, they were brought to the extremity to which he meant to drive them, the sale of their lands. The lands held by the zamindars of that country are of many descriptions. The first and most general are those that pay revenue. The others are of the nature of demesne lands, which are free and pay no rent to government. The latter are for the immediate support of the zamindars and their families, as from the former they derive their influence, authority, and the means of upholding their dignity. The lands of the former description were immediately attached, sequestered, and sold for the most trifling consideration. The rent-free lands, the best and richest lands of the whole province, were sold for, what do your lordships think? They were sold for less than 1 year's purchase. At less than 1 year's purchase, at the most underrated value, so that the fee simple of an English acre of rent-free land sold at the rate of 7 or 8 shillings. Such a sale on such terms strongly indicated the purchaser. And how did it turn out in fact? The purchaser was the very agent and instrument of Mr. Hastings, Debi Singh himself. He made the exaction, he forced the sale, he reduced the rate, and he became the purchaser at less than 1 year's purchase, and paid with the very money which he had extorted from the miserable vendors. When he had thus sold and separated these lands, he united the whole body of them, amounting to about £7,000 a year, but according to the rate of money and living in that country equivalent to a rental in England of £30,000 a year, and then having raised in the new letting, as on the sale he had fraudulently reduced those lands, he reserved them as an estate for himself, or to whomsoever resembling himself Mr. Hastings should order them to be disposed. The lands, thus sold for next to nothing, left, of course, the late landholder still in debt. The failure of fund, the rigorous exaction of debt, and the multiplication of new arbitrary taxes next carried off the goods. There is a circumstance attending this business which will call for your lordship's pity. Most of the landholders or zamindars in that country happened at that time to be women. The sex there is in a state certainly resembling imprisonment, but guarded as a sacred treasure with all possible attention and respect. None of the coarse male hands of the law can reach them, but they have a custom, very cautiously used in all good governments there, of employing female bailiffs or sergeants in the execution of the law where that sex is concerned. Guards, therefore, surrounded the houses, and then female sergeants and bailiffs entered into the habitations of these female zamindars, and held their goods and persons in execution, nothing being left but what was daily threatened, their life and honor. The landholders, even women of eminent rank and condition, for such the greater part of the zamindars then were, fled from the ancient seats of their ancestors and left their miserable followers and servants, who in that country are infinitely numerous, without protection and without bread. The monthly installment of Mr. Hastings's bribe was become due, and his rapacity must be fed from the vitals of the people. The zamindars, before their own flight, had the mortification of seeing all the lands assigned to charitable and to religious uses, the humane and pious foundations of themselves and their ancestors, made to support infirmity and decrepitude, to give feet to the lame and eyes to the blind, and to effect which they had deprived themselves of many of the enjoyments of life, cruelly sequestered and sold at the same market of violence and fraud where their demesne possessions and their goods had been before made away with. Even the lands and funds set aside for their funeral ceremonies, in which they hoped to find an end to their miseries, and some indemnity of imagination for all the substantial sufferings of their lives, even the very feeble consolations of death were by the same rigid hand of tyranny, a tyranny more consuming than the funeral pile, more greedy than the grave, and more inexorable than death itself, seized and taken to make good the honor of corruption and the faith of bribery pledged to Mr. Hastings or his instruments. Thus it fared with the better and middling orders of the people. Were the lower, the more industrious, spared? Alas, as their situation was far more helpless, their oppression was infinitely more sore and grievous, the exactions yet more excessive, the demand yet more vexatious, more capricious, more arbitrary. To afford your lordships some idea of the condition of those who were served up to satisfy Mr. Hastings's hunger and thirst for bribes, I shall read it to you in the very words of the representative tyrant himself, Raja Debi Singh. Debi Singh, when he was charged with a fraudulent sale of the ornaments of gold and silver of women who, according to the modes of that country, had starved themselves to decorate their unhappy persons, argued on the improbability of this part of the charge in these very words. "It is notorious," says he, "that poverty generally prevails amongst the husbandmen of Rungpur, more perhaps than in any other parts of the country. They are seldom possessed of any property except at the time they reap their harvest, and at others barely procure their subsistence. And this is the cause that such numbers of them were swept away by the famine. Their effects are only a little earthenware, and their houses only a handful of straw, the sale of 1,000 of which would not perhaps produce 20 shillings. These were the opulent people from whose superfluities Mr. Hastings was to obtain a gift of 40,000 pounds over and above a large increase of rent, over and above the exactions by which the farmer must reimburse himself for the advance of the money by which he must obtain the natural profit of the farm, as well as supply the peculium of his own avarice. Therefore your lordships will not be surprised at the consequences. All this unhappy race of little farmers and tillers of the soil were driven like a herd of cattle by his extortioners, and compelled by imprisonments, by fetters, and by cruel whippings to engage for more than the whole of their substance or possible acquisition. Over and above this, there was no mode of extortion which the inventive imagination of rapacity could contrive, that was not contrived and was not put in practice. On its own day your lordships will hear with astonishment, detestation, and horror the detail of these tyrannous inventions, and it will appear that the aggregate of these superadded demands amounted to as great a sum as the whole of the compulsory rent on which they were piled. The country being in many parts left wholly waste, and in all parts considerably depopulated by the first rigours, the full rate of the district was exacted from the miserable survivors. Their burdens were increased as their fellow labourers, to whose joint efforts they were to owe the means of payment, diminished. Driven to make payments, beyond all possible calculation, previous to receipts and above their means, in a very short time they fell into the hands of usurers. The usurers, who under such a government held their own funds by a precarious tenure and were to lend to those whose substance was still more precarious, to the natural hardness and austerity of that race of men, had additional motives to extortion and made their terms accordingly. And what were the terms these poor people were obliged to consent to answer the bribes and peshkush paid to Mr. Hastings? 5, 10, 20, 40%? No. At an interest of 600% per annum payable by the day, a tiller of land to pay 600% to discharge the demands of government. What exhaustless fund of opulence could supply this destructive resource of wretchedness and misery? Accordingly, the husbandmen ground to powder between the usurer below and the oppressor above, the whole crop of the country was forced at once to market, and the market glutted, overcharged, and suffocated, the price of grain fell to the 5th part of its usual value. The crop was then gone, but the debt remained. A universal treasury extent and process of execution followed on the cattle and stock, and was enforced with more or less rigor in every quarter. We have it in evidence that in those sales 5 cows were sold for not more than 7 or 8 shillings. All other things were depreciated in the same proportion. The sale of the instruments of husbandry succeeded to that of the corn and stock. Instances there are where, all other things failing, the farmers were dragged from the court to their houses in order to see them first plundered and then burned down before their faces. It was not a rigorous collection of revenue, it was a savage war made upon the country. The peasants were left little else than their families and their bodies. The families were disposed of. It is a known observation that those who have the fewest of all other worldly enjoyments are the most tenderly attached to their children and wives. The most tender of parents sold their children at market. The most fondly jealous of husbands sold their wives. The tyranny of Mr. Hastings extinguished every sentiment of father, son, brother, and husband. I come now to the last stage of their miseries. Everything visible and vendible was seized and sold, nothing but the bodies remained. It is the nature of tyranny and rapacity never to learn moderation from the ill success of first oppressions. On the contrary, all oppressors, all men thinking highly of the methods dictated by their nature, attribute the frustration of their desires to the want of sufficient rigor. Then they redouble the efforts of their impotent cruelty, which, producing, as they must ever produce, new disappointments, they grow irritated against the objects of their rapacity, and then rage, fury, and malice, implacable because unprovoked, recruiting and reinforcing their avarice, their vices are no longer human. From cruel men they are transformed into savage beasts, with no other vestiges of reason left but what serves to furnish the inventions and refinements of ferocious subtlety, for purposes of which beasts are incapable and at which fiends would blush. Debussy and his instruments suspected, and in a few cases they suspected justly, that the country people had purloined from their own estates, and had hidden in secret places in the circumjacent deserts some small reserve of their own grain to maintain themselves during the unproductive months of the year, and to leave some hope for a future season. But the under-tyrants knew that the demands of Mr. Hastings would admit no plea for delay, much less for subtraction of his bribe, and that he would not abate a shilling of it to the wants of the whole human race. These hordes, real or supposed, not being discovered by menaces and imprisonment, they fell upon the last resource, the naked bodies of the people. And here, my lords, began such a scene of cruelties and tortures as I believe no history has ever presented to the indignation of the world, such as, I am sure, in the most barbarous ages, no politic tyranny, no fanatic persecution has ever yet exceeded. Mr. Patterson, the commissioner appointed to inquire into the state of the country, makes his own apology and mine for opening this scene of horrors to you in the following words. The punishments inflicted upon the riots of Rungpur and Dinajpur for non-payment were in many instances of such a nature that I would rather wish to draw a veil over them than shock your feelings by the detail. But however disagreeable the task may be to myself, it is absolutely necessary for the sake of justice, humanity, and the honor of government that they should be exposed to be prevented in future. My lords, they began by winding cords round the fingers of the unhappy freeholders of those provinces, until they clung to and were almost incorporated with one another, and then they hammered wedges of iron between them, until, regardless of the cries of the sufferers, they had bruised to pieces and forever crippled those poor, honest, innocent, laborious hands which had never been raised to their mouths but with a penurious and scanty proportion of the fruits of their own soil. But those fruits, denied to the wants of their own children, have for more than 15 years past furnished the investment for our trade with China, and been sent annually out, and without recompense, to purchase for us that delicate meal with which your lordships, and all this auditory, and all this country, have begun every day for these 15 years at their expense. To those beneficent hands that labor for our benefit, the return of the British government has been cords and hammers and wedges. But there is a place where these crippled and disabled hands will act with resistless power. What is it that they will not pull down when they are lifted to heaven against their oppressors? Then what can withstand such hands? Can the power that crushed and destroyed them? Powerful in prayer, let us at least deprecate, and thus endeavor to secure ourselves from the vengeance which those mashed and disabled hands may pull down upon us. My lords, it is an awful consideration. Let us think of it. End of section 66. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in December of 2023. Section 67 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. Opening the Charge of Bribery against Hastings, Part 8, by Edmund Burke. But to pursue this melancholy but necessary detail, I am next to open to your lordships what I am hereafter to prove, that the most substantial and leading yeomen, the responsible farmers, the parochial magistrates, and chiefs of villages, were tied two and two by the legs together, and their tormentors, throwing them with their heads downwards over a bar, beat them on the soles of the feet with rattans until the nails fell from the toes, and then attacking them at their heads as they hung downward, as before at their feet, they beat them with sticks and other instruments of blind fury until the blood gushed out at their eyes, mouths, and noses. Not thinking that the ordinary whips and cudgels, even so administered, were sufficient, to others, and often also to the same who had suffered as I have stated, they applied, instead of rattan and bamboo, whips made of the branches of the bale tree, a tree full of sharp and strong thorns which tear the skin and lacerate the flesh far worse than ordinary scourges. For others, exploring with a searching and inquisitive malice, stimulated by an insatiate rapacity, all the devious paths of nature for whatever is most unfriendly to man, they made rods of a plant highly caustic and poisonous, called Cbteddy, every wound of which festers and gangrenes, adds double and treble to the present torture, leaves a crust of leprous sores upon the body, and often ends in the destruction of life itself. At night these poor innocent sufferers, these martyrs of avarice and extortion, were brought into dungeons, and in the season when nature takes refuge in insensibility from all the miseries and cares which wait on life, they were 3 times scourged, and made to reckon the watches of the night by periods and intervals of torment. They were then led out in the severe depth of winter, which there at certain seasons would be severe to anyone, and to the Indians is most severe and almost intolerable, they were led out before break of day, and, stiff and sore as they were with the bruises and wounds of the night, were plunged into water, and whilst their jaws clung together with the cold, and their bodies were rendered infinitely more sensible, the blows and stripes were renewed upon their backs, and then, delivering them over to soldiers, they were sent into their farms and villages to discover where a few handfuls of grain might be found concealed, or to extract some loan from the remnants of compassion and courage not subdued in those who had reason to fear that their own turn of torment would be next, that they should succeed them in the same punishment, and that their very humanity, being taken as a proof of their wealth, would subject them, as it did in many cases subject them, to the same inhuman tortures. After this circuit of the day through their plundered and ruined villages, they were remanded at night to the same prison, whipped as before at their return to the dungeon, and at morning whipped at their leaving it, and then sent as before to purchase, by begging in the day, the reiteration of the torture in the night. Days of menace, insult, and extortion, nights of bolts, fetters, and flagellation succeeded to each other in the same round, and for a long time made up all the vicissitude of life to these miserable people. But there are persons whose fortitude could bear their own suffering. There are men who are hardened by their very pains, and the mind, strengthened even by the torments of the body, rises with a strong defiance against its oppressor. They were assaulted on the side of their sympathy. Children were scourged almost to death in the presence of their parents. This was not enough. The son and father were bound close together, face to face and body to body, and in that situation cruelly lashed together, so that the blow which escaped the father fell upon the son, and the blow which missed the son wound over the back of the parent. The circumstances were combined by so subtle a cruelty that every stroke which did not excruciate the sense should wound and lacerate the sentiments and affections of nature. On the same principle and for the same ends, virgins who had never seen the sun were dragged from the inmost sanctuaries of their houses, and in the open court of justice, in the very place where security was to be sought against all wrong and all violence, but where no judge or lawful magistrate had long sat, but in their place the ruffians and hangmen of Warren Hastings occupied the bench. These virgins, vainly invoking heaven and earth, in the presence of their parents, and whilst their shrieks were mingled with the indignant cries and groans of all the people, publicly were violated by the lowest and wickedest of the human race. Wives were torn from the arms of their husbands and suffered the same flagitious wrongs, which were indeed hid in the bottoms of the dungeons, in which their honor and their liberty were buried together. Often they were taken out of the refuge of this consoling gloom, stripped naked, and thus exposed to the world, and then cruelly scourged. And in order that cruelty might riot in all the circumstances that melt into tenderness the fiercest natures, the nipples of their breasts were put between the sharp and elastic sides of cleft bamboos. Here in my hand is my authority, for otherwise one would think it incredible. But it did not end there. Growing from crime to crime, ripened by cruelty for cruelty, these fiends, at length outraging sex, decency, nature, applied lighted torches and slow fire. I cannot proceed for shame and horror. These infernal furies planted death in the source of life, and where that modesty which more than reason distinguishes men from beasts retires from the view, and even shrinks from expression, there they exercised and glutted their unnatural, monstrous, and nefarious cruelty. there where the reverence of nature and the sanctity of justice dares not to pursue, nor venture to describe their practices. These, my lords, were sufferings which we feel all in common in India and in England, by the general sympathy of our common nature. But there were in that province, sold to the tormentors by Mr. Hastings, things done which, from the peculiar manners of India, were even worse than all I have laid before you, as the dominion of manners and the law of opinion contribute more to their happiness and misery than anything in mere sensitive nature can do. The women thus treated lost their caste. My lords, we are not here to commend or blame the institutions and prejudices of a whole race of people, radicated in them by a long succession of ages, on which no reason or argument, on which no vicissitudes of things, no mixtures of men or foreign conquest have been able to make the smallest impression. The aboriginal Gentoo inhabitants are all dispersed into tribes or castes, each caste born to an invariable rank, rights, and descriptions of employment, so that one caste cannot by any means pass into another. With the Gentoos certain impurities or disgraces, though without any guilt of the party, infer loss of caste. And when the highest caste, that of Brahmin, which is not only noble but sacred, is lost, the person who loses it does not slide down into one lower but reputable. He is wholly driven from all honest society. All the relations of life are at once dissolved. His parents are no longer his parents. His wife is no longer his wife. His children, no longer his, are no longer to regard him as their father. It is something far worse than complete outlawry, complete attainder, and universal excommunication. It is a pollution even to touch him, and if he touches any of his old caste, they are justified in putting him to death. Contagion, leprosy, plague are not so much shunned. No honest occupation can be followed. He becomes a halakor, if, which is rare, he survives that miserable degradation. Upon those whom all the shocking catalogue of tortures I have mentioned could not make to flinch, one of the modes of losing caste for Brahmins and other principal tribes was practiced. It was to harness a bullock at the court door, put the Brahmin on his back, and lead him through the towns with drums beating before him. To intimidate others, this bullock, with drums the instruments according to their ideas of outrage, disgrace, and utter loss of caste, was led through the country, and as it advanced, the country fled before it. When any Brahmin was seized, he was threatened with this pillory, and for the most part he submitted in a moment to whatever was ordered. What it was may be thence judged. But when no possibility existed of complying with the demand, the people, by their cries, sometimes prevailed on the tyrants to have it commuted for cruel scourging, which was accepted as mercy. To some Brahmins this mercy was denied, and the act of indelible infamy executed. Of these men one came to the company's commissioner with the tale, and ended with these melancholy words: "I have suffered this indignity. My caste is lost. My life is a burden to me. I call for justice." He called in vain. Your lordships will not wonder that these monstrous and oppressive demands, exacted with such tortures, threw the whole province into despair. They abandoned their crops on the ground. The people in a body would have fled out of its confines, but bands of soldiers invested the avenues of the province, and making a line of circumvallation, drove back those wretches who sought exile as a relief into the prison of their native soil. Not suffered to quit the district, they fled to the many wild thickets which oppression had scattered through it, and sought amongst the jungles and dens of tigers a refuge from the tyranny of Warren Hastings. Not able long to exist here, pressed at once by wild beasts and famine, the same despair drove them back, and seeking their last resource in arms, the most quiet, the most passive, the most timid of the human race, rose up in a universal insurrection, and, what will always happen in popular tumults, the effects of the fury of the people fell on the meaner and sometimes the reluctant instruments of the tyranny, who in several places were massacred. The insurrection began in Rungpur and soon spread its fire to the neighboring provinces which had been harassed by the same person with the same oppressions. The English chief in that province had been the silent witness, most probably the abettor and accomplice, of all these horrors. He called in first irregular and then regular troops, who by dreadful and universal military execution got the better of the impotent resistance of unarmed and undisciplined despair. I am tired with the detail of the cruelties of peace. I spare you those of a cruel and inhuman war, and of the executions which, without law or process, or even the shadow of authority, were ordered by the English revenue chief in that province. It has been necessary to lay these facts before you, and I have stated them to your lordships far short of their reality, partly through my infirmity, and partly on account of the odiousness of the task of going through things that disgrace human nature, that you may be enabled fully to enter into the dreadful consequences which attend a system of bribery and corruption in a governor-general. On a transient view, bribery is rather a subject of disgust than horror, the sordid practice of a venal, mean, and abject mind, and the effect of the crime seems to end with the act. It looks to be no more than the corrupt transfer of property from one person to another, at worst a theft. But it will appear in a very different light when you regard the consideration for which the bribe is given, namely, that a governor-general, claiming an arbitrary power in himself, for that consideration delivers up the properties, the liberties, and the lives of a whole people to the arbitrary discretion of any wicked and rapacious person who will be sure to make good from their blood the purchase he has paid for his power over them. It is possible that a man may pay a bribe merely to redeem himself from some evil. It is bad, however, to live under a power whose violence has no restraint except in its avarice. But no man ever paid a bribe for a power to charge and tax others, but with a view to oppress them. No man ever paid a bribe for the handling of the public money, but to peculate from it. When once such offices become thus privately and corruptly venal, the very worst men will be chosen, as Mr. Hastings has in fact constantly chosen the very worst, because none but those who do not scruple the use of any means are capable, consistently with profit, to discharge at once the rigid demands of a severe public revenue and the private bribes of a rapacious chief magistrate. Not only the worst men will be thus chosen, but they will be restrained by no dread whatsoever in the execution of their worst oppressions. Their protection is sure. The authority that is to restrain, to control, to punish them is previously engaged. He has his retaining fee for the support of their crimes. Mr. Hastings never dared, because he could not, arrest oppression in its course without drying up the source of his own corrupt emolument. Mr. Hastings never dared, after the fact, to punish extortion in others, because he could not without risking the discovery of bribery in himself. The same corruption, the same oppression, and the same impunity will reign through all the subordinate gradations. A fair revenue may be collected without the aid of wicked, violent, and unjust instruments. But when once the line of just and legal demand is transgressed, such instruments are of absolute necessity, and they comport themselves accordingly. When we know that men must be well paid, and they ought to be well paid, for the performance of honorable duty, can we think that men will be found to commit wicked, rapacious, and oppressive acts with fidelity and disinterestedness, for the sole emolument of dishonest employers? No, they must have their full share of the prey, and the greater share as they are the nearer and more necessary instruments of the general extortion. We must not therefore flatter ourselves, when Mr. Hastings takes 40,000 pounds in bribes for Dinajpur and its annexed provinces, that from the people nothing more than 40,000 pounds is extorted. I speak within compass. 4 times 40 must be levied on the people, and these violent sales, fraudulent purchases, confiscations, inhuman and unutterable tortures, imprisonment, irons, whips, fines, general despair, general insurrection, the massacre of the officers of revenue by the people, the massacre of the people by the soldiery, and the total waste and destruction of the finest provinces in India are things of course, and all a necessary consequence involved in the very substance of Mr. Hastings's bribery. I therefore charge Mr. Hastings with having destroyed, for private purposes, the whole system of government by the 6 provincial councils, which he had no right to destroy. I charge him with having delegated to others that power which the Act of Parliament had directed him to preserve unalienably in himself. I charge him with having formed a committee to be mere instruments and tools at the enormous expense of 62,000 pounds per annum. I charge him with having appointed a person their Dewan, to whom these Englishmen were to be subservient tools, whose name to his own knowledge was by the general voice of India, by the general recorded voice of the company, by recorded official transactions, by everything that can make a man known, abhorred, detested, and stamped with infamy, and with giving him the whole power which he had thus separated from the Council General and from the provincial councils. I charge him with taking bribes of Ganga Govind Singh. I charge him with not having done that bribe service which fidelity even in iniquity requires at the hands of the worst of men. I charge him with having robbed those people of whom he took the bribes. I charge him with having fraudulently alienated the fortunes of widows. I charge him with having, without right, title, or purchase, taken the lands of orphans and given them to wicked persons under him. I charge him with having removed the natural guardians of a minor Raja, and with having given that trust to a stranger, Debi Singh, whose wickedness was known to himself and all the world, and by whom the Raja, his family, and dependents were cruelly oppressed. I charge him with having committed to the management of Debi Singh 3 great provinces, and thereby with having wasted the country, ruined the landed interest, cruelly harassed the peasants, burned their houses, seized their crops, tortured and degraded their persons, and destroyed the honor of the whole female race of that country. In the name of the Commons of England, I charge all this villainy upon Warren Hastings in this last moment of my application to you. My lords, what is it that we want here to a great act of national justice? Do we want a cause, my lords? You have the cause of oppressed princes, of undone women of the first rank, of desolate provinces, and of wasted kingdoms. Do you want a criminal, my lords? when was there so much iniquity ever laid to the charge of any one? No, my lords, you must not look to punish any other such delinquent from India. Warren Hastings has not left substance enough in India to nourish such another delinquent. My lords, is it a prosecutor you want? You have before you the Commons of Great Britain as prosecutors, and I believe, my lords, that the sun, in his beneficent progress round the world, does not behold a more glorious sight than that of men separated from a remote people by the material bounds and barriers of nature, united by the bond of a social and moral community. All the commons of England resenting as their own the indignities and cruelties that are offered to all the people of India. Do we want a tribunal? My lords, no example of antiquity, nothing in the modern world, nothing in the range of human imagination, can supply us with a tribunal like this. My lords, here we see virtually in the mind's eye that sacred majesty of the crown, under whose authority you sit, and whose power you exercise. We see in that invisible authority what we all feel in reality and life, the beneficent powers and protecting justice of his majesty. We have here the heir apparent to the crown, such as the fond wishes of the people of England wish an heir apparent of the crown to be. We have here all the branches of the royal family in a situation between majesty and subjection, between the sovereign and the subject, offering a pledge in that situation for the support of the rights of the crown and the liberties of the people, both which extremities they touch. My lords, we have a great hereditary peerage here, those who have their own honor, the honor of their ancestors, and of their posterity to guard, and who will justify, as they have always justified, that provision in the Constitution by which justice is made a hereditary office. My lords, we have here a new nobility, who have risen and exalted themselves by various merits, by great military services which have extended the fame of this country from the rising to the setting sun. We have those who by various civil merits and various civil talents have been exalted to a situation which they well deserve, and in which they will justify the favor of their sovereign and the good opinion of their fellow subjects, and make them rejoice to see those virtuous characters that were the other day upon a level with them, now exalted above them in rank, but feeling with them in sympathy what they felt in common with them before. We have persons exalted from the practice of the law, from the place in which they administered high though subordinate justice, to a seat here, to enlighten with their knowledge and to strengthen with their votes those principles which have distinguished the courts in which they have presided. My lords, you have here also the lights of our religion. You have the bishops of England. My lords, you have that true image of the primitive church in its ancient form, in its ancient ordinances, purified from the superstitions and the vices which a long succession of ages will bring upon the best institutions. You have the representatives of that religion which says that their God is love, that the very vital spirit of their institution is charity, a religion which so much hates oppression that when the God whom we adore appeared in human form, he did not appear in a form of greatness and majesty, but in sympathy with the lowest of the people, and thereby made it a firm and ruling principle that their welfare was the object of all government, since the person, who was the master of nature, chose to appear himself in a subordinate situation. These are the considerations which influence them, which animate them, and will animate them against all oppression, knowing that he who is called first among them and first among us all, both of the flock that is fed and of those who feed it, made himself the servant of all. My lords, these are the securities which we have in all the constituent parts of the body of this house. We know them we reckon, we rest upon them, and commit safely the interests of India and of humanity into your hands. Therefore, it is with confidence that, ordered by the Commons, I impeach Warren Hastings, Esquire, of high crimes and misdemeanors. I impeach him in the name of the Commons of Great Britain in Parliament assembled, whose parliamentary trust he has betrayed. I impeach him in the name of all the Commons of Great Britain whose national character he has dishonored. I impeach him in the name of the people of India whose laws, rights, and liberties he has subverted, whose properties he has destroyed, whose country he has laid waste and desolate. I impeach him in the name and by virtue of those eternal laws of justice which he has violated. I impeach him in the name of human nature itself, which he has cruelly outraged, injured, and oppressed in both sexes, in every age, rank, situation, and condition of life. End of section 67. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in January of 2024.
Section 68 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2, Against Coercing America, by Edmund Burke. Against Coercing America. From the Speech Moving Resolutions for Conciliation, House of Commons, March 22, 1775. America, gentlemen say, is a noble object. It is an object well worth fighting for. Certainly it is, if fighting a people be the best way of gaining them. Gentlemen in this respect will be led to their choice of means by their complexions and their habits. Those who understand the military art will, of course, have some predilection for it. Those who wield the thunder of the state may have more confidence in the efficacy of arms. But I confess, possibly for want of this knowledge, my opinion is much more in favor of prudent management than of force, considering force not as an odious but a feeble instrument for preserving a people so numerous, so active, so growing, so spirited as this, in a profitable and subordinate connection with us. First, sir, permit me to observe that the use of force alone is but temporary. It may subdue for a moment, but it does not remove the necessity of subduing again, and a nation is not governed which is perpetually to be conquered. My next objection is its uncertainty. Terror is not always the effect of force, and an armament is not a victory. If you do not succeed, you are without resource, for conciliation failing, force remains, but force failing, no further hope of reconciliation is left. Power and authority are sometimes bought by kindness, but they can never be begged as alms by an impoverished and defeated violence. A further objection to force is that you impair the object by your very endeavors to preserve it. The thing you fought for is not the thing which you recover, but depreciated, sunk, wasted, and consumed in the contest. Nothing less will content me than whole America. I do not choose to consume its strength along with our own, because in all parts it is the British strength that I consume. I do not choose to be caught by a foreign enemy at the end of this exhausting conflict, and still less in the midst of it. I may escape, but I can make no insurance against such an event. Let me add that I do not choose wholly to break the American spirit, because it is the spirit that has made the country. Lastly, we have no sort of experience in favor of force as an instrument in the rule of our colonies. Their growth and their utility have been owing to methods altogether different. Our ancient indulgence has been said to be pursued to a fault. It may be so, but we know, if feeling is evidence, that our fault was more tolerable than our attempt to mend it, and our sin far more salutary than our penitence. These, sir, are my reasons for not entertaining that high opinion of untried force by which many gentlemen, for whose sentiments in other particulars I have great respect, seem to be so greatly captivated. But there is still behind a third consideration concerning this object, which serves to determine my opinion on the sort of policy which ought to be pursued in the management of America, even more than its population and its commerce. I mean its temper and character. In this character of the Americans, a love of freedom is the predominating feature, which marks and distinguishes the whole. And as an ardent is always a jealous affection, your colonies become suspicious, restive, and untractable whenever they see the least attempt to wrest from them by force or shuffle from them by chicane what they think the only advantage worth living for. This fierce spirit of liberty is stronger in the English colonies, probably, than in any other people of the earth, and this from a variety of powerful causes, which, to understand the true temper of their minds and the direction which this spirit takes, it will not be amiss to lay open somewhat more largely. First, the people of the colonies are descendants of Englishmen. England, sir, is a nation which still, I hope, respects and formerly adored her freedom. The colonists emigrated from you when this part of your character was most predominant, and they took this bias and direction the moment they parted from your hands. They are, therefore, not only devoted to liberty, but to liberty according to English ideas and on English principles. Abstract liberty, like other mere abstractions, is not to be found. Liberty inheres in some sensible object, and every nation has formed to itself some favorite point which, by way of eminence, becomes the criterion of their happiness. It happened, you know, sir, that the great contests for freedom in this country were, from the earliest times, chiefly upon the question of taxing. Most of the contests in the ancient commonwealths turned primarily on the right of election of magistrates, or on the balance among the several orders of the state. The question of money was not with them so immediate, but in England it was otherwise. On this point of taxes, the ablest pens and most eloquent tongues have been exercised. The greatest spirits have acted and suffered. In order to give the fullest satisfaction concerning the importance of this point, it was not only necessary for those who in argument defended the excellence of the English Constitution to insist on this privilege of granting money as a dry point of fact, and to prove that the right had been acknowledged in ancient parchments and blind usages to reside in a certain body called the House of Commons. They went much further. They attempted to prove, and they succeeded, that in theory it ought to be so, from the particular nature of a House of Commons, as an immediate representative of the people, whether the old records had delivered this oracle or not. They took infinite pains to inculcate, as a fundamental principle, that in all monarchies the people must, in effect, themselves, mediately or immediately, possess the power of granting their own money, or no shadow of liberty could subsist. The colonies draw from you, as with their lifeblood, those ideas and principles, their love of liberty, as with you, fixed and attached on this specific point of taxing. Liberty might be safe or might be endangered in 20 other particulars without their being much pleased or alarmed. Here they felt its pulse, and as they found that beat, they thought themselves sick or sound. I do not say whether they were right or wrong in applying your general arguments to their own case. It is not easy, indeed, to make a monopoly of theorems and corollaries. The fact is that they did thus apply those general arguments, and your mode of governing them, whether through lenity or indolence, through wisdom or mistake, confirmed them in the imagination that they, as well as you, had an interest in these common principles. They were further confirmed in these pleasing errors by the form of their provincial legislative assemblies. Their governments are popular in a high degree. Some are merely popular. In all, the popular representative is the most weighty, and this share of the people in their ordinary government never fails to inspire them with lofty sentiments and with a strong aversion from whatever tends to deprive them of their chief importance. If anything were wanting to this necessary operation of the form of government, religion would have given it a complete effect. Religion, always a principle of energy, in this new people is in no way worn out or impaired, and their mode of professing it is also one main cause of this free spirit. The people are Protestants, and of that kind which is most averse to all implicit submission of mind and opinion. This is a persuasion not only favorable to liberty, but built upon it. I do not think, sir, that the reason of this averseness in the dissenting churches from all that looks like absolute government is so much to be sought in their religious tenets as in their history. Everyone knows that the Roman Catholic religion is at least coeval with most of the governments where it prevails, that it has generally gone hand in hand with them and received great favor and every kind of support from authority. The Church of England, too, was formed from her cradle under the nursing care of regular government, but the dissenting interests have sprung up in direct opposition to all the ordinary powers of the world, and could justify that opposition only on a strong claim to natural liberty. Their very existence depended on the powerful and unremitted assertion of that claim. All Protestantism, even the most cold and passive, is a kind of dissent, but the religion most prevalent in our northern colonies is a refinement on the principle of resistance. It is the dissidence of dissent in the Protestantism of the Protestant religion. This religion, under a variety of denominations, agreeing in nothing but in the communion of the spirit of liberty, is predominant in most of the northern provinces, where the Church of England, notwithstanding its legal rights, is in reality no more than a sort of private sect, not composing, most probably, the tenth of the people. The colonists left England when this spirit was high, and in the immigrants was the highest of all. And even that stream of foreigners which has been constantly flowing into these colonies has, for the greatest part, been composed of dissenters from the establishments of their several countries, and have brought with them a temper and character far from alien to that of the people with whom they mixed. Sir, I can perceive by their manner that some gentlemen object to the latitude of this description, because in the southern colonies the Church of England forms a large body, and has a regular establishment. It is certainly true. There is, however, a circumstance attending these colonies which, in my opinion, fully counterbalances this difference, and makes the spirit of liberty still more high and haughty than in those to the northward. It is that in Virginia and the Carolinas they have a vast multitude of slaves. Where this is the case in any part of the world, those who are free are by far the most proud and jealous of their freedom. Freedom is to them not only an enjoyment, but a kind of rank and privilege, not seeing there that freedom, as in countries where it is a common blessing, and as broad and general as the air, may be united with much abject toil, with great misery, with all the exterior of servitude. Liberty looks among them like something that is more noble and liberal. I do not mean, sir, to commend the superior morality of this sentiment, which has at least as much pride as virtue in it, but I cannot alter the nature of man. The fact is so, and these people of the southern colonies are much more strongly, and with a higher and more stubborn spirit, attached to liberty than those to the northward. Such were all the ancient commonwealths. Such were our Gothic ancestors. Such, in our days, were the Poles, and such will be all masters of slaves who are not slaves themselves. In such a people, the haughtiness of domination combines with the spirit of freedom, fortifies it, and renders it invincible. Permit me, sir, to add another circumstance in our colonies, which contributes no mean part toward the growth and effect of this untractable spirit. I mean their education. In no country, perhaps in the world, is the law so general a study. The profession itself is numerous and powerful, and in most provinces it takes the lead. The greater number of the deputies sent to Congress were lawyers, but all who read, and most do read, endeavor to obtain some smattering in that science. I have been told by an eminent bookseller that in no branch of his business, after tracts of popular devotion, were so many books as those on the law exported to the plantations. The colonists have now fallen into the way of printing them for their own use. I hear that they have sold nearly as many of Blackstone's commentaries in America as in England. General Gage marks out this disposition very particularly in a letter on your table. He states that all the people in his government are lawyers or smatterers in law, and that in Boston they have been enabled by successful chicane wholly to evade many parts of one of your capital penal constitutions. The smatterers of debate will say that this knowledge ought to teach them more clearly the rights of legislature, their obligations to obedience, and the penalties of rebellion. All this is mighty well, but my honorable and learned friend on the floor, who condescends to mark what I say for animadversion, will disdain that ground. He has heard, as well as I, that when great honors and great emoluments do not win over this knowledge to the service of the state, it is a formidable adversary to government. If the spirit be not tamed and broken by these happy methods, it is stubborn and litigious. Abunt studia in mores. This study renders men acute, inquisitive, dexterous, prompt in attack, ready in defense, full of resources. In other countries, the people, more simple and of a less mercurial cast, judge of an ill principle in government only by an actual grievance. Here they anticipate the evil, and judge of the pressure of the grievance by the badness of the principle. They augur misgovernment at a distance, and snuff the approach of tyranny in every tainted breeze. The last cause of this disobedient spirit in the colonies is hardly less powerful than the rest, as it is not merely moral, but laid deep in the natural constitution of things. 3,000 miles of ocean lie between you and them. No contrivance can prevent the effect of this distance in weakening government. Seas roll and months pass between the order and the execution, and the want of a speedy explanation of a single point is enough to defeat the whole system. You have indeed winged ministers of vengeance who carry your bolts in their pouches to the remotest verge of the sea. But there a power steps in that limits the arrogance of raging passion and furious elements, and says, "So far shalt thou go, and no farther." Who are you that should fret and rage and bite the chains of nature? Nothing worse happens to you than does to all nations who have extensive empire, and it happens in all the forms into which empire can be thrown. In large bodies, the circulation of power must be less vigorous at the extremities. Nature has said it. The Turk cannot govern Egypt and Arabia and Kurdistan as he governs Thrace, nor has he the same dominion in Crimea and Algiers which he has at Brusa and Smyrna. Despotism itself is obliged to truck and huckster. The Sultan gets such obedience as he can. He governs with a loose rein, that he may govern at all, and the whole of the force and vigor of his authority in his center is derived from a prudent relaxation in all his borders. Spain in her provinces is, perhaps, not so well obeyed as you are in yours. She complies, too. She submits. She watches times. This is the immutable condition, the eternal law of extensive and detached empire. End of section 68. Section 69 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. Principle in Politics by Edmund Burke. Principle in Politics, from the Speech to the Electors of Bristol. They tell us that those of our fellow citizens whose chains we had a little relaxed are enemies to liberty and our free Constitution, not enemies, I presume, to their own liberty. And as to the Constitution, until we give them some share in it, I do not know on what pretense we can examine into their opinions about a business in which they have no interest or concern. But after all, are we equally sure that they are adverse to our Constitution, as that our statutes are hostile and destructive to them? For my part, I have reason to believe their opinions and inclinations in that respect are various, exactly like those of other men. And if they lean more to the crown than I, and than many of you think we ought, we must remember that he who aims at another's life is not to be surprised if he flies into any sanctuary that will receive him. The tenderness of the executive power is the natural asylum of those upon whom the laws have declared war, and to complain that men are inclined to favor the means of their own safety is so absurd that one forgets the injustice in the ridicule. I must fairly tell you that, so far as my principles are concerned, principles that I hope will depart only with my last breath, I have no idea of a liberty unconnected with honesty and justice. Nor do I believe that any good constitutions of government or of freedom can find it necessary for their security to doom any part of the people to a permanent slavery. Such a constitution of freedom, if such can be, is in effect no more than another name for the tyranny of the strongest faction. And factions in republics have been, and are, fully as capable as monarchs, of the most cruel oppression and injustice. It is but true that the love and even the very idea of genuine liberty is extremely rare. It is but too true that there are many whose whole scheme of freedom is made up of pride, perverseness, and insolence. They feel themselves in a state of thraldom. They imagine that their souls are cooped and cabined in, unless they have some man or some body of men dependent on their mercy. This desire of having someone below them descends to those who are the very lowest of all, and a Protestant cobbler, debased by his poverty, but exalted by his share of the ruling church, feels a pride in knowing it is by his generosity alone that the peer, whose footman's instep he measures, is able to keep his chaplain from a jail. This disposition is the true source of the passion which many men in very humble life have taken to the American war. Our subjects in America, our colonies, our dependents, this lust of party power is the liberty they hunger and thirst for, and this siren song of ambition has charmed ears that one would have thought were never organized to that sort of music. This way of proscribing the citizens by denominations and general descriptions, dignified by the name of reason of state and security for constitutions and commonwealths, is nothing better at bottom than the miserable invention of an ungenerous ambition, which would fain hold the sacred trust of power without any of the virtues or any of the energies that give a title to it, a receipt of policy made up of a detestable compound of malice, cowardice, and sloth. They would govern men against their will, but in that government they would be discharged from the exercise of vigilance, providence, and fortitude, and therefore, that they may sleep on their watch, they consent to take some one division of the society into partnership of the tyranny over the rest. But let government, in what form it may be, comprehend the whole in its justice, and restrain the suspicious by its vigilance. Let it keep watch and ward. Let it discover by its sagacity, and punish by its firmness, all delinquency against its power, whenever delinquency exists in the overt acts, and then it will be as safe as ever God and nature intended it should be. Crimes are the acts of individuals, and not of denominations, and therefore arbitrary to class men under general descriptions in order to proscribe and punish them in a lump for a presumed delinquency, of which perhaps but a part, perhaps none at all, are guilty, is indeed a compendious method and saves a world of trouble about proof. But such a method, instead of being law, is an act of unnatural rebellion against the legal dominion of reason and justice, and this vice, and any constitution that entertains it, at one time or other, will certainly bring on its ruin. We are told that this is not a religious persecution, and its abettors are loud in disclaiming all severities on account of conscience. Very fine indeed. Then let it be so. They are not persecutors, they are only tyrants. With all my heart, I am perfectly indifferent concerning the pretexts upon which we torment one another, or whether it be for the Constitution of the Church of England or for the Constitution of the State of England, that people choose to make their fellow creatures wretched. When we were sent into a place of authority, you that sent us had yourselves but one commission to give. You could give us none to wrong or oppress, or even to suffer any kind of oppression or wrong, on any grounds whatsoever, not on political, as in the affairs of America, not on commercial, as in those of Ireland, not in civil, as in the laws for debt, not in religious, as in the statutes against Protestant or Catholic dissenters. The diversified but connected fabric of universal justice is well cramped and bolted together in all its parts, and depend upon it, I never have employed, and I never shall employ, any engine of power which may come into my hands to wrench it asunder. All shall stand, if I can help it, and all shall stand connected. After all, to complete this work, much remains to be done, much in the east, much in the west. But great as the work is, if our will be ready, our powers are not deficient. Since you have suffered me to trouble you so much on this subject, permit me, gentlemen, to detain you a little longer. I am indeed most solicitous to give you perfect satisfaction. I find there are some of a better and softer nature than the persons with whom I have supposed myself in debate, who neither think ill of the act of relief, nor by any means desire the repeal, not accusing but lamenting what was done, on account of the consequences, have frequently expressed their wish that the late act had never been made. Some of this description, and persons of worth, I have met with in this city. They conceive that the prejudices, whatever they may be, of a large part of the people, ought not to have been shocked, that their opinions ought to have been previously taken, and much attended to, and that thereby the late horrid scenes might have been prevented. I confess my notions are widely different, and I never was less sorry for any action of my life. I liked the bill the better on account of the events of all kinds that followed it. It relieved the real sufferers. It strengthened the state, and by the disorders that ensued, we had clear evidence that there lurked a temper somewhere which ought not to be fostered by the laws. No ill consequences whatever could be attributed to the act itself. We knew beforehand, or we were poorly instructed, that toleration is odious to the intolerant, freedom to oppressors, property to robbers, and all kinds and degrees of prosperity to the envious. We knew that all these kinds of men would gladly gratify their evil dispositions under the sanction of law and religion, if they could. If they could not, yet to make way to their objects, they would do their utmost to subvert all religion and all law. This we certainly knew. But knowing this, is there any reason, because thieves break in and steal, and thus bring detriment to you, and draw ruin on themselves, that I am to be sorry that you were in possession of shops and of warehouses and of wholesome laws to protect them? Are you to build no houses because desperate men may pull them down upon their own heads? Or if a malignant wretch will cut his own throat because he sees you give alms to the necessitous and deserving, shall his destruction be attributed to your charity and not to his own deplorable madness? If we repent of our good actions, what, I pray you, is left for our faults and follies? It is not the beneficence of the laws, it is the unnatural temper which beneficence can fret and sour, that is to be lamented. It is this temper which, by all rational means, ought to be sweetened and corrected. If froward men should refuse this cure, can they vitiate anything but themselves? Does evil so react upon good as not only to retard its motion, but to change its nature? If it can so operate, then good men will always be in the power of the bad, and virtue, by a dreadful reverse of order, must lie under perpetual subjection and bondage to vice. As to the opinion of the people, which some think, in such cases, is to be implicitly obeyed, nearly 2 years' tranquillity, which followed the act and its instant imitation in Ireland, proved abundantly that the late horrible spirit was, in a great measure, the effect of insidious art and perverse industry and gross misrepresentation. But suppose that the dislike had been much more deliberate and much more general than I am persuaded it was. When we know that the opinions of even the greatest multitudes are the standard of rectitude, I shall think myself obliged to make those opinions the masters of my conscience. But if it may be doubted whether omnipotence itself is competent to alter the essential constitution of right and wrong, sure I am that such things as they and I are possessed of no such power. No man carries further than I do the policy of making government pleasing to the people. But the widest range of this politic complaisance is confined within the limits of justice. I would not only consult the interests of the people, but I would cheerfully gratify their humors. We are all a sort of children that must be soothed and managed. I think I am not austere or formal in my nature. I would even myself play my part in, any innocent buffooneries to divert them. But I never will act the tyrant for their amusement. If they will mix malice in their sports, I shall never consent to throw them any living, sentient creature whatsoever, no, not so much as a kitling to torment. But if I profess all this impolitic stubbornness, I may chance never to be elected into Parliament. It is certainly not pleasing to be put out of the public service, but I wish to be a member of Parliament, to have my share of doing good and resisting evil. It would therefore be absurd to renounce my objects in order to obtain my seat. I deceive myself, indeed, most grossly, if I had not much rather pass the remainder of my life hidden in the recesses of the deepest obscurity, feeding my mind even with the visions and imaginations of such things, than to be placed on the most splendid throne of the universe, tantalized with a denial of the practice of all which can make the greatest situation any other than the greatest curse. Gentlemen, I have had my day. I can never sufficiently express my gratitude to you for having set me in a place wherein I could lend the slightest help to great and laudable designs. If I have had my share in any measure giving quiet to private property and private conscience, if by my vote I have aided in securing to families the best possession, peace, if I have joined in reconciling kings to their subjects and subjects to their prince, if I have assisted to loosen the foreign holdings of the citizen and taught him to look for his protection to the laws of his country and for his comfort to the good will of his countrymen, if I have thus taken my part with the best of men in the best of their actions, I can shut the book. I might wish to read a page or two more, but this is enough for my measure. I have not lived in vain. And now, gentlemen, on this serious day, when I come, as it were, to make up my account with you, let me take to myself some degree of honest pride on the nature of the charges that are against me. I do not here stand before you accused of venality or of neglect of duty. It is not said that in the long period of my service I have, in a single instance, sacrificed the slightest of your interests to my ambition or to my fortune. It is not alleged that to gratify any anger or revenge of my own or of my party, I have had a share in wronging or oppressing any description of men, or any one man in any description. No, the charges against me are all of one kind, that I have pushed the principles of general justice and benevolence too far, further than a cautious policy would warrant, and further than the opinions of many would go along with me. In every accident which may happen through life, in pain, in sorrow, in depression, and in distress, I will call to mind this accusation and be comforted. End of section 69. Section 70 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. Marie Antoinette by Edmund Burke. Marie Antoinette, born 1755, beheaded 1793. Burke saw her in 1773. It is now 16 or 17 years since I saw the Queen of France, then the Dauphiness, at Versailles, and surely never lighted on this orb, which she hardly seemed to touch, a more delightful vision. I saw her just above the horizon, decorating and cheering the elevated sphere she had just begun to move in, glittering like the morning star, full of life and splendor and joy. Oh, what a revolution, and what a heart must I have to contemplate without emotion that elevation and that fall. Little did I dream, when she added titles of veneration to those of enthusiastic, distant, respectful love, that she should ever be obliged to carry the sharp antidote against disgrace concealed in that bosom. Little did I dream that I should have lived to see such disasters fallen upon her, in a nation of gallant men, in a nation of men of honor and of cavaliers. I thought 10,000 swords must have leaped from their scabbards to avenge even a look that threatened her with insult. But the age of chivalry is gone. That of sophisters, economists, and calculators has succeeded, and the glory of Europe is extinguished forever. Never, never more shall we behold that generous loyalty to rank and sex, that proud submission, that dignified obedience, that subordination of the heart, which kept alive, even in servitude itself, the spirit of an exalted freedom. The unbought grace of life, the cheap defense of nations, the nurse of manly sentiment and heroic enterprise is gone. It is gone that sensibility of principle, that chastity of honor, which felt a stain like a wound, which inspired courage whilst it mitigated ferocity, which ennobled whatever it touched, and under which vice itself lost half its evil by losing all its grossness. End of section 70. Section 71 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The World's Best Orations, Volume 2. Massachusetts and the Sumner Assault, Anson, Burlingame. Anson, Burlingame, 1820 to 1870. Famous as the principal negotiator of the Burlingame Treaty, the reputation of Anson Burlingame as an orator depends on a single speech, which, because of its far-reaching consequences, will always be memorable in American history. His denunciation of the assault on Senator Sumner by Preston S. Brooks of South Carolina gave him celebrity and opened for him the way to the prominence he afterwards achieved as a diplomat. From 1850 until 1880, free speech in America illustrated its worst tendencies towards license. Vituperation was carried to an almost incredible extreme in the minor newspapers, which simply reflected the general demand for strong expressions of popular feeling. Public men, influenced by the same causes which controlled the press, often exhausted their intellectual resources in exaggerated invective. A marked change for the better, both in the press and in public debate, took place after the death of President Garfield. The sobering influence which that great calamity had upon the American people is likely to be a subject of careful consideration for the future historian. From it dates a change in the temper both of press and public, gradual, but so great that it is difficult now to conceive how the personalities of such a debate as that over the Kansas-Nebraska bill could have been possible in the Senate. During the struggle over the admission of Kansas, Senator Sumner of Massachusetts had compared Senator Douglas of Illinois to the noisome, squat, and nameless animal, the American polecat, and again using the same comparison had said, "Mr. President, again the senator has switched his tongue, and again he fills the Senate chamber with its offensive odor." Mr. Douglas, not himself guiltless of personalities, accepted vituperation and recrimination as a matter of course. But during the same debate, Mr. Sumner, opening a very celebrated period by calling Senator Butler of South Carolina the Don Quixote and Senator Douglas the Sancho Panza of chattel slavery, had exhausted the powers of his great intellect in the attempt to make them appear both detestable and absurd. A man of less intellectual force than Sumner might have brought condemnation upon himself by his daring climaxes, but Sumner carried his point, and in doing so enraged Senator Butler's friends. The assault by Preston S. Brooks of South Carolina followed, and so stirred Massachusetts that the conservative element of its people was never afterwards at an advantage in attempting to check the extremists of both sections. It is not yet time, and this is not the place, to attempt a review of the history of that period, but Mr. Burlingame's references to Senator Douglas and others can be understood only by recalling the leading facts in the connection. After the election of President Lincoln, Mr. Burlingame, who had been one of the active organizers of the Republican Party, was sent to represent the United States in China. After the expiration of his term of service, he was employed by the Chinese government, and gaining the confidence of its Foreign Office, he was sent to Washington and afterwards to Europe at the head of a numerous diplomatic retinue. One of the results of his visit was the Burlingame Treaty, the first marked concession willingly made by Chinese conservatism to the pressure of Caucasian civilization. Massachusetts and the Sumner Assault, delivered in the House of Representatives, June 21, 1856. Mr. Chairman, the House will bear me witness that I have not pressed myself upon its deliberations. I never before asked its indulgence. I have assailed no man, nor have I sought to bring reproach upon any man's state. But while such has been my course, as well as the course of my colleagues from Massachusetts upon this floor, certain members have seen fit to assail the state which we represent, not only with words, but with blows. In remembrance of these things, and seizing the first opportunity which has presented itself for a long time, I stand here today to say a word for old Massachusetts. Not that she needs it, no, sir, for in all that constitutes true greatness, in all that gives abiding strength, in great qualities of head and of heart, in moral power, in material prosperity, in intellectual resources and physical ability, by the general judgment of mankind, according to her population, she is the first state. There does not live the man anywhere who knows anything to whom praise of Massachusetts would not be needless. She is as far beyond that as she is beyond censure. Members here may sneer at her expense. They may praise her past at the expense of her present. But I say, with a full conviction of its truth, that Massachusetts, in her present performances, is even greater than in her past recollections. And when I have said this, what more can I say? Sir, although I am here as her youngest and humblest member, yet, as her representative, I feel that I am the peer of any man upon this floor. Occupying that high standpoint, with modesty, but with firmness, I cast down her glove to the whole band of her assailants. On the 19th of May, it was announced that Mr. Sumner would address the Senate upon the Kansas question. The floor of the Senate, the galleries and avenues leading thereto, were thronged with an expectant audience, and many of us left our places in this house to hear the Massachusetts orator. To say that we were delighted with the speech we heard would but faintly express the deep emotions of our hearts awakened by it. I need not speak of the classic purity of its language, nor of the nobility of its sentiments. It was heard by many. It has been read by millions. There has been no such speech made in the Senate since the days when those titans of American eloquence, the Websters and the Haynes, contended with each other for mastery. It was severe because it was launched against tyranny. It was severe as Chatham was severe when he defended the feeble colonies against the giant oppression of the mother country. It was made in the face of a hostile Senate. It continued through the greater portion of 2 days, and yet, during that time, the Speaker was not once called to order. This fact is conclusive as to the personal and parliamentary decorum of the speech. He had provocation enough. His state had been called hypocritical. He himself had been called a puppy, a fool, a fanatic, and a dishonest man. Yet he was parliamentary from the beginning to the end of his speech. No man knew better than he did the proprieties of the place, for he had always observed them. No man knew better than he did parliamentary law, because he had made it the study of his life. No man saw more clearly than he did the flaming sword of the Constitution, turning every way, guarding all the avenues of the Senate. But he was not thinking of these things. He was not thinking then of the privileges of the Senate, nor of the guarantees of the Constitution. He was there to denounce tyranny and crime, and he did it. He was there to speak for the rights of an empire, and he did it, bravely and grandly. So much for the occasion of the speech. A word, and I shall be pardoned, about the speaker himself. He is my friend. For many and many a year I have looked to him for guidance and light, and I never looked in vain. He never had a personal enemy in his life. His character is as pure as the snow that falls on his native hills. His heart overflows with kindness for every being having the upright form of man. He is a ripe scholar, a chivalric gentleman, and a warm-hearted, true friend. He sat at the feet of Channing and drank in the sentiments of that noble soul. He bathed in the learning and undying love of the great jurist Story, and the hand of Jackson, with its honors and its offices, sought him early in life, but he shrank from them with instinctive modesty. Sir, he is the pride of Massachusetts. His mother Commonwealth found him adorning the highest walks of literature and law, and she bade him go and grace somewhat the rough character of political life. The people of Massachusetts, the old and the young and the middle-aged, now pay their full homage to the beauty of his public and private character. Such is Charles Sumner. On the 22nd day of May, when the Senate and the House had clothed themselves in mourning for a brother fallen in the battle of life in the distant state of Missouri, the senator from Massachusetts sat in the silence of the Senate chamber, engaged in the employments pertaining to his office, when a member of this House, who had taken an oath to sustain the Constitution, stole into the Senate, that place which had hitherto been held sacred against violence, and smote him as Cain smote his brother. Mr. Kite in his seat. That is false. Mr. Burlingame, I will not bandy epithets with the gentleman. I am responsible for my own language. Doubtless he is responsible for his. Mr. Kite, I am. Mr. Burlingame, I shall stand by mine. One blow was enough, but it did not satiate the wrath of that spirit which had pursued him through 2 days. Again and again, quicker and faster fell the leaden blows, until he was torn away from his victim, when the senator from Massachusetts fell in the arms of his friends, and his blood ran down on the Senate floor. Sir, the act was brief, and my comments on it shall be brief also. I denounce it in the name of the Constitution it violated. I denounce it in the name of the sovereignty of Massachusetts, which was stricken down by the blow. I denounce it in the name of humanity. I denounce it in the name of civilization, which it outraged. I denounce it in the name of that fair play which bullies and prize fighters respect. What? Strike a man when he is pinioned, when he cannot respond to a blow? Call you that chivalry? In what code of honor did you get your authority for that? I do not believe that member has a friend so dear who must not, in his heart of hearts, condemn the act. Even the member himself, if he has left a spark of that chivalry and gallantry attributed to him, must loathe and scorn the act. God knows I do not wish to speak unkindly or in a spirit of revenge, but I owe it to my manhood and the noble state I, in part, represent, to express my abhorrence of the act. But much as I reprobate the act, much more do I reprobate the conduct of those who were by and saw the outrage perpetrated. Sir, especially do I notice the conduct of that senator recently from the free platform of Massachusetts, with the odor of her hospitality on him, who stood there, not only silent and quiet while it was going on, but when it was over, approved the act. And worse, when he had time to cool, when he had slept on it, he went into the Senate chamber of the United States and shocked the sensibilities of the world by approving it. Another senator did not take part because he feared that his motives might be questioned, exhibiting as extraordinary a delicacy as that individual who refused to rescue a drowning mortal because he had not been introduced to him. Another was not in good terms, and yet, if rumor be true, that senator has declared that himself and family are more indebted to Mr. Sumner than to any other man. Yet, when he saw him borne bleeding by, he turned and went on the other side. O magnanimous Slidell! O prudent Douglas! O audacious Toombs! Sir, there are questions arising out of this which far transcend those of a mere personal nature. Of those personal considerations I shall speak when the question comes properly before us, if I am permitted to do so. The higher question involves the very existence of the government itself. If, sir, freedom of speech is not to remain to us, what is all this government worth? If we from Massachusetts, or any other state, senators or members of the House, are to be called to account by some gallant nephew of some gallant uncle when we utter something which does not suit their sensitive natures, we desire to know it. If the conflict is to be transferred from this peaceful intellectual field to one where it is said honors are easy and responsibilities equal, then we desire to know it. Massachusetts, if her sons and representatives are to have the rod held over them, if these things are to continue, the time may come, though she utters no threats, when she may be called upon to withdraw them to her own bosom, where she can furnish to them that protection which is not vouchsafed to them under the flag of their common country. But while she permits us to remain, we shall do our duty, our whole duty. We shall speak whatever we choose to speak, when we will, where we will, and how we will, regardless of all consequences. Sir, the sons of Massachusetts are educated at the knees of their mothers in the doctrines of peace and goodwill, and God knows they desire to cultivate those feelings of social kindness and public kindness. The House will bear witness that we have not violated or trespassed upon any of them. But, sir, if we are pushed too long and too far, there are men from the old Commonwealth of Massachusetts who will not shrink from a defense of freedom of speech and the honored state they represent on any field where they may be assailed. End of section 71.